Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Co-Chair.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Welcome, everyone, to the final public hearing of 2025 for the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Nice to see a full room and an energetic set of legislators ready to have a lot of interesting conversations today. Mr. Co-Chair, any opening remarks?
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will call our first speaker, Ruth Kenobi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, distinguished chairpersons and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Ruth Kenobi, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association in Connecticut. I want to commend this committee and the Attorney General for raising House Bill 7275 to work towards taxing and regulating tobacco, nicotine, and nicotine analog products appropriately and aligned with evidence-based best practices. We strongly support the aims of this bill, but ask you to consider language change to ensure we address all products hooking the next generation of kids. Tobacco use remains the leading cause of preventable death and disease in the U.S., killing close to 500,000 people every year. Connecticut absolutely must learn from our experiences with both combustible cigarettes and e-cigarettes. The tobacco industry is nimble, and the state has to be able to keep up with the ever-changing landscape of the tobacco industry and its ever-changing mediums for addiction. Section 1 of this bill revises the definition of cigarette to match master settlement agreement language to help cover emerging products. This is crucial. The MSA not only ensures accurate taxation, which is a known best practice policy for prevention and helping people quit, but it also places critical safeguards for our kids in terms of advertising regulations. I'd like to talk with you about nicotine pouches and why it is critical to include them in our definition of tobacco products. The number of youth using these products doubled from 2021 to 2024. Nicotine concentrations in these products can range from 1.5 milligrams per pouch to 12 milligrams per pouch, and the average user consumes 8 to 12 pouches per day. Over a quarter of the individuals who use these products were aged 18 to 20. We strongly encourage you to expand the definition of tobacco products to include the variety of emerging products like synthetic nicotine and nicotine analog to help Connecticut protect public health. We support sections 2 and 3 regarding shipping restrictions, internet sales, and the ability to buy e-cigarettes without an in-person transaction undermine public health progress. We also strongly support section 4's aim to align identification requirements. In my work with community partners, I know that the discrepancy in the laws for e-cigarettes and other tobacco products really has created some confusion both amongst the public health community and tobacco retailers. So thank you for your work to streamline these laws. Finally, I can never miss the opportunity to urge this committee to invest in the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund this year. In light of recent events, within the CDC's Office on Smoking and Health, which for years was the sole source of funding for the prevention and cessation work in the state, and the prospect of really this funding being discontinued from the CDC side of things, we strongly urge you to make the annual investment in the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund for these next 2 years in the budget process. So thank you for your time and attention to this technical but critical issue for tobacco prevention and public health. I urge you, when it comes to these emerging products, please don't defer to this industry that has shown us time and time again that they always choose profits over people. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one quick question for you before I engage the committee. You mentioned that youth use of the nicotine packets doubled between 21 and 24.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in your written testimony?
Yes, which I will be, yes, submitting. I'm waiting for final approval from our internal folks, but you'll have that by the end of the day, but it's in my written testimony as well.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yacarino, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just getting rolling.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this morning.
No, thank you.
I just have one question. So on section 1, for any tobacco, that's like cigars that are, they're traditionally would not inhale a cigar. And the National Lung, I think the Medical Society, they don't cause cancer, but I understand the concern of that. Is that, so you want to define cigars with cigarettes and everything else?
Yes.
Even though it's not defined that way through I think the U.S. Medical Society, or I don't think it's defined that way because I'm not sure. Could we find that out?
Yeah, I can find that out for you. Yeah, absolutely. I'll follow up.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Clartis Ditria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
To address the question from my representative to my right, as far as cigars, even though they're not inhaled, they do, I thought, could possibly cause mouth cancer.
Yeah.
As one of the side effects.
Yeah, we're certainly concerned about the health effects of them,
And
but I will
maybe
follow
throat.
up in that
Okay.
space, but thank you very much.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Steve Stefanu. As always, please correct my pronunciation.
So to Chairs Fonfara and Horn, Ranking Members Fazio and Paletto, Senator Rahman, Representative Doucette, Representative Luxembourg, who represent Manchester and the entire Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee. I'm here on behalf of the town of Manchester to strongly support HB 7276, an act concerning the municipal employees retirement system. In 2023, thanks to the leadership of Comptroller Scanlon and a cooperative effort of both labor and management stakeholders, the General Assembly passed Public Act 23-182, which produced savings in the short term for municipalities enrolled in CMERS. These reforms were critical for the long-term sustainability of municipal public pensions in Connecticut and produced a win-win for both management and labor to ensure public employees will continue to be fairly compensated for the essential services provided to our communities, but do so in a financially prudent manner. Last year, following the progress made in 2023, and again, thanks to the leadership of Comptroller Scanlon, the General Assembly established the Municipal Employees Retirement Commission, of which I proudly serve as a commissioner. Building on the last 2 years of success, HB 7276 establishes a much more sustainable model of retirement security for Connecticut's public servants. The current MERS formula, which has not been modified in decades, has put a huge financial burden on CMERS cities and towns. In Manchester, where our fire department is the only bargaining unit enrolled in the state plan, the required town contribution rates have tripled over the last 15 years, going from $1 million in 2010 to $3 million currently. That's a $2 million cost increase for Manchester taxpayers in a decade and a half. And again, this is only pension contributions for our fire department. To be clear, the town of Manchester strongly supports fully compensating our state's public servants and especially our first responders in a way that acknowledges and recognizes their unwavering devotion and service to the communities they serve. There's no better example of dedication, professionalism, and commitment to protecting the health and safety of the public than in Manchester, where the Manchester Fire Department is regionally recognized as a first-class organization. These heroes put their lives on the line every day and deserve to be properly compensated. However, the rising cost of the current system without reform will hamper the town's ability to continue to invest and fund public safety. HB 7276, by modifying the pension benefit formula, will ease the cost burden on municipal taxpayers while still guaranteeing a defined benefit pension, as well as a generous defined contribution plan for our most dedicated public servants. Therefore, the town of Manchester is requesting the committee's support of HB 7276. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Was just confirming that we will hear from the comptroller on this as well. Any questions for Mr. Stefano? Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Steve. Thank you. Nice to see you.
You too, Senator.
Thank you for being here today. And I want to thank you for everything you do for Manchester for a long times. Not just you and your family. I know a whole family involved and helping our town. And yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks for all your work on behalf of Manchester.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Bonnie Stewart. Online? Yes.
Good morning. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify on House Bill 7270. This is a measure that I'm going to say we thought was going to be in the bill is something we requested. But unfortunately, after reviewing the language, it is a bill in terms of sections 1 through 14 regarding tax appeals, audit appeals that we strongly oppose. As drafted, this measure actually provides an unbalanced and onerous filing requirements for anyone trying to appeal an audit, a tax assessment. It has procedural traps for taxpayers. It's circumventing the regulatory process. And unfortunately, it's really a missed opportunity to streamline a process and make it more transparent. So we would ask you to please reject sections 1 through 17 of House Bill 7270. In addition to that, we had requested some modifications where out-of-state municipal bonds were concerned. The measure before you in terms of section 19, we support that, but we would ask that that be modified. There are a lot of filing complexities when it comes to any out-of-state municipal bond. And therefore, we provided language early in the session that I can provide again that would adjust that section to actually reduce some of those filing complexities, reduce the burden on the Department of Revenue Services, and provide a much fairer and consistent system, as well as reducing the administrative costs. And like I said, just streamlining compliance. So as is, we strongly oppose sections 1 through 17 of the measure. And we would ask that section 19 be modified, and we're neutral on sections 18 and 20.
Thank you. I have a quick question about just a factual issue that the DRS brought. Is it possible for a taxpayer under current law for a taxpayer who files a complaint or contests a tax ruling to effectively to stop complying with the process and keep it going for a period of time with no end to the process by just stopping complying with the process? Is that accurate or not?
When you say stop complying with the process, if
So
you go
sorry, let me be a little clear about that.
Okay.
Basically, we've had a lot of conversations both with you and with Department of Revenue Services about some tax appeals that have lasted for an sort of surprisingly long period of time, and they've been characterized quite differently. But one characterization was that the vast majority of those complaints that are cases that are outstanding for a period of time are essentially because a taxpayer stops responding. And so, and by the passage of time, then they can achieve sort of force the results that they're looking for without ever having to have, provide enough information for DRS to make a ruling. And I just wonder whether factually you have seen that or whether that's not accurate from your perspective.
I want to first say that I am not a CPA, but it is my understanding that is not the problem. My understanding is that DRS is failing to issue decisions and that the waiting is on their part. And I would say that the bill that we had proposed, which is the law in Arizona and a couple of other states, says that if they don't make a decision by a year, that we have the opportunity to require that. They could rule against us based on insufficient information if they felt that was really the case. We're not seeing that. So I do not believe that, I know for a fact that nobody's ever shared that with me. And that in fact, what I have heard is that everyone's always waiting on DRS and there's no time limit for which they must respond by. And that's why we put forward the proposal we did. It requires them to act within a year. If they don't, and the taxpayer doesn't care, they just keep on going the way they're going. If they want resolution, they would at least have the right, there would be a pathway for a decision to be made. And if we disagreed with it, we would have to appeal. So the problem that was raised with you is one that I have never heard from anybody. Instead, I have people saying that we're tired of waiting for DRS. We're tired of waiting for DRS. The proposal that was put, and I will tell you, that doesn't mean that they have not requested information that we thought was irrelevant to a case. And I do know that people have been asked for things and then they come back and ask for more and then come back and ask for more. And it's my understanding that those are provided. I can't say that it doesn't get to a point in some cases, some of those cases that are 10 years old, et cetera, where people are like, forget it, you know, just rule against me so we can go somewhere else and really have this decided properly. People are very frustrated. The practitioner community is very frustrated with the Department of Revenue Services right now for the way they handle or don't handle things. And this is just one of those examples, the audit appeals.
Thank you. It's also my understanding, and I wonder whether you could have not, that I have heard some, really kind of sobering statistics about the amount of time, let's go back a couple of years, it took to resolve these issues. Huge delays just in terms of getting an initial response acknowledging the complaint initially. That those timeframes have been, there's been a lot of work done in DRS to tighten that up and to get the process moving more quickly. So my first question to you is, have you observed that, or is that not your observation, that it's getting better in terms of timeliness of response?
I think it depends on the type of case. I will tell you that most issues are resolved within a year. So the bill that we've put forward is to address those exceptions, not the rule. It tends to be the more complex cases, the higher value cases that they let sit there for a long time. So I'm going to tell you that I don't think that we have ever had a ton of cases where people go have the cases sit forever. I think that the majority of cases are resolved within a year. Whether or not that has improved, is better now or not, I can't say. I'm sorry, it's been a really difficult tax season. And so our members are still filing taxes because of the issues and the extensions due to the DRS not handing out the forms in a timely manner. So I was not able to get anybody here because they're desperately trying to get returns still filed today. So I don't have somebody here. I can get back to you on that, but I will tell you that I do know that the bulk of claims are handled within a year. How much better it is, I cannot say if it's better at all or substantially. I've not heard people saying, oh, wow, it's getting much better. Never heard that.
And I also have heard, for example, the DRS is down to a single assessor statewide, a field person. Which,
So
my point is, there is a significant, in my view, staffing issue at DRS, which needs attention in order to make sure that taxpayers are getting adequate, response and a timely response, and that these things get resolved more quickly. I think I've heard little disagreement on that one, but if you
I think that you raise, I think that's an important issue to raise because there are a lot of things that could be done to reduce the number of disagreements, contested cases, to move things along by simplifying the system. And one of those things that used to happen for a long time, it happened under Commissioner Pam Law, Jean Gavin, Kevin Sullivan, is that DRS used to meet with the stakeholders. So they'd meet with the Bar Association and the CPA community. There'd be a representative would go and talk about the issues where we needed, for example, guidance. That was incredibly helpful. And when we had that happen, we could identify areas where clarification was needed. And then after those questions were drafted, or raised with the Department of Revenue Services, there'd be follow-up to say, okay, this is what we've drafted. Does this address your questions or the confusion? And it worked well for decades. That no longer happens. And that was something that significantly reduced the amount of confusion and the number of contested claims. That request has been made repeatedly. It did with the pass-through entity provisions after those passed. But unfortunately, we've not been able to get that guidance. But I would tell you, guidance would significantly reduce the number of audits or the need for more individuals in that case. The measure that we put forward on bond amortization for the out-of-state bonds, that's another one that It requires an override of the system now under our current law. So the tax practitioners have to go in and override the software systems, or they have to manually make those modifications. And we've got people that have had to file 5 additional forms to meet the way Connecticut handles that process now. And it's not for a lot of money. So say we had worst case scenario when someone did something incorrectly. I asked for an example, and this is an extreme one, but I asked for one with rounded numbers so that it would be easier for me. But say someone had $1 million worth of municipal bonds, and they were from Connecticut, New York, and Massachusetts. After going through all the process and finding that somebody was wrong, did not handle it properly, the state would only be getting $200 to $300. If we fixed it, it would save a ton of money because the amount and time in terms of effort that DRS has to put in to finding that confusing thing was not handled in the right manner is far exceeds the time it took them to follow the policy and check everything out. I had a practitioner say to me yesterday, we just finished with an audit, and on this bond amortization, it was found on our client's behalf. And literally a week later, we got another notice for an audit on the same issue for this year. How much time and effort is going to go into this? This is crazy. Let's just simplify the system. It's not a big dollar amount in terms of the tax revenue, but it is a significant amount of time, both on the part of DRS and on the part of practitioners to try to address it. So let's simplify it and reduce the amount of time that's needed. A lot of what goes on at DRS, or because of the statutes, I'm not saying that it's all DRS's fault, is because of the complexity of our statutes. And therefore, where possible, whether it be on audit appeals or on bond amortization or anything, we would strongly encourage simplification of the statutes because it reduces the amount of confusion, therefore the amount of contested claims, and therefore makes everything much easier. It's simpler, it's more transparent, it's fairer, everyone knows what they're doing and why.
I definitely hear you on simplification. I think you'll get a lot of people, a lot of support for that here. The challenge often is that we make things, and I have myself, despite being on the record for simplifying, agreed to make things more complicated in the interest of fairness and equity. As you know, often in order to make a system more fair, sometimes we do make it more complex. But one final, just quick question is, you make specific suggestions here about particular guidance that that the DRS could provide that would be helpful. Is that in your written testimony, or have you submitted? You have submitted written testimony, but I didn't see that.
I did. What I just talked about was I am happy to submit something telling you where we think that guidance could be issued, and
that would be very helpful. We would appreciate that.
I just like to make it clear that's not specific to just the issues in the bill, though. There's many opportunities for that. So when I submit something to you, it'll be a little bit broader.
That's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for? No? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to skip the next one because he's not yet available. Tim Schneider. Schneider, yeah, online.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Distinguished chairs, members of Finance, Revenue, and Bond Committee. My name is Tim Schneider, and I am one of the founders and retired owner of Earthlight Technologies in Ellington, Connecticut. I'm here today to speak in opposition to SB 1560. For the past 17 years, Earthlight has been involved in energy efficiency, residential and commercial solar, solar storage, and EV chargers. And we have built up a great company of over 150 employees, mostly of all your constituents. These are good jobs: licensed electricians, apprentices, salespeople, accountants, carpenters, administration folks, C-level people, as well as installers, laborers, etc. Almost all of them have families that they support and love. We have installed solar on thousands of home and commercial buildings in Connecticut. The solar industry in Connecticut has grown nicely, and it's benefiting tens of thousands of customers every year, as well as providing jobs for thousands of people. Every year between March and May, or March and June, we spend hours testifying in front of different committees on all of the different solar bills that come through, mostly at the Energy and Technology Committee or Labor or Commerce Committees. It is a stressful time, but we have found most everyone in this building to be reasonable, and in the end, we seem to work through it all. Now, suddenly in the middle of April, a potential bomb has been dropped on the solar industry, which is this new bill, SB 1560. As an owner, a taxpayer, as a Connecticut resident, we strongly oppose this bill. Without a doubt, if this bill is passed, it will put us, as well as most solar companies, completely out of business. We have seen this similar effect in California when they implemented NEM 3.0. It was a complete disaster. It was a complete disaster to the entire solar industry in California. We're not only waiting to see what the federal government will be doing to the solar industry with the ITC tax credit, etc., but now we have to lay awake at night and think about the demise of net metering, other subjects in this bill that will kill our industry. There are probably some things in this bill that would warrant investigating, studying, and maybe even implementing down the road. But this bill is being thrown out there way too fast, without any study, without counting the cost of the consequences to the public, to the solar customers, or to the solar industry. On top of that, the renewable goals the state of Connecticut has set in place will also be unreachable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
Okay.
Next up, we have Ed Merrick.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ed Merrick. I'm a corporate vice president at Trinity Solar. I'm testifying on Senate Bill 1560. We are an independent solar company that started installing solar in 2004 with just 35 employees. Since that time, we installed our first project in Connecticut in 2010, and we've grown to become the third largest residential solar installer in the nation and the largest solar installer in Connecticut. Since 2010, we've installed over 30,000 solar systems in Connecticut, making it one of the biggest states that we operate in. Operating out of Cheshire, we currently employ 496 Connecticut residents. We urge the committee to oppose this bill. As the previous speaker spoke about, this will decimate and destroy the solar market in the state. The implications of that are that the state will not meet its RPS goals, which from our perspective is a minor implication. The much broader one is we will not be able to provide a means for homeowners to save on their electricity, which is solar is really one of the foundational ways that they can save on their electricity today. And it's not only that there's a myth that solar is for the rich. It is not for the rich. I would say we serve a considerable amount of low to moderate income and customers, homeowners, and they can save on electricity bills as well. And then lastly, if this bill were to pass, it will decimate the solar industry. There will be a lot of companies that go bankrupt, and this will be leaving homeowners without anybody to service their existing systems that are installed. So companies that are only based in Connecticut will be significantly impacted. The timing of the bill is poor as well, because as an industry, we're fighting a lot of incentive issues. Certainly at the federal level, the Trump administration is looking at repealing the ITC, which is a 30% investment tax credit on solar. We are concerned about that repeal, but the combination of that with this bill will kill solar in Connecticut. Thank you. Those are my comments. We have provided written comments as well.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks again for joining us. Next up, Amor Rosario and Cara Passaro. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Sorry, I'm a little short, so it's a little hard to.
We can see you. Welcome.
Good morning, co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Finance Committee. I'm Assistant Attorney General Amor Rosario, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. HB 7275 makes crucial updates to our existing statutes that reflects the rapid evolution of tobacco products in the past decade. However, we are here to underscore the importance of expanding the definition of tobacco products as proposed in our written testimony. To understand why such a change is crucial, it is important to understand that nicotine has always driven tobacco consumption. Nicotine is what addicts tobacco users, and nicotine has harmful effects on the developing brain of teenagers. Until recently, synthetic nicotine was prohibitively expensive to manufacture. But now high-potency nicotine products sold in youth-friendly flavors flood the marketplace. In 2022, the federal government expanded the definition of tobacco products to ensure that products that contain synthetic nicotine are subject to the same federal laws, including minimum age and FDA regulations, as products containing or derived from tobacco. As of today, no synthetic nicotine product has received a marketing authorization order from the FDA. Now, companies are introducing vapes and oral products that use nicotine analogs. These are substances that are chemically distinct from nicotine, but function like nicotine, in an effort to bypass federal law and regulations. And we have no idea what the short or long-term health effects of using such products are. Unfortunately, Connecticut's tobacco product definition has not kept up with market innovations. As the illustration in our written testimony shows, products that are virtually identical are subject to different laws. This is why it is imperative that the definition of tobacco products be expanded to close loopholes that allow synthetic nicotine and nicotine analog products to be sold without the same age restrictions and taxes. Taxes are a proven way to reduce youth usage, and taxation should be equivalent for products that have the same addiction consequences. Expanding the definition would also bring clarity to Connecticut law and simplify enforcement of our tax system. All untaxed cigarettes and other tobacco products are contraband and subject to seizure by law enforcement. However, currently, there is no effective way for law enforcement to determine the legal status of these indistinguishable products. To be clear, none of these oral nicotine pouches are approved as a smoking cessation aid or nicotine replacement therapy, and our proposal would exempt any federally approved cessation aids or NRTs. We respectfully request that this committee expand the definition of tobacco products to bring clarity to the market, ensure that new products will be regulated and taxed the same, and prevent youth access to these highly addictive products. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything? No. I have a quick question for you on the data here. This is a question I asked an earlier speaker. Do you have any data on this? Is particularly with respect to the nicotine, synthetic nicotine or tobacco derived nicotine, pouch products. Do you have data on? Have you seen data on the usage of those products and who's using them?
Well, I believe as the previous speaker testified, the data reflects that youth use has doubled in the past few years.
Okay. She was going to submit that. And then I think you just mentioned that we have no idea of their health effects. Has no one studied their health effects?
So with respect to nicotine analogs, we have no idea of their health effects. With respect to nicotine pouches, we know that nicotine itself, while not a direct carcinogen, it can act as a tumor promoter, which means that it makes cancer more aggressive. Nicotine itself also increases blood pressure and heart rate, so it has an effect on the cardiovascular system. And while we do not know the long-term effects of use of nicotine pouches, we do know that oral pouches can cause a range of oral health problems. And many pouches have been found to contain ingredients that are themselves carcinogens. I apologize.
Right. So any data that you have, you could submit that as part of your written testimony. That would be really helpful. Great, thank you. Any other questions for, yes, Representative Yacarino?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second time. Thank you for your testimony. I agree with the cigarette aspect and the vaping aspect, because the cigarette boxes have a ban on them, they're federally stamped, I believe. So cigars don't. Cigars, there's no real medical evidence, unless you chew them, like what a representative with District 105 said, if you chew them all day, yes, you could potentially get gum cancer or mouth cancer. But that's if you excess and you chew them all day. But the casual smoker, there is no medical evidence whatsoever in our country or in the world for that matter that's cigars, and cigars are individually wrapped or boxed. They're not stamped like a cigarette box or a vaping box. So I would hope, I know where you're going and I understand that. I appreciate that. But I think going to all tobacco products, cigars, and I'll be honest, I don't smoke a lot of them. But the fact is, you're going to negatively impact, I think, a lot of businesses and a lot of people that casually smoke them. Now, they chew them all day. Like I said, I think medical evidence might show mouth cancer. But that's if you have to chew tobacco or chew cigars all day. So that's all I'm saying, and I appreciate Ruth, but I would rethink, because there are a couple of businesses in Connecticut that they solely, they rely on shipping back and forth. And if you ship cigarettes now, currently, I don't think it's legal to ship cigarettes through the mail, if I'm not mistaken. Right? So, am I right?
Correct.
So my point is, we're going after something that's already not legal. That's all. So thank you. If you want to respond, that's fine. Yeah.
Sure. So our office has similarly heard some concerns from the cigar retailers in the state. And we would like the opportunity to propose or draft language that would assure compliance with our age regulations in the state, while also permitting Connecticut licensed tobacco retailers to ship to adult Connecticut consumers. And I think there's a way that we could do that.
I appreciate that. Thank you both for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Clotis Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam
Ranking
Chair.
Member on the Public Health Committee.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here today. And to the good representative from the 87th, I didn't make the comment about chewing tobacco. I had sent him an article from Johns Hopkins that clearly states, and I'm going to quote it, all tobacco products, including cigarettes, cigars, pipe tobacco, chewing tobacco, and snuff contain the following: poisonous substances, toxins like cyanide, lead, and arsenic, known cancer-causing agents like carcinogens, as we know, and there are at least 70 carcinogens in tobacco smoke. So even if it's not getting into your lungs, which we know we can't guarantee that nothing will get in it, it's still in your mouth and could get down into your throat. And the studies have shown that they do cause mouth cancer. So I just wanted to get that straight on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, ladies, for being here today.
Thank you. Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning still. I don't think any of us can go through a day if we watch anything on television or even online where we're not bombarded by commercial after commercial of some breakthrough drug for various ailments, diseases, what have you. And I guess required by law, they have to state what the side effects are. And sometimes those side effects take up more than half that commercial. But yet people take those drugs. Maybe people in this room. I'm sure people in this room. I'm sure people up here. Just because of the prevalence and the advances in medicine. And so today you're asking that we restore language that would say for nicotine that should be taxed. We know, and I have voted for every single tax increase on cigarettes in all my 39 years in this building. Millions and millions of dollars in taxation with the belief that would have an effect on people not starting to smoke. I hope it's had an effect. I know people who smoke are paying a lot per pack, enormous amount. I don't know how they do it. But that's the addiction. But the addiction is the nicotine. It's not the tobacco, but tobacco is what has caused the cancer. And if now there are products that can help people get off this I have a sugar habit. I can't beat it. I don't care what I do. I can't beat it. It calls my name throughout the day. I can't imagine what it'd be like to be a smoker. And I say that respectfully for all smokers here. And my friends and my colleagues, those in this building who know, I don't harass anyone. I don't chastise anyone, but I let them know that I hope they could quit. And I don't know how many are successful at that. And if there's a product that can help someone get off of cigarette smoking, yep, side effects, just like, cholesterol drugs have side effects, blood pressure, things that many people take, and many other things for diabetes or whatever, many of them have extensive side effects, but people are looking to be healthier. And if, from my standpoint, to help someone get off of cigarettes, unquestionably cancer causing, I'm not going to support putting a tax on that product that aids people in that regard. Would I like a perfect world? I would love a perfect world where we can say, here's the pill, and you'll never smoke another cigarette again. When that happens, I'll be glad to support it fully. But I'm, a friend of mine likes to say more is never enough. And I feel that way today about this initiative, is that what started as, and by the way, we love the revenue. We love the revenue that cigarette taxation brings us. A former colleague of mine was sadly passed away because of cigarette smoking. He used to say, you guys love to tax cigarettes. You say it's because you don't want people smoking, but you don't want to give up that revenue. And I just wish that we could stay focused on what you started with, which is, this federal, all the revenue that we get. By the way, we spend virtually nothing of it on cessation. We spend it in the budget. We're hypocrites. And I say we because I'm part of it. If we're serious about what you're testifying on today, then we should have, stronger arguments would have been made by very influential people, maybe some in your office, to say we ought to spend more of that money on getting people to quit smoking. Sorry for the monologue, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Any further questions? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Joshua Kekak.
Hey, how you doing, Miss? So good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua Kekak, and I'm actually the owner of Solarship Corp, which is a local solar and roofing company here right in Wethersfield, Connecticut. I've been involved in solar for 11 years at this point. Our solar division employs about 20 people directly, and our roofing division employs an additional 17 for a total of 37. It's no secret that we're using more and more electricity as time goes on. Our electronics and electric vehicles are already exceeding the available electric of which is being supplied. Connecticut itself has one of the oldest grids in the country, and the physical grid itself is already overtaxed. My understanding is that we in the solar industry are helping to support the utilities with a very symbiotic relationship in which we are trying to reduce loads on an aging grid that has to be maintained. With that said, we're trying to support the grid to not have to go up as much as possible, and I'll explain what I mean by that. This bill that's proposed, 1560, would negate the savings of the homeowner who goes solar and would actually stop solar installations pretty much overall in the state of Connecticut, which would only accelerate this growing problem, which would force the utilities to raise rates faster to offset the lack of support to fix this. One of the concepts of solar is to be able to supply power locally so that there's not as much being lost in long distance transmission. By producing the electricity right at the homeowner's roof and supplying their neighbors, as opposed to having to transmit electricity over long distances, whereas you actually lose electricity through the lines, is the very process which is helping to keep rates down. Batteries are another way of which this should be helping to keep the rates down for the utility in the state of Connecticut. There are currently programs, whereas during times of effectively high loads, batteries can be drained up to 80% to supply the local homeowners electricity who don't have solar. That's one of the things that's here to stop the long distance transmission. Whereas, let's say you put 1,000 kilowatt hours into the end of the line in 100 miles away, plus 1,000 doesn't come out. It actually dissipates through the line. When you're just doing this side by side with homes, it's very effective in keeping the costs down. Beyond which, solar directly benefits people who are struggling here in the state of Connecticut. If I had more time, I could share with you a couple stories of which I've literally had, and I mean quite literally, had people break down and cry about the savings of which they could experience, because it's no secret that most people live paycheck to paycheck here. And this gets exacerbated during times of super high bills, being electric bills that spike in the summertime. This bill 1560 would not only not do anything to help the normal utility rates to come down, but would shut down a viable option in which people have to financially support their families to keep more money in their pockets. My understanding of this bill is that the idea is to use some of the credits of which the solar is producing to offset utility rates. However, all currently
You have reached
installed.
3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
Oh, yep, you got it. The current bill would not actually be affecting any systems of which are currently installed. It would only be new systems, meaning if you stop all of the solar installs in the state of Connecticut by making something that's not financially advantageous for people, we're not going to get any more funding with this to help people. It would just hurt Connecticut homeowners more.
Thank you. Please feel free to augment your written testimony if you have additional things to add. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
All right. Thank you, Miss.
Next up, we have Stephen Pelton.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
We can't hear you.
There we
The
go.
red light tells you you're on.
Thank you. I'm not used to doing this. Chairs Fonfara and Horn and members of the Finance Committee and Bonding Committee. As CEO of Eagle Smart Home Services, I oppose 1560. I represent 25 people who do work in the energy audits and home energy solutions and income eligible programs, where we also install insulation, HVAC, windows, changing everything. Now leads to uncertainty and no real benefits that we can see. In 2012, we started to offer solar when it made sense for homeowners who wanted to own and not lease solar. We worked with the Green Bank on financing programs that benefit the homeowners and keep money in Connecticut. Now all that work is at risk due to this bill. The actions of PURA took on 3/12/2020 to protect people from shutoffs led to the $171 million, which is being recaptured now by Eversource. And that increase has averaged $38 per estimates per bill. And those charges end 2 weeks from now. So bills will go down without anything happening in 2 weeks after Eversource finishes this arrears recapture. Since the arrears repayments will be completed shortly, trying to change how great programs in Connecticut are funded is a poor choice. This destabilizes the clean energy funding and allows for more securitization battles every year just to make sure employees are working in the industry. Everyone in the industry is nervous about their job and business owners are afraid to invest and grow. So it's problematic. SB 1560 has a goal to reduce rates, but that's already going to happen in 14 days. The removal of the credit for solar against the delivery charge will decimate the solar industry and hurt anyone who goes solar if this is passed. Trying to get a good ROI for customers is hard enough now, and it's based on the blended KWH rate. And if that blended rate has the delivery charge moved, solar will not be a viable business venture in Connecticut, and it will put people out of business. So my suggestion is to vote this bill down because rates will be coming down shortly. The bill simply disrupts industries that are growing with battery storage and decreasing peak demand with solar. We no longer hear about rolling brownouts anymore on the ISO reports, ISO income reports. Due to all this, energy efficiency and solar programs in this bill, if this bill is out to pass, solar companies will go out of business and people will lose their jobs. That's pretty much the crux of it. We don't want to see that happen. We've got a lot invested and we would like to continue doing business in what we're doing now. And we understand that this is the end of the session. If you guys pass this through, that does give business as much time to react. I would punt till next year and kind of get a good idea of what's going on. Because this is end of the session. You've got a lot of businesses, a lot of people I've already heard that are going to lose their jobs if this goes forward. And I think that you just can't jam this in at the end without enough debate and without enough research and not enough just studying on everything else. So we're concerned about our business. And I'm here today in person to say we're concerned about our business. We're concerned about our employees. We don't see a viable path for solar if this goes into effect July 1st. We're not going to be able to sell more solar, and we'll not be able to service the solar customers we have because we won't be able to keep the amount of people employed for just service, and it'll affect our overall bills. So that's it.
Thank you. I think you said at the beginning that you represent people who do, or you do energy audit work.
Oh yeah, we do energy audits for the HES program, Home Energy Solutions and Home Energy Solutions Income Eligible program. So we find all the gas leaks, we do everything else. So when you start taking away the combined public benefit charge and the funding goes to bonding, I've been here before for securitization battles where we've had to like reduce our crews and everything that goes along with it. And we're afraid of that happening again. Right now, it's a reliable funding source through the combined public benefit charge that funds the programs. It works out well. I mean, if you guys want to revisit it next session, that's fine, but the audits are great. They reduce energy usage. They help the goals of Connecticut. They help people realize what the benefits are for energy efficiency. They get quotes on things like solar, insulation. They get rebates and incentives to help them with their house. And we also identify mold, asbestos, a whole bunch of other issues with the home that can help the customer get a more healthy home. All these healthy home initiatives and energy audits that you guys have wanted to push, we're all in, and a lot of other companies are also. And we're trying to make sure that those stay in place and they're not just, blown off because of whatever reason we're doing now. I don't know what it is, but it seems like solar is trying to be killed at this point to me.
Thank you. I have had directed a number of constituents to the home energy audits, and they've saved them considerable money. Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you read the bill?
I read the synopsis of the bill from Mike Trahan and company, basically saying that you're just going to go to green bonds as opposed to the combined public benefit charge, and that the solar will reduce or remove the credit for the delivery and only give you the credit for the supply. So with a blended rate for the bills, you'll have a very low rate per kilowatt hour, which won't be cash flow positive for the customer, even with a tax credit now. So you'll have leasing companies that'll just not gouge people, but sell it at a higher rate to make money. And then if someone goes to try to sell their house and the new person doesn't want to assume that solar lease, they'll have to buy the thing out for outrageous amounts of money.
Right. But you commented on, you made the statement that the audit program will be blown out. I think that was.
No, the audit program is just going to put in jeopardy because the funding goes from a stable combined public benefit charge to the legislature controlled green bonds, from my understanding. I might misunderstand that.
Legislature controls everything, my friend.
I get it. But the public benefit charge is pretty stable, and we haven't had to come up here to look at securitization anytime in the last 5 years, I think 6 years. So we're concerned about that. The budget is stable now, but going forward, it always kind of puts a question mark. And when we're directed as a company to comprehensively address homes.
The audit program will not be securitized.
What's that?
The audit program will not be securitized.
Oh, no, but the funding for it has in the past.
That's not the issue in the bill.
I understand that. But as far as the audit programs go, we are concerned anytime you start messing around with the money for that's funding the program, so the combined public benefit charge. So that is being pulled back, my understanding.
The money is not in jeopardy.
Okay, well, that helps me with the home energy solutions, but now the solar guys are going to have to worry about their jobs. So we don't want solar people to lose money. We don't want to be able to not service our customers. And we see value in solar. We see no more rolling brownouts, and there's a lot of benefits to solar. So it's just a matter of, taking a deep breath right now. And I think you just punt on this and you take a look at whether or not it's viable to kill a business within a month and a half and put about, I don't know how many people in Connecticut work in solar. But if you take that away and make it effective July 1st, which I think is the case, then I think you have a whole bunch of solar companies that are going out of business pretty darn quick. You've got suppliers like CED in Connecticut, Rexel, and a whole bunch of others that aren't going to be selling as much. You're going to lose tax revenue. So to me, it's unreasonable to jam this in at the end of the session without a little more debate. Could the programs be a little bit better? Could they be changed? Could they be affected and grow? Sure.
You are here at a public hearing.
Yep.
You have and others have the ability to voice your positions. You're doing that. When you say
Right.
jamming something at the end of the session, you're at a public hearing.
Yes. Yeah. This is the first public hearing. I think the bill was introduced 2 weeks ago. I've only heard about this a couple of days ago when I got an email. So I'm not sure when it was introduced, but it sure seems like it's end of session. It sure seems like it just get it done. We'll push it through. And this is the last, I think, meeting you have like this for the year. My understanding, I don't know. Last open session, last possibility.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Stephen.
Hello.
I just wanted to thank you for coming today. Good to see you. I just have a couple questions. One of the things I think I'm hearing is particularly on the July 1st date piece. And I was curious, for you as you're articulating some of the losses to your business, are there concerns about certain projects that you already have underway that would be interrupted, or certain, contracts you're trying to pursue that would be interrupted because of that quick timeline?
It'll be more future sales. We have a regular payroll of people. All of a sudden you change the matrix where the sales will drop as of July 1st if this is enacted. And then you don't have the ability to actually keep those people. Salespeople can't sell, so you lose salespeople. We don't have the work after a while, so people go to other industries. So you've got a growing industry. You've got a pretty mature installer base in Connecticut that does solar right now. You put that in jeopardy, you're just going to be left with like a dozen or two companies that are going to be doing solar repair because it's not profitable to do solar. You might get some people that do solar leasing, but that's going to be very expensive to the homeowner if you actually look at the cost. And a lot of people don't look at the cost of leasing versus the cost of ownership. So if your cash flow positive is great, but it's not going to be a viable business to be into. And then that's pretty much going to kill the industry, in my humble opinion.
Thank you for that. And because you've obviously worked with customers and in this industry for a while, I'm curious, because this bill is a part of a lot of the debate we're having this session about how we really can reduce charges for consumers and improve energy efficiency. Is there anything, you think as a legislature we should be additionally focusing on, to increase that energy efficiency approach that you're trying to pursue with your own business?
Yeah, I mean, batteries are coming out and solar's coming out, but we are doing it now through the Home Energy Solutions program, where we go into a house and they've got a hot water heater that's like 8 years old that uses 4,500 kilowatt hours per year. Heat pump hot water heaters with incentives, they use 1,200 kilowatt hours a year. Now, what that means is the 1,200 one per year uses about $250, $300 a year. That the 4,500 one uses closer to $1,000, $1,200. So when you start saving that monthly, then also you include the insulation after the air sealing. You're saving on your heating bills and your cooling bills with the energy audit program. So that is doing it. Expand the energy audit programs, and then the incentives that are the highest return on investment incentives, which would be insulation, maybe advanced duct sealing and HVAC units that include gas heated units. That's been removed this last year. All it is electric heat pumps. So with high efficient gas, that will be helpful to get people a little more in line. It'll reduce their costs and make it a more comfortable situation. In Connecticut, gas is a little better than the electric heat pumps, but heat pumps are still good. But in certain cases they're not. So I guess to answer your question, to reduce your house, you really need to assess the house, which is the audit program. And then you need to look at the top ways to save based on return on investment. And then you need to kind of walk through the financing like the Green Bank has, which is all the Green Bank, the Smarty loans and all the low interest loans. We've got the 0% 3 years for $3,000 for the micro loan. That could take care of things like heat pump and water heaters. A lot of these things exist, but a lot of people don't know about them. So we would try to help people with more advertising, a little more direct incentives on the stuff that makes a difference, pull incentives back on things that don't make a difference, and just go for the high ROI stuff that really, makes an impact, like hot water heaters.
Thank you. Thank you for those illuminating us who aren't in the industry. I appreciate it, Stephen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further, Representative Winter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. To go back to your point about the green bond.
Yes.
To summarize your concern is your concern is that by taking this stable funding source off of the electric bill and moving it over to bonding, that we're putting that funding source subject to the state's bonding cap and then in competition with other priorities, whether they be state infrastructure priorities or local projects. Is that fair to say?
You said it much better than I did.
Okay. So
yes. Yeah. Yes. We're concerned that the funding would be, questionable sometimes. And then we would be bouncing in and out of a program. We have equipment, we have trucks, we have loans, we have everything else. And then all of a sudden you cut that down. You can't make your basic loans, your payroll, your vehicles, your insurance, because you have these contracts. You rip the rug right underneath you. You got a bankrupt company. We don't want to see that happen. There's got to be some thought put behind this before things change.
And that prevents your ability to plan and make those investments and long-term decisions.
Yeah, it makes you think twice before you sign a contract for a lease. It's like, what am I doing? Or a building or, anything it might be. The cars, vehicles. Yes. And any sort of capital expenditure at that point would be a question mark unless it's stable. Then for sure the funding is going to be there.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I was just wondering, because I noted that you're a builder, could you tell us about the other uncertainties and challenges you are kind of facing now over the next several months with what's going on with trades and tariffs?
Well, the trades and tariffs really don't affect us. We do more remodeling than building at this point. So as far as the remodeling goes, it's going to be just windows that are here made locally, insulation, which is ground locally up in Massachusetts. So we don't have, it doesn't affect us at this point. So.
Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, I'm listening to the debate back and forth. Thanks for being here testifying. I think the whole goal is to have clarity and sunshine and seeing where the money's going. Not that anybody's taking anything away from your industries. I think it's more of being auditing, potentially seeing exactly where the taxpayer dollars are going. I don't think that your program is going to get cut. That's the way I'm reading it.
Well, if you look at the solar portion of the whole thing, when you strip away the benefit of having the delivery charge offset for solar, at that point, that money's going somewhere. People are paying for it. So that's fine. Probably Eversource, whoever it might be. But that money coming out of solar does strip the money out of solar and cause things to be cash flow negative. And then you lose instant money that you built from the sales because you don't get sales.
Does the Green Bank's not disbanded though?
The Green Bank's not disbanded, no, okay. But if people, why even have a bank if you have no customers that can go there?
I'm not sure if that's the case. I don't think that's the intent.
Well, the intent is might not be that way, but the result of killing that, if this 1560 passes through, you kill solar. So you kill a majority of what the Green Bank does. My apologies for overtalking.
I think it's the intent is to lower the rates, the ratepayers, lower the cost of energy, be more efficient, and still have solar. Solar is part of the equation. I just think it's more of efficiency. So the debate will continue, but I don't think that. I understand you have angst, but I don't think that the intent is just to dismantle the solar industry or your industry.
Well,
I think
yes, I do have angst, by the way.
You've had a good run, and I think you'll continue to have a good run, but it's still the taxpayer's dollars. That's all I'm saying.
It's right. It's taxpayer dollars, ratepayer dollars that are coming through, and it's your choice what you want to do. But if you make something that's not affordable, you're going to lose business, and then you lose companies that are in that business, and then you lose the tax dollars from those companies. So it's one big happy circle, in my humble opinion.
I appreciate that. I think if there's a need of solar, and there's definitely a need for it, I think it's not going away. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming, Stephen. I share your concern about rejiggering a plan that's been in effect for a long time in 6 weeks and creating a new agency. But I appreciate that you've said that there's some fine tuning that needs to be done. And the Energy Committee is trying to work on that with DEEP to make this more efficient, more cost effective. There are some overselling techniques that go on by some of the players in the industry. But I do, I think it's really important that you're emphasizing the certainty. We don't redo things haphazardly or quickly and change the model overnight without disrupting something. And we are seeing that nationally now, whether people, want to acknowledge it, the volatility in the markets, bond and stock are a function of sort of, let's come up with an idea and shoot it out there and make it law. My feeling here is that this, there might be some excellent concepts in this bill. I appreciate the proponents' hard work on it, but I also think it needs some vetting, and I'm hearing that from you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we're happy to assist the industry and any companies, I'm sure that we're here. We'll be happy to assist in any way, shape, manner, or form.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again for being with us. Next up, we have Zachary McKean. Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Zachary McEwen. I'm an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. I'm here to testify on HB 7276, an act concerning the Municipal Employees Retirement System, which would create a MERS 2.0 within the Municipal Employees Retirement System. I want to start off by saying that while CCM has some questions about the fiscal implications of the proposed legislation, we are strongly encouraged that a new tier within the MERS system is being considered and that collaborative discussions between the Comptroller's office, labor representatives, and municipalities are ongoing. When talking about MERS, I think it's important to give some context on some of the challenges that municipalities are currently facing with the towns that are participating in CMERS. As I'm sure most of you know, CMERS is a public pension plan administered by the state of Connecticut, and it is funded solely through the municipal employer contributions, employee contributions, and also investment earnings. Any changes to CMERS would have to be enacted through the state legislature. Well, the state has repeatedly revised its own retirement plans, introducing new tiers in 1984, 1997, 2011, and 2018. It has yet to make a new tier within the municipal system. And within the parameters set by state statute for CMERS, employer costs have raised rapidly. For example, towns have been paying in excess of 25% of payroll for benefit costs over the last couple of years. And employer contribution rates have rose 75% between 2017 and 2022. So I think there's an understanding that currently towns are being hit pretty hard with the employer contribution rates. So the biggest change within this bill that CCM does support, first, there is a creation of a new tier, and it would apply to all new employees who currently participate in CMERS or towns that collectively bargain to go into CMERS. The biggest change is the pension calculation adjustment, which would exclude overtime within the pension calculation. However, employees would still earn a retirement benefit on overtime earnings through a 401k style plan with an employer match. While CCM supports removing overtime pension calculations, we are concerned with some of the 401k style plan that it does not have OT caps on the amount of OT that would be subjected to the employer match. We believe that some of the goals of this bill really seek to provide fiscal stability and predictability within the system, and also to help preserve the retirement benefit program. And I think another goal that is important to point out is that hopefully this system becomes more viable for option for towns that are currently not in CMERS to join CMERS.
Please summarize.
So there's a lot of other provisions within the bill, and CCM would like to see an independent and actuarial analysis to see how the changes in the bill would affect the fiscal stability in the system and also the employer's costs. But we do thank the Comptroller's office for bringing the interested parties together. We review that this bill is a positive step in the right direction, and we look forward to continuing conversations with all parties involved. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm what I believe you said, which is that you are, the Comptroller's office you are part of the conversations with the Comptroller's office over this.
Yeah, so my understanding is that there is a committee that has both labor and also municipalities represented, and through conversations with the Comptroller's office, there is trying to be a framework which would work for all parties.
Great, thank you. Any Representative Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. In your testimony, you said that this would apply to all employees that are currently enrolled in the CMERS plan.
So the bill as it's laid out right now would be new employees coming into CMERS that are hired. And I believe the date is 2026 of July. And then towns that collectively bargain to join the CMERS system, it would apply to all those employees too. So the current employees right now would not be affected.
Okay.
Is my understanding.
And in this new plan, it would not, the pension would not include overtime?
Yeah, so right now, the bill's parameters, it would take overtime out of the pension calculation. And there would be a new plan created, a defined contribution plan, in which there would be an employer match on those overtime, that overtime costs with an employer match, and that would be defined contribution. So it would shift it into a DC plan.
Okay, so in that plan, an employee would pay a certain percentage on their overtime wages.
Yep, and then the employer would match it.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any more questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Samantha Danowski.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, co-chairs Bonfera and Horn, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Sam Danowski. I'm the State Director of Sierra Club's Connecticut chapter. And I'm here today to oppose Senate Bill 1560. And we have three main areas of concern and reasons why we are opposing this bill. The first is the establishment of a brand new quasi-public agency, the Connecticut Energy Procurement Authority, that would largely duplicate powers that already exist at Pura and Deep. And new duties that are contemplated in the bill could be done by those existing agencies. We believe the establishment of this new agency would add costs and add confusion, and instead, new work and new initiatives should be done through our existing agencies. We also oppose Section 12 of the bill that would redefine Class 1 renewables in the renewable portfolio standard to include all existing nuclear generation. This would have the effect of overwhelming the RPS with mature nuclear generation and squeeze out the 100% renewable resources that the RPS was designed to support. And we don't want to see renewables hobbled at a time when we really need to be bringing them online to meet our state goals. And finally, we are concerned about eliminating system benefit charges and replacing them with bonding for some of the reasons that we've already heard today. We appreciate the attempt to make sure that the key programs that are under the system benefit charges would be an attempt to fund them, but we know that between the bonding cap and the competition for bonding with other critical infrastructure projects, that I think there's a big question as to whether that's a sustainable and stable source for important programs like the energy efficiency program and renewable programs. So again, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to testify and for you to hear our concerns.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Sam. You and I have had many, sometimes heated conversations about where we should be going on some of this stuff, but I appreciate your testimony and I share all of your concerns. As I said before to Stephen, these programs, although sometimes need to be rethought, do need a thoughtful approach and certainty in order to make them work so that we achieve our goals, especially agree with the Class 1 piece. I think that would squeeze everything out and is not the right way to do it. So thank you for being a fierce advocate for the cause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. Betsy Gara.
Thank you, Senator Fanfare, Representative Horn, members of the committee. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns. We represent 115 municipalities throughout Connecticut, and I have submitted testimony on House Bill 7276 regarding the Connecticut Municipal Employees Retirement System. I'll just quickly summarize that. I know that Stephen Stefano from the town of Manchester and Zach McCune from CCM outlined some of the historical challenges that municipalities have had with respect to SEMERS and the progress that the Comptroller, Sean Scanlon, has made in addressing some of these. One of the most notable things that they have done is to establish a Connecticut Municipal Employees Retirement Commission to provide municipalities and labor with a seat at the table to ensure that there's a mechanism for discussing these changes, from reviewing the actuarial impact of proposed changes, and for addressing some of these going forward to make sure that the system remains viable and sustainable. So we do support the intent of the bill. I'm at a little bit of a loss because cost representative on the commission is Michael Frieda, the first selectman of the town of North Haven. He's also our president. And as you may have heard in the news, he's recovering at home, fortunately, from a very serious illness. So I am still awaiting input from our members, but we do appreciate that the bill establishes a retirement plan tier for new hires. That's something that we feel that is important. It is comparable to how they've managed some of the state employee pension issues. It also requires the comptroller to develop a defined contribution option for towns. And again, I think that this is an important step to making this a more sustainable program for municipality. And I do want to stress that this bill allows rather than requires municipalities to join CMERS. There is another bill pending before the legislature, not from this committee, but from another committee that would mandate that municipalities provide CMERS as a retirement benefit or a comparable plan. And we do have concerns about that because there are some cost issues that we are concerned would overwhelm some of our municipalities. So again, we are awaiting additional input. Like CCM, we do urge lawmakers to request an actuarial analysis given the complexity of some of these issues. And then just briefly, we did submit testimony in support of the changes to the homestead tax exemption. As you know, we're not a big fan at all of any kind of property tax exemptions because they shift the burden to other overburdened property tax owners. Our property owners. However, we do believe that this makes a change that is a positive change in what is a local option property tax exemption. And so we do support that. And that's House Bill 7274. Thank you.
Yes. Chairperson Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Richter. Thanks, Betsy. I had a quick question just on the homestead changes, which is to say, are there have you had any conversations? I mean, I think there's support on our committee for at least if we're going to do something like this, provide municipalities with the kind of options that they need in order to make this choice should they choose to. Are there other areas of flexibility that you have heard municipalities ask for?
I haven't heard, I haven't heard them ask for any additional flexibility. I do know there were a handful of towns that were interested in pursuing a homestead property tax exemption, which is why we didn't oppose the legislation last year. But I can certainly circle back with those towns and see if there's anything we can do to provide greater flexibility. I did review Sam Gold from Rivercog's testimony, and I'll look at that and follow up with the committee as to whether we support his recommendations.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you, Senator.
And now I'm going to call on, because he wasn't available earlier, and we said we'd come back to him, the former House Chair of this committee and current Comptroller of the State of Connecticut, Sean Scanlon.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Fazio, everyone on this committee. It is great, as always, to be back, though I always remind my friend, Senator Fonfara, I never had the distinction of actually chairing a meeting of this committee in person because I had the honor of chairing this during the COVID session. So I never got to sit in here with a big group of people. We did it all on Zoom, which was not easy, but fun, nevertheless. I am here today to testify in favor of House Bill 7276, which I jokingly refer to as the third movie in our trilogy of movies about reforming the CMERS system. When I was elected to this job, I was told very early on that we had a big problem with CMERS, which was that the cost had risen for the municipalities in MERS by 75% in the preceding 5 years to the time I got that briefing. And when I asked what was driving that, they said that it was decades of us not really looking under the hood and trying to figure out what was wrong with that. And so that year in 2023, we brought together municipalities and labor around a table in my office over the course of 6 weeks. And we reached an agreement that we then put before the legislature, that was passed by the legislature, signed into law. and saves the 107 towns that are in MERS over $700 million over the course of the next 30 years, and saved those 107 towns $40 million just last year alone by making the first substantial change to MERS in over 30 plus years. And we were deeply proud of that reform. I think it has been a really helpful tool for the municipalities of our state that are in MERS, but we didn't want to just stop there. In 2024, so the second year, we completely changed how MERS is governed. MERS had previously had all of their concerns addressed in the State Retirement Commission, which is under the umbrella of the Comptroller's office. It deals mostly with the state employee retirement system, and MERS was sort of just a part of that. What I heard consistently from our mayors and first selectmen was that they wanted a true governance commission that would be solely dedicated to just MERS. And so in 2024, with the help of the legislature, we passed that, created that secondary body, and that body has started meeting now and is actively the governance board of MERS, again, under the umbrella of our office. But the third thing has always been, to me, creating a new tier of MERS, something that we have never done in the history of MERS before since we've had this plan, and something that I hope every day will help entice other municipalities that have not joined MERS to actually join this plan for the first time. My grandfather was a New Haven firefighter. My dad was a cop. I come from a family of first responders and municipal workers. And I'm somebody who fundamentally believes that people who run into burning buildings or who chase bad guys or who fix our roads in the summertime and work for these communities of our state should have access to a dignified retirement. And in my mind, that is a pension. But we need those pensions to be affordable for the municipalities that serve our state and represent our constituents. And I believe that MERS 2.0 is that affordable pension option. We've worked very hard with our actuaries for several years now to design this. And I'm proud to say that we're now coming before you this year, again, to hopefully complete what I think would be some serious reform to MERS to give this new option. Just quickly, the way that it would work would be that after July 1 of 2026, any new town could join MERS, and all of those people would be in MERS 2.0. As of July 1 of 2027, all new hires that are in a current MERS municipality would be in 2.0. And July 1, 2027 would be the earliest date under this bill that would happen, but the latest date could be when the contract expires. So what we have agreed to with our friends in labor and the municipalities is that we will keep the existing contracts in place. So let's say that there's a police department that has a contract that expires July 1 of 2028. Every new hire on that police department after July 1 of 28 would then go into 2.0. No current existing police officer, firefighter, librarian would have any of their benefits changed under this scenario. It's all about new employees and new hires in either a non-MERS town or a soon-to-be MERS town. I could go on. I'll stop there. I know you have a busy day, but just to say, grateful to this committee for this work. I'm grateful to our team at the Comptroller's office and our partners in both labor and municipalities for working really hard with us these last few years on this reform. And I hope that I can earn the support of this committee and this legislature to get this version passed so that we can continue making affordable retirements a reality for the people of the state that work for our municipalities. So thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. Comptroller. I just say that we're fortunate to have you in the position you are in, taking on projects and initiatives that may not make it to the front page or even the back page, but you care about them. It's clear that you do, and you're making a difference for the people of the state of Connecticut. Chairperson Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the comments of my co-chair, and just to add that it is always nice to have you back in the Finance Committee. I wanted to ask if you could flesh out a little bit the conversations as you talk to the sort of non-MERS towns or soon-to-be MERS towns. What are the kinds of concerns you're hearing from them? Like, what do you think will entice them to join in this program?
I think it's two things. Number one, almost every community in our state is dealing with the recruitment and retention crisis, specifically for first responders, police officers, and firefighters. And in the last decade and a half in Connecticut, we saw a shift away from the defined benefit plans that we used to have more frequently in the state to a more defined contribution plan model. In the community that I live, for example, in Guilford, 15 years ago, we stopped giving out pensions to police officers and firefighters. And in my own community right now, we are constantly losing police officers and firefighters who leave our community to go somewhere else because of the retirement benefit packages. And because of the shortage of these workers are very in demand for a set of jobs and a set of communities that are all fighting over the same people right now. And so one of the things that we heard from these communities was that if there was a more uniform plan, that would decrease the amount of competition that's happening between towns, and people could know that they'd be going to a community they wanted to go to, but they'd have the same benefits for that. And I think that's important. The second thing was, for many years, decades, MERS was very unaffordable for towns, and it was a bad proposition for them to join it, which is why we have not had a ton of new entrants into MERS in the last few decades. And so what we had sat down with was a focus group of non-MERS mayors and first selectmen over the course of the last 2 years, where we brought them into our office and said, hey, what do you want to see? And I think what they wanted to see was lower contribution rates for the communities. And specifically, they wanted to see a change to overtime. They wanted overtime not to count at all towards retirement. Obviously, people who make a lot of money on overtime, of course, want to see some ability for overtime to matter. In MERS 2.0, I think one of the best features of this and the way that we found the most actuarial savings was to decouple overtime from pensions, but not to say, hey, overtime doesn't matter to you. And so in 2.0, we have a defined contribution plan that the municipalities and the individuals contribute to, where overtime counts towards. So it's decoupled from the pension. And it's something that I think was something we heard a lot from municipalities that they wanted to see, but we're not doing that to completely say to a cop or a firefighter, hey, you can do all the overtime you want. It's not going to count towards anything. That's a bad incentive in my mind. We want them to be incentivized to do overtime and take those jobs because we need them on our streets, but we're now doing it in a way that's affordable to the towns.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Claritas Deetria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, introducing your MERS 2.0. Couple questions. Can you just fourth grade level for us the overtime now versus 2.0?
Yep. So overtime now can count towards your pension and is factored into what your pension is calculated on based on the overtime that you earn. In 2.0, that overtime earnings would be in a 401k like plan where the municipality and the person contribute towards that. So you're accruing your money in your 401k, but it doesn't count towards your pension. So when you retire from your job, you have both a pension plan for the actual salary work that you did, and then a 401k based on how much overtime work you did.
All right, thank you for that. I think you did a good job at the fourth grade level.
Thank you.
And you had mentioned that you sat down with municipal leaders. Who else was part of that conversation besides the municipal leaders?
Well, we have been having a lot of conversations over the course of 3 years with both CCM, cost, individual mayors and first selectmen on 3 different, at this point, working groups that we have put together, in addition to labor leaders. So firefighters union, AFSCME, who represents the police. We've had the union representatives for the housing authorities, right? We've tried to bring as many stakeholders from the MERS world to the table as possible. Our office has been on the road a lot because one of the major changes from the 2023 reform starts on July 1 of this year. I personally have been in police roll call rooms. We've been at firehouses. We've tried to talk to as many of both the rank and file working people of our towns and the leadership and the mayors and first selectmen both on the plans we've already done and the plans we want to do. And we're trying to just get as much feedback in as we possibly can during this process.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And I mean, obviously, when you spoke to the rank and file, the fire and police, this doesn't affect them. So it just affects new hires coming in. So that, I think that's a tough conversation because you're not talking to anybody that's actually going to affect. What did the current fire and police have to say? Like I said, I understand it doesn't really affect them, but what are they thinking about the future of their profession as fire and police?
I think, again, I can't speak for every cop or firefighter I've ever talked to, right? But what I've heard is that they want more people to come into this profession, and they want the men and women coming after them to have good benefits to do these really tough jobs. And in an environment where we've seen, as I said, a lot of municipalities moving away from a pension and towards a defined contribution plan, I think they recognize that it stifles the recruitment and retention efforts that their towns are having to try to get people to do these very difficult jobs. And so I think what I'm hearing from them is that they think it's a good thing that a 21-year-old kid coming on the job in one of our police departments is going to have access to a pension. Is the plan different than the one that they signed up for when they were 21? Yes, but it is a defined benefit plan. And it is something where I think if we do have more municipalities joining it, we're going to see more and more people signing up to do these dangerous and difficult jobs. And I think that that's a good thing for the taxpayers of Connecticut to make sure we have the right level of people meeting the needs that they have in their different communities.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer to my questions. And as the wife of a former law enforcement officer, we know that fire and police put their life on the line every day. So we need to make sure we give them the tools they need and the retirement that they deserve, that they put so much blood, sweat, and tears and their families into this. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Comptroller, good morning or good afternoon by now. First, thank you for your leadership on this. And I know that you've been in my district and in many others helping us bring this information to so many people. I got a question. If you could give us a little insight into the conversations you alluded to a little earlier about the 401k portion of the way the calculations work. As I know, defined benefit plans are expensive. I know that we need to incentivize people taking some of these jobs, but I'm sure you've seen what I have seen in terms of what's happening throughout the country in terms of 401k balances. Can you give us a little insight as to how that's going to be structured, who's going to manage it, and how what your office's role would be in that?
Yeah, so how it would work is that the portion of their employee contributions that is based on overtime pay will be contributed to that defined contribution plan, similar to an IRA or a 401k, where they will be matched dollar for dollar by contributions from the employer on the overtime specifically. So the way it would work is that we would go out and find, as we do now for health benefits and retirement benefits, some sort of third-party administrator that would oversee that plan. And then that plan would be the TPA of that system. So somebody would have that, again, as I said to our Claritas Dietra, they'd have that pension when they retire, and they would have that 401k. And during their entire service in that municipality, both they and the municipality would be contributing into that 401k based on the amount of overtime that they work.
Thank you for that answer. And then my final part of the question is, as you know, I'm sure a lot of these departments struggle with staffing levels, which tends to blow up their overtime hours they work. Has it been, can you give us a little insight into the conversation on how your officers would manage something like that in some of these places where oftentimes the overtime pay comes close to or exceeds the base salary?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a common issue that we face even here at the state level, right? Where we pay out a lot of overtime to our troopers, our corrections officers, people in hazardous duty jobs, and people often make a big deal about that. Well, one of the reasons that's happening is because we are understaffed in those agencies, and these police departments and fire departments are understaffed, which is why they're leaning heavily on existing members to do more overtime. But the price of paying a senior officer overtime versus paying a new 21-year-old overtime is very, very different. And so I think that the more we can do to find people, the better. what I will tell you anecdotally in other parts of my job, where we used to get thousands of applicants for a state police recruitment class, we now get hundreds. And of those hundreds, most of them are not qualified at all to be state troopers, or they have problems that kick them out of the process. The same is true for fire departments, right? You used to have thousands of people apply to take a test in a community like mine in Guilford. Now they're lucky if they get 10 or 15 people to apply for these jobs. And so I think there's a lot of different reasons that are causing that. There's a lot of different solutions in my mind to that. But one of the things I think we can do is to offer a better retirement plan to these people. And I think that this is something that will help them do that. And again, overtime still counts for something if it's not the actual pension itself.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. Thank you for your leadership on this issue and for making this more available to more people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you.
You did see too.
Is there a difference between the contribution percentage on the base pay and the overtime pay?
No, no,
It's the same percentage?
yes,
Okay. And the MERS plan is separate from the state employee plan, correct?
yes.
Do you know what the percentage of funding the MERS plan is at?
77, right? Yeah, 77%.
So much better than state employee.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Part of the reason that I will say, just for the record, is because the contributions are mandated, whereas for many years, our contributions to the SERS system and TERS system were not mandated, and therefore the problem became worse. But the towns have to make these contributions.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you again, Comptroller Scanlon, for coming in. Just one small question. For those towns that, of course, currently don't offer defined pension benefit or are not a part of any of these programs, what's the upfront cost for some of them that would be getting into this type of plan?
With the chair's permission, I'd like to call John Harrington, who's the division director of the retirement division of my office, to answer that question. Just state your name. Yeah.
Yes, my name is John Harrington. I'm the director of the Retirement Services Division. What I would say is that there's two options for towns that do not currently participate in CMERS to join a plan. There's one plan, which is called a cash balance plan, which is technically a defined benefit plan, but it looks very similar to a defined contribution plan. And then there's the MERS 2.0, which would be an option. The upfront cost would depend on the decisions that municipality makes when they join. Municipalities would have the opportunity to join what we would call prospective only, so that the workforce would only get credit from that day forward. In that case, there would be no upfront cost whatsoever. It would just be paying the required contributions for the payrolls that we receive from that point forward. To the extent that a municipality wants to come in and purchase past liability, there would be an upfront cost, and that would be dependent on the time period and the population covered in the particulars of those. But essentially what they would need to do is they would pay the actuarial equivalent of what it would cost to fund that liability going forward.
Thank you. And the reason I asked that question is I think it alludes to the point that it allows municipalities that currently are not a part of any of these plans, but also possibly could be a part of this, the opportunity to have options to essentially buy or participate in some of those past liability years or moving forward. So I think that's an important piece. Is it allows some of the municipalities and authorities to really choose which one best suits them.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Senator Fazio.
Good to see you, Comptroller Scanlon.
Likewise.
The funding ratio for MERS had dropped in the 2010s before your tenure, and you noted that I think the most recent ratio is up a little past 80%, so it's gone back up. Maybe for us, it would be helpful if you gave a high level explanation of the factors for the funding ratio falling for many years in the 2010s, and therefore the obligations of the state increasing to billions of dollars. And then you mentioned tens of millions of dollars of improved funding in the recent years, what factors contributed to the funding ratio increasing again?
I'm going to defer to John because John has been at this a lot longer than I have and can speak with a better historical perspective than I can.
So there were a number of factors that resulted in the decrease in the funding ratio. Typically, what happens is there are actuarial losses. So each year there's a valuation, and that valuation assumes that we're going to hit all of our actuarial assumptions. To the extent that we miss on those actuarial assumptions, there's a resulting loss. I would say the largest contributor in terms of the funding level and actuarial losses have been investment performance. And so you first saw a decrease in the funding level in the mid-2000s in response to the Great Recession. Beyond that, we have an assumed rate of return, and we had a very optimistic assumed rate of return that we would miss most years going forward without a great recession. And so those are probably the largest contributors, but the MERS plan historically was overfunded. In the early 2000s, it was more than 100% funded. And at that time, there were changes that were made to the MERS plan that actually enhanced benefits. And one of those was the enhancement of a cost of living adjustment, where we would pay individuals a cost of living adjustment in some cases the day after they retired, and that would be a guaranteed minimum regardless of the level of inflation. So there were times where we had zero inflation whatsoever, and we were paying cost of living adjustments. And so those are probably the three largest contributors.
That's very informative. Thank you. So the valuation using the actuarial benchmarks was basically incorrect. It was more generous than the valuation. The investment returns were lower, and it's still majority defined defined benefit. So that creates a liability. And then the cost of living adjustment was higher than inflation in some cases. So those three historically have dropped some of the funding ratios.
And that COLA provision went into effect in 2000. So to your point, Senator, about the early 2000s, 2010s, that COLA provision caught up to us in the 2010s, in addition to the, I would say, lacking policies around investments and all the different things that John just talked about.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the reports, including the Boston College report about the state employee pension systems, had similar verdicts that, you know, for instance, and the 2010s is when we had the lowest inflation. So there would be, as you say, less than 2% inflation. And I think our state employee pensions set at least 1.8% or 2% cost of living adjustment. And then obviously, you know, we've talked about the investment returns, which are hopefully will continue improving. And then the valuation, that was what the Boston College report about the state pension system said was that the biggest contributor to the increase in liability was that we were undervaluing what the benefits that were promised. So I think that's very useful for us. You know, it's good that MERS is a higher funding ratio than our other pension systems in the state, but we have to remain vigilant. So appreciate that we're going to continue the conversation, updates, and reforms. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Just a couple of questions on the towns that aren't participating yet. If they already have their own retirement programs, which obviously they do because they're not joining, what happens if they do make the decision to come over and do a MERS retirement with the state? Are they physically managing now? Well, they're not managing MERS, but are they physically managing the retirement programs that are already in place? And then they have this come on board. And so basically they're working with two entirely different retirement plans. How does that work? Can you talk a little bit about the logistics of the towns that we're hoping come on?
I'll ask John to do that in a moment, but I do just want to bring attention that in the initial bill in 2023, we were mandated to do a report of what the landscape is for retirement plans outside of MERS in municipalities. And we have done that report. That report is available on our website. I can send that around to the committee if you're interested to sort of see what the landscape is out there. That also helped inform the work that we did to design this, to sort of see what exactly was the landscape, what other towns were doing. and how this might work and how we could intertwine them, but I'll let John speak to the logistics of how it actually works.
Right, so, what I would say is it's going to depend, and it's going to be an individual decision made by each town. So there's the possibility that a town could come in and it would be prospective only. And so only the new members would join CMERS, and all of the existing members would remain in that plan. It's also possible that perhaps the entity could elect to include some or all of the existing employees in MERS, but that would be the town's individual decision. What I would say is that it's typically an easier set of transactions for a town that has a DC plan to convert that DC plan to come into a DB plan. There are a host of issues if they have an existing DB plan, particularly if they have a DB plan that is underfunded, that would complicate the set of transactions. So theoretically, it is possible for someone with an underfunded DB plan to join MERS, but that would be a difficult set of transactions.
Okay, that really answers my question. It really is going to be individual according to what the towns already obviously have and how they manage that. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam. Further questions from members who are here in the room? Then Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hang on one second. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Sean. Sean, I just got two short questions here. So if I understand this correctly, those employees under this plan would be mandated to contribute a minimum of 5% of their pay, with the municipalities contributing 6.25% of that pay, or the base pay.
That is correct for the general employees, Senator, but there's two different classifications of employees within MERS. There's the general employees, think of librarians, office workers, and then there's the first responder classification, which has a different set of contribution rates.
I'm sorry, Sean, I had you on mute because I had my television on. Could you just answer the first part? I caught the last part, but could you repeat the first part, please?
Sure, no problem, Senator. So the contribution rates that you're referring to are for general employees. Examples of that is a librarian, an office manager or secretary, but there are different rates for the sort of first responder category of retirees.
And that I understand that the firemen, et cetera, are will be contributing a little bit more, or the municipality portion will be a little bit more. But my question is, these are mandated, right? They are required.
Yes.
The moment that they get hired, they will be paying 5% into this plan.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then the second thing is, or second question is, when they go into the overtime, I just want to have an understanding of how that would work. So with the employees' contribution, they would go up to 8.25%. I understand that the city would match up to 50% more in their match. Are you talking about that 6.25%? So would that raise to like a 9.5%, let's say, as an example?
I'm not sure 9.5%. John, do you want to answer?
Right. So what I would say is it appears that we're conflating. There's two different plans. There's the MERS 2.0, which has this particular provision for overtime, and there's also a cash balance plan, and there are different contribution rates in a different set of rules for those two plans. If we're talking about the MERS 2.0, the contribution rates for the employees would be 5% for general employees to the DB plan, and also 8% for the public safety for the DB plan. And there's also a requirement that the employees would contribute 0.25% to the DC plan, and that would apply across the board for all members, and that doesn't impact the overtime. In the event that a worker works overtime, at that point, the worker would pay that base 5 or 8% to the DC plan, with the town matching that same percentage.
Okay, just one additional question. So when they get to the 25-year mark, 20 years for those with hazardous pay, I'll call it. Explain that to me, how they can increase their contribution and how the municipality is affected by that increase. I see that there's a limit to the match, and I just don't quite understand if they're going to be increasing their portion of the contribution, that is the employee, and then it's going to be matched up to 50% increase, and then I don't understand how the cap of 1.5% would of the base pay comes into play.
Right. And again, all of what you're referring to now, that refers to a separate plan, the cash balance plan. And one thing to make clear is that the cash balance plan would only be available to municipalities that currently offer a DC plan. And so basically, this is an option for towns that are wary of joining a traditional DB plan. So we've created a DC plan that would provide some added protections to workers, but would operate much closer to a DC plan. But the situations that you're discussing there, on that cash balance plan, there is some freedom for individuals to elect to contribute beyond the minimums, and then there would be certain matches beyond those minimums, and the amount of the match would fluctuate based on longevity, whereas there would be incentives for people to elongate their careers, and they would have increased matches going forward.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, sir. Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello, Sean. Good to see you again. I just wanted to double check in regards to this. And first of all, thank you so much for taking on the tough subjects and appreciate all the work that you and your team does. So, but thank you for that. The municipality's contribution in regards to, either the first responder or the general employees, how does that equate to, your standard 457 plans or whatever, what municipalities are doing now? I know that you said in your focus groups, you've had municipal leaders in there. So I just was curious as to what their take is on the, whether we're contributing to a pension plan such as MERS 2.0, we're contributing to a 401. If we're contributing to the same kind of plan, but it works better for the employees, I'm all for it. So I just kind of wanted to know, generally, contributions from municipalities, are we talking a lot more here, or is it pretty much the same as what we're doing to 401ks and 457s?
I think it fluctuates, certainly depending on the performance, Representative. But what I would say is the quality of the plan is much better than a traditional DC plan alone. And the cash balance plan that John was just talking about, which is sort of the you want to dip your leg in the pool a little bit, but you don't want to dive all the way in. We recognize there's some towns that just don't want to do that. We still want to give their workers a better plan than the one they're offering now, which is why we designed that plan. But the contributions itself will fluctuate based on performance. But as we talked about earlier with Senator Fazio, we have had better performance. We have had an increased funding ratio, and we believe that with more towns joining and more people joining, we're going to continue to see that good progress being made, and hopefully the contribution rates would be in line with what these municipalities might be having right now, but the benefit would be better, and their recruitment and retention problems would also be better.
Absolutely, and I do believe that to be the case. Trying to find, especially first responders, is very difficult, for my town. So I totally appreciate that and get that, and look forward to looking at this more. Are municipalities required to jump on board of the MERS 2.0 or not? Can we still keep the plans? We're not. It's not.
There's no mandate in here that towns have to join it, but I will do everything I can to travel the state and try to convince as many to join as we possibly can get. And
Well,
was-
I believe that because I've seen you multiple times out there. So thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think you have exhausted the committee. You can see the clerk on the way out. Since you've been chairman of this committee, we've imposed a fine for those that speak more than an hour. Thank you both very much.
Thank you both. Thank you.
We'll return to regular order. Tom Swan.
Good afternoon, Representative Horn, Senator Fanfara, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name's Tom Swan. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Citizen Action Group. On behalf of our thousands of member families, I want to express our strong opposition to SB 1560. We question this committee's jurisdiction over energy policy and its authority to create a new quasi-public entity with abnormal power that duplicates functions being filled by other existing entities. The bill actually reads as if the proponent has an axe to grind with our existing regulatory apparatus. While this bill might offer some rate relief in the short term, the overall bill will increase costs for Connecticut residents on and off of our bills. The proposed legislation is a direct assault on our clean energy programs and goals. It destabilizes our conservation and load management and foolhardily declares nuclear Class 1 renewable. We would be open to bonding some of the costs currently within the system's benefit charge, but believe these should be determined through contested dockets at PURA. We also appreciate how the Consumer Counsel's testimony pointed out that in New York, the EDC shareholders contributed a significant amount in helping to cover the costs for people and businesses in arrears. We fear that the proposed Connecticut Energy Procurement Authority and Energy Infrastructure Transition Funds are creating new, potentially costly bureaucracies that would be redundant with existing efforts and potentially undo a great deal of work. This proposal also lacks basic consumer protections, allows financial contributions from regulated entities, says that staff has to have experience in industry, exacerbating the revolving door problem that contributes to Connecticut's high energy costs and creates a situation where corruption could run rampant. Thank you for your time today. I'm happy to respond to any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Tom. I know you're out of town. I appreciate you taking the time to testify on this. And I'm sorry I missed the first couple of minutes of it. I know we had spoken. You have great concerns about this, as I do. How many years have you been doing what you're doing?
32, almost 33.
And do you think that the programs that we currently have and the way they're administered are good from the point of view of managing energy costs and the environment?
I think that they're good and they've been getting better. I think Commissioner Gillette reappointment yesterday was a really big step forward in securing some of the gains, and the fact that we're going to continue to move forward, particularly on performance-based rate setting, which I'll admit I was somewhat skeptical when it happened. You've talked about my time here. We did a lot of work when Senator Fanfara was chair of energy. And, I've got to say that there were very few proposals that he supported at this time. And I think that this is worse than anything he proposed while I was chair of the Energy Committee. As I said, there are aspects of it that we can pick, like, potentially bonding some of the storm costs, but not where it's a blank check to utilities, but where it's a where it's actually a contested, expedited docket before Pura. Maybe with some of the technology that's being talked about for time of use, to be able to regulate that and encourage people to save more money. Some of those upfront costs are something that I think that we should be able to look at. So there's things that we need to improve. I think some of the work of the last few years are really positive. I think that this is, I'm actually shocked at how bad this bill is and how strong our opposition is. And that's why I've spent a day away from my kids on school break to make sure that I could testify and share our opinion.
I appreciate that, Tom, and thank you for your frankness. I don't think too many people would be that honest about their vision for this. There are aspects of the bill, as you said, that I think the Energy Committee hopefully will get to vet and maybe amend and add into Senate Bill 4, the securitization part, the bonding part, with a lot of caveats, are things that we would consider. And we have been discussing. So I don't want to keep you from your kids. So go enjoy your time away. And thank you for taking the time to do this.
Thank you. I think they may be appreciating the break, but we'll see.
Further questions? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Tom, for your testimony. Can you describe a little bit more how this could increase costs for ratepayers in the long run, in your view?
So when one bonds, you got to pay the interest. So that's going to increase costs. Well, it may have upfront savings and allow us to, plan more effectively for what goes on. The bureaucracy is being proposed, where they're going to have to staff up in some ways potentially as large as Pure already, if not larger, will cost a lot more money. There is the program that has the 7% charge, I think, already included directly here on the bills to make it go forward. This really does not read to me as something that's really designed to save ratepayers money. It's the designed. I don't think that you would create a whole new bureaucracy that does duplicative things. I don't think that you'd set up a process where it is both governed and financed through voluntary contributions from industry. It just is, it's a horrible idea.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming today. I believe, Mr. Swan, you said you've been in your position for 25 or 30 years. Is that correct? For a long time.
A very long time, yes.
Thank you. Have you seen over your time energy costs go down?
I don't think we've seen costs go down anywhere in the world for energy unless there's been a really, really huge investment in programs like solar and wind that you're allowed to control costs. So I have not seen them go down. There are things that I outlined that we could support here and that we talked about before in the Energy and Technology Committee, who has jurisdiction over energy costs, about ways to potentially save money. The only time that energy becomes cheap is if you're able to more or less produce it yourself. And that's why the clear attack on solar that's included in this bill, and that the chair said that the problem with our high costs was solar in his press conference behind us, made me actually spit out my coffee. I was so shocked that somebody would be that upfront in their disdain for a clean energy future that saves people money.
Thank you. So I hear you. I'm just, curious because we do need, and I'm a believer in all energy, by the way. So I just, I think we have to do something for our citizens. I mean, I know my bill has gone up, I'm sure yours and all. And so I was just curious, if you had seen it, because I certainly haven't, since I've been in Connecticut, which is a very long time. And if you could give me one suggestion that would make costs go down for our taxpayers, what would it be?
One, I would redouble our efforts on efficiency and conservation. The more we save, the less we have to use. That would be the one big thing. We never restored the money when the legislature raided the funds several years ago. And to do that, and that is something that I would support us using bond money for. As I talked about, there are some things that I know my energy bills did go down years ago when when I had the audit and they made the suggestions. So that is one time that it really did save money. And if the utilities this last summer had done half of their time encouraging greater conservation and explaining what was happening in terms of the spike in cost, we never would have had the backlash that we had now. Instead, they want to spend all their time bashing the Commissioner Gillette, and that's just wrong.
I don't want to get into that. I'm really here to find out how we can save our rate.
I gave you a good idea.
So thank you. I appreciate that because I hear it, and as I'm sure you do every day, on how we can help everybody out. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Paletta.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Swan. I do have a brief question for you. Do you agree with the proposal to eliminate a large part of the public benefits charge from a ratepayer's bill?
So like I said, I think that there are pieces that we would consider doing. We don't think that the millstone wrap ever should have been included in people's bills. We think it was bad public policy. We said exactly what was going to happen. That happened at the time. So, for an expense like that to do through bonding, sure. Some of the money for arrears, we could see that also being bonded. I mean, my understanding is most of that money actually came from businesses and not the people that some people are trying to blame it on. And we also will point out how in New York, as part of the deal to pay for those, that shareholders from the EDCs were expected to help contribute to that too. So that would help to save money. Do I think that the conservation load management or the clean energy fund should be taken off and subjected to bonding? Absolutely not. It's stupid public policy to propose that.
So I will just state for the record that there's a number of estimates that show that the Millstone deal actually made $75 million this year, which I think is important to note for the record, that is not an automatic loss. And we do actually gain revenue off of that deal. And some of the ratepayers, all of the ratepayers have realized sometimes the benefits and sometimes the negatives of it, which is more of a reason why there's so much flux in that. And perhaps it should be moved to a different part or into bonding, which is what this bill seeks to do. And then I'll just ask one final question. When proposals are being put forward by the legislature, in particular today, we're hearing a bill that I think overall has a significant impact on the state of Connecticut and a chance to lower bills up to 40% over the next 2 years. Do you think it's, and I'm going to ask you this in your professional opinion, because I know you weigh in on a lot of different items and I respect your opinion. Do you think it's a beneficial thing to lower rates 40% over the next 2 years and perhaps see small businesses get rid of that demand charge and sales tax on their bills and folks see their public benefits charge reduced? Do you think it's a good thing for Connecticut's economy, or is there a different way to achieve that type of reduction over the next 2 years?
Okay. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I can't resist.
I mean, I want you to answer the question.
If you really believe this bill will save 40%, I think the legislature should impose drug testing. There is absolutely no way this bill, I want to save money. That's why I'm pushing for efficiency. I'm pushing for continued investment and expansion of solar and wind. So that longer term, yeah, the costs are fixed. It's much less money. But to think that creating a huge new bureaucracy that has unlimited bonding authority without any accountability and a role for the consumer council is going to save people 40%. Come on.
Okay, I'll just finish with this. Thank you. There's no more further questions. The gripe of ratepayers across Connecticut is the public benefits charge. I would implore any of our members of the General Assembly, members of the public, walk into your local establishment, your local diner, maybe your local place of worship, and ask someone about their electric bill and say, you know, what's really driving you nuts about your electric bill? And they're going to say the public benefits charge. My public benefits charge was more than 25% of my bill. If that gets reduced, that is a reduction. I would be happy if that got reduced. I don't know anyone in this room.
I'm not opposed.
I'm making
I'm not opposed.
I'm making a statement.
Right, but I get to respond to it.
I
get
would
to
be
respond.
ecstatic if my public benefits charge went down 25% on my bill. I would be ecstatic if my small business did not have to pay sales tax on my electric bill. I would be ecstatic if there was not a demand charge on my bill. Thank you. No further questions.
Further questions for Mr. Swan? Seeing none. Thank you. Lori Brown.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and all the members of the Finance Committee. My name is Lori Brown, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And the League is also opposed to 1560, which would fundamentally undermine Connecticut's clean energy goals, our regulatory oversight, and the stability of programs that protect ratepayers and advance renewable energy. And since this 80-page bill just came out last week, we're still reviewing the potential impacts of each section. By the way, I don't think there's really been any kind of full review of what the benefits or costs or anything would be of all these new sweeping proposals. But a few problems really do come right out front. And I guess first I'll mention that the bill weakens the Connecticut Renewable Portfolio Standard by expanding the definition of Class 1 renewables to include Millstone Nuclear Facility. And the RPS was designed to spur the development of new clean renewable energy sources like wind, solar, and geothermal, so we can have a good diversification in our RPS and our energy sources. And Millstone already exists and is heavily subsidized, as we all saw in our electric bill. Including Millstone in the Class 1 renewable will simply crowd out these new emerging technologies, and that will slow down our path to a more diversified and stronger portfolio, reliable portfolio of clean energy sources. But even more troubling is what was just discussed now, is that the House Bill 1560 establishes this quasi-public-private agency, the Connecticut Energy Procurement Authority, which duplicates the work already be done by PURA and DEEP. And this redundancy is completely unnecessary and costly. And if there are areas that can be fixed and improved, then fix the existing programs. And furthermore, 1560 replaces the system's benefits charge with the Green Bond Fund to pay for existing programs. And I just wanted to add to what was just said, that this would politicize the funding of critical energy efficiency and clean energy programs by putting their fate in the hands of the annual budget negotiations. And this would threaten the consistency that's needed for long-term investments, including investments in our grid. So 1560 would just be a dramatic rollback in regulatory stability, clean energy investment, and particularly consumer protection. So in short, it weakens the renewable portfolio standard, it introduces unnecessary bureaucracy, and it replaces tested funding mechanisms with really speculative and unstable alternatives. So our current system ensures consistent investment, thoughtful regulation, and broad stakeholder engagement, which is very important. There should certainly be an in-depth review of all the possible impacts of these sweeping changes, but I do appreciate that you're hearing our comments today. Thank you.
It is your right, ma'am. Questions, Senator Fazio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Brown, for your testimony. You, do you think there should be limitations or checks imposed on the voluminous public benefits charges which have grown over time? Or is, or is it your suggestion that the way it's currently constructed, where we pass legislation, the programs are funded through public benefits, not regularly vetted, it is it your position that it should continue as it is?
I think the public benefits charge has been widely misunderstood as to what actually is contained in it. I think that any new subsidies for Millstone or other large nuclear should be fully evaluated in terms of their cost, benefit, et cetera. And I think that if you took out, I mean, the really important thing, and the reason why so many of us are very, very unhappy with the prospect of moving the public benefits charge, is that it does contain the very programs in it that save people money, the energy efficiency, clean energy type programs. These are things that help businesses and help residents immediately save money. Energy efficiency is the way to go first if you really want to reduce electric bills immediately. If you reconfigure it the way that you're looking to do it, all those programs could be jeopardized, and they would be at the whim of every individual legislature every year. So we do not believe that that should happen.
Yeah, I guess I look at it a little differently than you, because I think things being hundreds of millions of dollars being at the whim of elected officials is how a democratic system is supposed to work. Our school funding is at the whim of legislators' votes. Our healthcare funding is at the whim of legislators' votes. Those types of programs and funding need to be renewed and voted upon every 2 years. And I don't see how you could argue that those deserve deprioritization compared to long-term contracts for energy producers.
But you can't have, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's fine.
You can't have stability of investment unless you can project what you're going to get. I mean, that's just business common sense. And if you're going to have large investments in our grid and large investments in infrastructure for, say, weatherization or a lot of the energy efficiency type programs, you've got to be able to have predictability. And that's not going to happen if you move some of these programs into the, sometimes annual debate over what's funded and what's not. And it makes more sense to have it in the electric bill plus, because that does tie it to energy efficiency and the use of energy. If you take it out of that and just put it broadly, like again, it was said earlier, you're moving costs simply around. You're not reducing anything. You're just moving costs to the taxpayer instead of the people actually using the energy, which then they would have the incentives to try to reduce their use.
I think when I last looked at it, the energy efficiency dollars among the 800 million of public benefits were between 50 and 100 million dollars, and those probably should be prioritized. I think there is a value for conserving demand, especially around times of peak demand. I also think nuclear being a clean and reliable source of energy, there's no reason that a zero carbon nuclear electron with a load factor, or with a utilization factor of over 90% should not get the same treatment as an electron from wind or solar. If they're clean, if they're zero carbon, I don't think they shouldn't be treated on the same playing field. Listen, I mean, those types of proposals we've debated before. There's a lot more in the bill than just that. So I appreciate your testimony, but I continue to think that if something isn't done about these public benefits charges in some fashion, we're going to be in trouble. And there's a lot of vehicles to do that. So I think we do need to manage it. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Additional questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Vincent Pace. Understand as a panel of 40, I hope.
Good afternoon, and yes, we do have a panel, a small army, overflow seating for the Eversource team. Good afternoon, Chairman Fanfara, Chairwoman Horn, Ranking Member Fazio, and Ranking Member Paletta, as well as other members of the committee. My name is Doug Horton. I am the Vice President of Distribution Rates and Regulatory Requirements for Eversource Energy, and I'm here today with several of my colleagues to help answer questions. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to appear before you today. We submitted pre-filed testimony on Senate Bill 1560, and I will defer to our testimony for the details. But in the limited time that I have today for my opening remarks, I want to express Eversource's support for Senate Bill 1560's goal to provide a meaningful reduction to customer electric bills. By removing state-mandated public policy initiatives off of the utility bill and having taxpayers pay for them through state bonding, and by establishing a new process to facilitate the purchase of energy supply here in the state of Connecticut, which together, the energy supply, as well as the public benefits portion of a bill, accounts for greater than 60% of a residential customer's bill today. We estimate that this proposal could reduce customer bills for a typical residential customer by between $40 and $55 a month, simply by removing the public benefits portion off of a bill, which would provide real and sustained relief. In addition to removing public benefits from the customer bill, Senate Bill 1560 recognizes a major change that has occurred over the last 15 years, which drives customer rates up, which is the declining sales volumes that has resulted as a result of our successful energy efficiency, behind the meter solar, and other programs. In Connecticut, last year's electric sales volumes were roughly the same as 34 years ago, which is about 20.2 gigawatt hours of electricity. And yet we know that we're spending more on all elements of a utility bill today than we were 34 years ago. This is because, as I said, of the success of our programs and energy efficiency, which have significantly reduced the kilowatt hour sales, which allows our customers in our system to operate more efficiently. Also, during this time period, the peak megawatt demand in our footprint has grown by about 0.4%, or about 500 megawatts. Again, highlighting the benefit of significant energy efficiency investments across our system. However, these outcomes aren't coming for free. In just the last 10 years, Eversource has spent about $160 million annually on the Conservation Load Management Program, and we have ramped up from practically no spending to spending roughly $130 million this past year to fund the successful net metering programs, as well as roughly $70 million to fund the behind-the-meter distributed generation subsidies, again, primarily solar related. These funds have generated meaningful results in terms of curbing electricity consumption and producing benefits on the macro scale. But to realize those benefits come at a cost and come through the public benefits charge on a customer's utility bill. If you're doing the math, those expenditures account for about $360 million annually, which now exceed the amount that Eversource is actually in the business of doing, which is building and maintaining the distribution system grid to provide safe and reliable electric service to our customers, which, roughly speaking, we're investing about $350 million a year on. Our customers can understand that they will be charged for electric service. However, it's hard for them to understand what these other significant costs are on the bill, those that are unrelated to electric service, no matter how much good has been accomplished by the delivery of those programs and the expenditure of those funds. Just in the past 5 years, we've seen the public benefits charge in our customers' bill increase from about $450 million to over $800 million a year. And again, to put that into context, Eversource invests roughly $350 million a year on the distribution grid to deliver power to our customers. That is the service that our customers are buying from us. Yet our customers are now paying over $800 million a year in the public benefits charge, which amounts to, again, roughly 1/3 of the bill. It is equivalent to the delivery portion for the infrastructure that we do own and we operate, and the service that we ultimately deliver to our customers. What this bill does is it takes the cost for programs which are established to fund things like energy efficiency, solar and fuel cell subsidies, out-of-market generation power purchase agreements, rebate programs, hardship programs, and low-income discounts out of our bills and puts them into a state budget where it belongs to pay for the important public policy programs. This will mean that whenever Eversource customers see their bill, they will know that they'll know what they are paying for, which is the poles and the wires along the streets that they drove on to get to their homes or their businesses. Senate Bill 1560 also recognizes that another key factor that is currently driving up the cost of electricity bills in our state is the cost of generation supply, as well as the cost to upgrade and maintain the electric grid, which is increasing. But the pool of customers and the usage that increased cost is being spread over is getting smaller because, among other things, as I mentioned, more customers are installing solar panels and using
You've
energy
reached
efficiency
5
measures.
minutes. Please summarize.
The bill recognizes that if Connecticut promotes beneficial electrification through more consumers using electric vehicles, electric heat pumps, and other technologies, then the cost of upgrading and maintaining the electric grid will be spread over a larger pool of customers, thereby making the per unit kilowatt hour cost of electricity more affordable. In closing, we support the goals of this bill. We all have heard from our customers, which are your constituents, over the increased burden that the public benefits charges have imposed upon utility bills. We look forward to working with this panel and answering questions that you may have. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Can I ask those of you who can answer the question, you see it from the inside, you see the effects of decisions that your customers are making. And to the extent that any of you can here, hopefully some of you, one of you can, the impact of high rates, which I believe second in the country. What are you seeing is the impact of that with your customers?
Sure, I can start, and I think Ms. Kane can chime in. I mean, I would say from my perspective as the rate making expert for Eversource, we're seeing the impact that this has. We provide critical services to our customers, and at the end of the day, our customers care about the total cost that they pay for those services. So really, to produce meaningful value and benefit for them, solutions like that which are contemplated in Senate Bill 1560, looking at the entirety of a customer's bill, not focusing on a single aspect or element, but looking at all of the drivers that cause utility bill to increase, is important. And I think that's where, we're seeing tremendous value in a bill such as this, which is taking a holistic view of the issues that underlie high energy costs in the region. You mentioned number 2 in the area. If you look at the highest electricity rates across the United States, you're right. Connecticut is consistently on a top 10 list that we don't want to be on, which is that we have high electricity rates. And that's true for most, if not all, of the New England states. But the factors that are driving that are things like the energy supply, the cost of supply, which in this region is elevated due to market forces for supply and demand, as well as costs of public benefits programs, which add tremendous value, but drive up overall utility bills. And Ms.
But if I could, Ms. Kane, before you respond, my question is, what are you seeing the response by your customers to high costs? Are more people leaving the grid, going to solar? Are more people not paying their bills? What are the consequences, if any, of the rates that Connecticut ratepayers are paying?
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Jess Kane, Vice President of Customer Operations and Assistance Programs across our 3 Eversource states. So to that question, Senator Fonfara, we have seen in Connecticut the past due balances of unpaid bills triple in the last 5 years. So they went from approximately a little over $100 million. They peaked at about $350 million. And they started coming down after we restarted collections, but they remain more than double what they were in the last 5 years. A piece of what's contributing to that is certainly this public benefits charge. And we know that customers, plain English, talking at their dinner table, are mad about, I don't want to pay this public benefits charge. That's not fair. And they're pissed that they're paying for other customers' unpaid bills. For low-income customers, those who make less than or equal to 60% of that state median income, we've implemented in Connecticut a discount rate where customers get up to a 60% discount on their total bill. That said, for a household that makes above that low-income threshold, so let's take, for example, if a household makes more than $60,000 a year, so we'll take $60,000 a year, 2 people, and that is the average from DSS, there's an average of 2 people in the average household. For that household, if they're making, say, $60,000 a year, divide that into 12 months. So on a monthly basis, they're making $5,000 a year. The target, so nationally, kind of what you aim for an energy burden target, is about 4% to electricity. Some of them might heat with oil, but 4%. So that would translate to, if you take the $5,000 a month times 4%, $200 a month is what that energy burden should be, so that they're not avoiding paying for things like medicine, or, food for their children. That brings those customers to $200 would be affordable for those moderate income customers. So as we build things like this low income discount rate, which now services 20% of our customers, thanks to our data matching with the state of Connecticut. So we're tied with Massachusetts at the second highest in the nation for identifying all of the low income customers. The cost to fund that discount rate now gets spread over those same low income customers and moderate income customers and the rest. So the public benefit charges, which include the discount rate, it's regressive. And that's where we strongly support a mechanism that would take these costs off the electric bill, because they don't vary based on household income. And so taking them off in some way, this bill is innovative, and the first one we've seen that tries to address that, even without changing those costs, because we want customers to stay in Connecticut, where I was born and raised and live currently. We have to stop being an outlier in this area.
Oh, it's still on.
Would have been a long.
Question is with respect to, again, I heard you, Mr. Horton, talk about declining kilowatt hours in the system, costs continuing to rise, which is the nature of your business. If we do not reverse that trend, and I see it as a math equation, you don't have to get into all the technicalities of it. It's a math equation. Rates are a function of cost divided by revenue. If costs are rising and revenue is falling, as I see it as a death spiral. And I don't know if your company will survive. I don't know if UI will survive the way we're going. But the question is, and people talk today about we're trying to kill the solar industry. We're not trying to do that whatsoever. The reality is that solar is eating away at your revenues, and we have to have revenue supplement, if we're going to continue down this path, more revenue that will outpace cost. That's how we'll reduce rates. Doesn't get any more complicated than that. So from the standpoint of the company, A, do you recognize this reality that I see anyway? The numbers certainly support that. All you have to do is go on the Siting Council website, and you can see the declining revenue from the companies over the last 15 years. Dramatic decline in revenue. And you don't have to be an apologist for utility. That's those up here. That's our constituents that are paying that. So from the company standpoint, what do you see as, whether it's in this bill or not in the bill, the solution to reversing this trend and building back? The bill talks about time of use rates. It talks about, we don't get a lot of attention here today on this, but to get customers to use the system that you've built, that we've paid for more efficiently. We're a 50% efficiency at this point. You have the floor.
And just reacting to a few, I think you're putting your finger on it. We submitted with our testimony a chart that shows that starting in 1994, going to around 2005, there were steady, stable increases in sales volumes, which, just like you pointed out, for a utility, the math is relatively simple. It's your cost divided by your volumes equals the rate. And so utilities, for our history, have relied upon increases in sales that generated increase in revenues to support our aspect of the business, which is the delivery portion of the bill. In total, it's around 40% of the bill. But in around 2005, as an industry, we saw that change. And again, with good reason and for good initiatives: energy efficiency, behind the meter solar, more efficient use of customers' electricity. But what we haven't seen is a corresponding decrease in our overall costs. This is true for all utilities. We still are required to have to spend significant amounts of dollars every year in order to maintain and to keep the lights on. And so we have this predicament, and it's not specific to Eversource. It's not specific to it's the fact of the matter is that we have a declining sales base, but a need to continue to invest in the system. And for us, I've said this, I'm a broken record on this, and anyone who will listen, is that for us, dollars in equals services out. So if we can't get the dollars in for the investments that are necessary in order to keep the lights on, to provide safe, reliable service, we're not able to enhance our services or to make those proactive investments in resiliency and reliability. So I think what this bill does is it tries to acknowledge, just like you're saying, on a number of different fronts, can we implement changes here in Connecticut that would address a number of issues in terms of the cost of supply, about half of the bill, the cost of the public benefits, which is about 30% of the bill, but also having ways to ensure, just like you said, that the rates that we're charging for the piece that's left, our delivery service, for the transmission is about 10%, the distribution, which PURA regulates, is about 29%. For that, can we design rates that are more efficient in sending proper price signals so that the system that's there is being utilized better? And in addition, having ways that we could more efficiently finance costs that are going to be on the bill, such as storms and other aspects of necessary investments to upgrade the system to serve our customers. And so I see this bill taking tremendous steps forward to help our customers in the short, medium, and long term in ways that we haven't seen from PURA or from other bills that have been contemplated.
I would just add, we're really at an inflection point right now in this industry. Everything that we are doing right now with $800 million or over of public benefits comes at a point where the utility sector needs to massively increase its investments on the grid. We all know here, Isaias, Sandy, Irene, Alfred, 4 once in 20 years storms happened within 10 years. We know climate change is real. We know electrification of transportation sector is going to happen. We know that transportation and heating sectors will move ultimately into the electric sector. We know that our customers need more choice from us, which starts with AMI, advanced metering infrastructure, but certainly doesn't stop there. It goes with investing in our telecommunications infrastructure. It investing into our distribution management systems, investing in DERMS systems, so we can actually have our customers actively participate in improving reliability of the system. Those are all investments that we have to make that we don't make today. What Doug mentioned is about $350 million of distribution investment. That needs to dramatically increase to accommodate electrification, to accommodate climate change-driven resilience investment, to accommodate DMS, DERMS, and advanced metering infrastructure. And we're at this inflection point where the utility sector can't make those investments because it's been a crowding out in our sector from the energy efficiency sector, from the solar sector. And we heard all of those proponents today, and all of that is very important. All of the supporting hardship customers is also important. But if we keep trying to put everything in one basket, I think we all recognize that the utilities will be at the end of the line, as we have been and continue to be. Sitting here right now, 6 years ago, we used to make about $555 million of investment on the distribution system. Sitting here right now, we're making about $350 million of distribution investment. That number will keep going down because we are going to have to keep supporting hardship customers, energy efficiency customers, solar customers, and all of these other interests around out-of-market generation purchases that the state policymakers, you all have decided to put on our electric bill. So we stand fully in support of bifurcating these two. One, keeping the Eversource utility bill focused on what the Eversource as an EDC, as an electric distribution company, should be doing, which is safety and reliability of the system first, planning for resilience, planning for electrification, planning for DMS, planning for DERMS, planning for advanced metering infrastructure. Or you all can make that decision today that we can just put that in the back of the line and keep funding programs that we've been doing, which is growing at a clip of $450 million a year to $800 million a year.
Thank you, Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a couple questions. One, I wanted to talk a little bit about the hardship programs. As I think Ms. Kane put it a minute ago, people are pissed that they're paying other people's bills. And I mean, I've, had constituents raise that with me. But one of so particularly with respect to the lower rate for hardship, lack of a better description, I have heard it argued that part of the reason for having that lower rate is that it actually enables more people to pay their bills rather than just walking away from them, and that it actually might improve your collections. And I wondered whether that is what you expect or your experience, or you have any reaction to that.
Thank you for that question, and we love that question. So Connecticut is one of the 12 states in the nation that has a discount rate for low-income customers. We partner regularly with the National Consumer Law Center as a think tank for what can overall help customers without sinking, all ratepayers. There's not an explicit tie from arrears to the discount rate. Most low-income customers do not have a past due balance. Most people think that they do, but they do not. It is absolutely reasonable. It's unreasonable not to think that by having a lower bill, that should decrease arrears if that was happening by itself. What's not happening in Connecticut are the tried and true collections practices and policies that we used to be able to do have been wiped out. In the last 5 years, we have had our collections practices restricted or eliminated. And so this trend where the arrears are high and are going to stay high. So even if we did what New York State had done, where the state paid, I think OCC's testimony shared, the state paid $250 million of those arrears. It's still going to grow because we can no longer, PURA won't let us take deposits any longer. 80% of customers who write off, they've only lived there for less than 2 years. So now you're making all the rest of customers pay for the brand new customers in Connecticut. We used to be able to take deposits for it. In order to avoid being disconnected, you have to pay 10% of your bill or sign up for a payment plan. And you don't have to make any payments for like 2 months, make no payments, and your service is still 0 payments, not just partial payments, 0 payments, you're still protected. And then when you fail, you can sign up again. So you can daisy chain through 4 months of nobody paying, and then all the rest of customers are paying for it. So back to the smart question earlier today on what else could we do to lower bills, regardless of where we stick this chunk of money, this chunk of funding is allow us to do tried and true collections. Otherwise, Connecticut will certainly continue to increase arrears, which we have done since implementation of the discount rate, which was 1.5 years ago.
Thank you. I'm going to try to stick to the 2-question limit here rather than follow up on that. I wanted to touch on, you mentioned the OCC, Office of Consumer Counsel testimony. One of the things that they argued, switching topics here, although I think you referred to storm damages. And part of her argument was, there was a distinction between, as you said, your job to keep the grid safe and, the infrastructure safe. So some storms you should be responsible for them. Storms happen in life. Isaias, maybe not. I mean, so I wonder whether you could comment on that, whether you see a distinction there or you see all storm damage as something that should be placed elsewhere.
Sure. I can start. So in terms of the rate recovery for storm costs, what happens is, as you're describing, so there's a threshold for storms. If I take a step back, the goal of all rate making is to set rates that reflect what the utility expects to incur for its costs in a year. And as it relates to storms, as you can imagine, that's really difficult to determine how much a utility is going to experience for storms, especially as Mr. Chatterjee said that we've had multiple storms that are otherwise known as once in a century storms. We've had, with climate change, certainly the impacts are real and the costs are real. So those storms that we're talking about are exclusively and specifically at a level of significance that from a rate making perspective are treated outside the normal course. And this is true here in Connecticut. It's also true in Massachusetts and in New Hampshire, where we have operations as well. So we're talking about storms that are of a level of significance that they're to be reviewed separately and then paid for separately. And I think that's the critical distinction. These aren't for your more minor weather events that, just to your point, we are expected to and have to be able to respond to every day and don't get special rate making treatment for. But when we're talking about the storms that are of a level of significance for Eversource here in Connecticut, we've incurred roughly $1 billion over the last several years and have a balance accrued of costs that we have paid out that just pure as normal practice would have us coming in and recovering those costs from our customers over a number of years in the future. And what we have we have proposed in multiple proceedings before Pura has not yet accepted as an opportunity to reduce the overall rate impact of that future recovery and to reduce the overall carrying charges of that future recovery is to simply try to wear that balance down so that when we get to that point of having the storm costs allowed into rates, the balance is lower and the carrying charges can be less. What this bill would do, though, is provide a new tool for Pura to use to allow our customers to be able to pay off that substantial balance through a tool that cannot otherwise exist. Securitization is a tool that is only an option if it's enabled by legislation, which this legislation would do. Give Pura a tool to be able to, when it comes time to pay for that substantial balance outstanding, after those costs have been determined to be recoverable from our customers, let those costs be paid for at the lowest possible interest rate that customers could ever achieve. That's what securitization would do. That's what this bill would do. And in the absence of this bill or legislation like it, Pura will not have that tool. Customers will pay more and bill impacts will be higher. So this is one of the things that we see as adding value in that delivery portion that we do control.
Just going back though to this distinction to make sure I'm clear, that nearly $1 billion in storm costs, those in Uber are all extraordinary events.
That's right.
None of this is the regular sort of.
Each event, there's, I believe, 36 events. Each goes through a rigorous review process, and each has to meet a level of significance, a threshold level of significance before it's included in that pool. These are not your run-of-the-mill storms that we experience on a regular basis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take the promotion. Thank you for testifying today. You mentioned at the beginning, you support the bill. Eversource's House view is that they're supportive of the bill. You specifically in your testimony invoked the system benefits and FMCC changes, as well as the purchasing changes. Excluding those sections, do you support the other sections of the bill?
Yes, we support the bill.
Okay, but even say theoretically the FMCC and system benefits sections were taken out and the purchasing section was taken out, you would still support the bill?
I think, just to be clear, I think you're asking if the public benefits charges were to continue to be reflected on our bill, and then the separate procurement practices that's contemplated in the proposed bill just stayed status quo. Would we still support the bill?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Look, this is what I would say. As I said in the outset, there's a lot of really good information here, not just information, excuse me, really good legislation here that will help customers today. That includes, in my mind, all the components here. There are implementation details and milestones that, will need to be figured out. But in terms of a big picture way to help our customers, 27% of the bill would be reduced immediately by the passage of this law. That is a substantial real saving to customers by having a different funding pool for the public benefits charges that are on our bill. Yes, there are other elements of the bill that would, just like I just mentioned, securitization, if that alone were to happen. Senator Fazio, I spoke before your committee earlier in this session on securitization for several hours, I think everyone will recall. And I think if we can get that piece, that's a good thing for customers. But the reality is that if we're only focusing on Eversource's distribution portion of the bill, 29% of the bill, we should focus there, full stop. But if we only focus there, which is what generally Pura has been doing and what other legislation has been contemplating, we're leaving a full 70% of the bill untouched and unchanged. And I think that's a mistake. I think if we're trying to set the expectation with our customers, as many are, that we're going to actually reduce their electric rates in the near or the long term, We need to be focusing on the entirety of the bill and on the real issues that are causing high electric prices in the region. And so I think if we only had certain pieces of this bill and not others, I think we're doing our customers and your constituents a disservice by not focusing holistically on solutions that will help them, which this bill, as I see it, does.
Yes, and you certainly do not have to convince me that the primary priority of this state government should be attacking and reducing the public benefits charges. I was authoring legislation to do just that before public benefits was a term that anyone in the state of Connecticut used. But I am trying to get at the fact that there are other sections of the bill which do matter, and I'm trying to understand your position as a company. If you are in favor of other parts of SEPA, of the Energy Infrastructure Transition Fund, beyond the changes to public benefits and purchasing.
And the way that I look at what that fund is doing and what the other elements of the bill are doing, beyond taking the public benefits charges off the bill, beyond rethinking how energy procurement happens in the state of Connecticut, is there is incremental value to those things, namely securitization for storm costs. Again, I think that is a no-lose proposition for our customers. As I look at what the other funding mechanisms are intending to do, it's intending to find ways to lower the rate impact on customers of incremental expenses for things like enabling electrification and having, as Senator Fanfara asked in his leadoff questions to me, having rates be designed in a way that send more efficient price signals and collect the costs in more efficient ways than traditional means may enable. And by having policies that support electrification, then we can get back to a place where you do have, as all utilities did for the majority of our history, naturally increasing sales volumes that reduced rate increases needed to fund ongoing and system investments in the system. So I think there's a lot of good things here. And so my answer is yes, we support the bill in all elements of the bill and its goal to substantially reduce rates for our customers. I think there are substantial, because again, in terms of the public benefits, the way that I'm seeing it, it's not making it's not changing the value assessment of whether it's the low income discount rate and the validity and the benefit of that program, or energy efficiency and the validity and the benefit of those programs. Net metering, same thing. What it's doing is it's establishing a way that is paying for the costs of those programs through other means than through utility rates.
Okay, thank you. So the bill contemplates creating, retaining a part of the public benefits charge, a 7 mil charge, to fund several different programs through the Energy Infrastructure Transition Fund, including smart meters, EV infrastructure, and I believe smart meters, I mentioned, EV infrastructure, distribution and substations, funding, which was traditionally infrastructure programs, which were traditionally funded or have been traditionally funded through the normal utilities capital investment, recovery and return on investment. So you're able to make a profit because it's capital investment. You're taking a risk, and that is approved or not through the PURA rate making process. This, as you understand it, by funding some of those expenditures now through the Energy Infrastructure Transition Fund, administered or overseen by SEPA, would on those expenditures you be eligible for a return on investment, or would it simply be a recovery one-for-one dollars on those expenditures as you read this proposal?
I think, great question. And I think that's an area where, so if we think about just the costs of those things that you just mentioned, whether it's advanced metering infrastructure or substation upgrades, certainly the cost to invest in those things will exceed the amount produced by the revenues, the 7 mil charge that's going to remain there. So the way that my understanding is of that piece of the bill, it is, again, it's trying to come up with a way to have a more efficient financing of costs, incremental expenses. To your point, we are in the business of having to, make prudent decisions to invest in the infrastructure that serves our customers, whether it be AMI or any of those other things. And so to the extent that is contemplating having some other model, which wasn't clear to me that was the end game there, then I think that could be problematic. It might not work in that way. However, I do see there, like I said, there's incremental expenses associated with all of those things that could be paid for through state bonding, and just the way that we're talking about, like the public benefits charges, and perhaps that would yield savings to customers. I think we would need to work through the mechanics of how that would work, and implementation milestones and timelines, and understand exactly how that could work without upsetting, the rest of our financing needs and requirements on the system.
So as you read it, is it not clear to you, or is it clear to you? And I'm sorry, I'll finish with this question. It is, say you spent $50 million on a substation through the Energy Infrastructure Transition Fund. Do you imagine that would be something where you are being reimbursed for costs plus a return on investment through this program, or that you are just being funded at the front by the Energy Infrastructure Transition Fund and not making a return on investment on it?
I think my understanding of it is that we would have to be being reimbursed for cost plus a return if it's a capital investment that we're making, to the point that I said is the capital expenditures for those initiatives that you referenced are far in excess of what the,
Yes.
So there would need to be, if we're making that investment, then the pool here would have to cover both the return and the annual expenditures, or the annual costs on that return. It would have to, because we would be accessing capital to make those investments that would be beyond what is provided for in this legislation. However, again, if there are incremental expenses tied with each one of those programs, which there are, and we expect them to be, I think there could be a place, and this is where we would need to work through in terms of this mechanism, providing an efficient way to finance those and to mitigate the bill impact of those expenses for investments that are more like a hump in nature, if you will, things that we're making to enable electrification, but aren't our typical ongoing annual expenditures that we're having to make for the rest of our system.
And thank you, Mr. Horton. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll probably ask your indulgence after everyone goes with their first 2/3 questions.
About 8 o'clock tonight. Be glad to do that.
I haven't appeared before this committee before, but that's a good estimate, I think, if you get me going.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just some concerns. If we're all looking to lower our ratepayers' bills, obviously is number one concern we all heard this fall when campaigning. So here's my concern, and I've been listening to you very carefully. I've heard a lot of, we need to make these investments in capital improvements, and my fear, and maybe you can speak to this a little bit, I don't want to see that public benefit removed from the bill partially, or whatever percentage we land on, and then supplanted by Northeast Utilities capital improvements. So in the end, we're really doing nothing for the ratepayers. So that's my fear. Maybe you can reassure people that are watching the hearing today that that is not the case.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, great question. And I certainly understand and appreciate the sentiment. That is not the case, certainly not as I see it. When we make, and this is again true for all utilities, we make ongoing investments in our system every day at a level that far exceeds the amount that we collect through our rates from our customers. And we finance that gap with capital provided to us from debt lenders and equity investors. And the fact of the matter is, as we've said, yes, there is a growing need for infrastructure investment on the system to meet very important state goals, to meet our customer expectations, to meet the requirements of a clean energy future, which delivers power to our customers in ways that the existing system hasn't and doesn't, and the reliability and resiliency expectation. So the way that I see it is that as we're accessing the capital and having to make those investments, the fundamental goal of PURA, first and foremost, is to evaluate the rates for the delivery service that we provide to our customers. And no rate change is enabled through that local delivery portion of our bill, again, about 29% of a total bill today, without PURA first reviewing extensively and determining that the costs for that provision of service are just and reasonable and necessary and affordable for our customers. So nothing in this bill, as far as I see it, changes any of that regulatory oversight and that very important role that's required to play before a rate is changed for our customers. And that will go for our existing investments and any into the future that we're having to make.
Thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. Just one question. Then anything we could do with the lower rates is something we've all heard. That should be our goal. But the power purchase agreement to me is intriguing. I'd like to see us buy better. And I think this bill could lead to that. I don't know if you have any views on that. And I think it would save us quite a bit of money and power at the end of the day.
The question is in relation to the Millstone purchase power agreements. And I think it was mentioned earlier, I think it was Representative Paletta, that what we've seen is there has been years where those contracts have produced a significant benefit, and there are years where those contracts have come at a cost. And I think the main source of customer angst and concern has been the wild volatility in the rate impact of those contracts. And Pura has not yet evaluated its RAM rate making process. We have presented a number of proposals, starting with a filing we submitted in January of last year. We updated it in February of last year as we saw the public benefits rate heading on a course to increase at the largest increase in that rate that we've seen in its history, and only the second largest rate increase that I've seen in my career. The first being the standard service rate that changed significantly on July 1 of 2023. And Pura has, to this point, not accelerated any review. We are in a RAM rate making proceeding right now, following Pura's revised process to set rates for this May 1st. And I think that, there is no expectation in my mind that if we're going to continue to follow the same process that we've had in place for the last several years, since 2020, when Pura first changed its RAM rate making process, I don't see how we can expect the status quo to result in anything different for our customers and your constituents, which is that there's been an annual cyclical cycle of wild swings in customer rates. So I absolutely see there to be value. And again, it's not getting into, from my perspective, any of the public policy that is behind any of these programs. We're simply talking about what is the most efficient way and progressive way to be paying for these things. And I see taking these costs and having them financed in a different way, again, can produce material benefits to our customers. And if nothing else, avoid the wild swings in rates that we've continued to see.
I appreciate that. So one more question. So procurement, buying it, and I don't know what the term would be, bulk or, buying it in the futures.
Yeah.
At a lower price. It's like what people do for asphalt. You want to buy it and when it's oils down or products that are maybe come from China now, you want to buy it last month in bulk. It's really buying in the futures and at the lowest rate possible. Is that correct?
Yeah, and in terms of the supply of electricity, and maybe Mr. Clarity can speak to this. On the supply, yes. And I think with this bill, so as a utility, we procure the power. We are price takers. We don't own generation. We go out, we procure the power on a set schedule, and the cost is what the cost is. And we then pass that cost through to our customers, and we change rates to reflect the cost and not a penny more. So what this bill also does as it relates to that process, just to your point, is it would now have a new process where this agency would be evaluating what are the opportune times, instead of heading on a rigid basis, a set fixed basis and schedule for changing rates. Are there ways to more to do just like you're saying, to strike while the iron is hot, if you will, and costs have come down. The process today does have value and has had the benefit of, on the supply side, at times mitigating those, because we're stacking in the procurements, but where it's happening on a fixed procurement schedule, we are not in the business of trying to time the market. Whereas this law tries to have a new process that you could strike while the iron is hot. And I think that's, again, it's trying to attack what is about half of a utilities bill. It's trying to come up with a way to materially impact that in ways that the current process doesn't allow.
Appreciate that. And that would lower rates, I would think, would have to lower rates by the nature of the costs.
And that's certainly the intent of the bill, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So obviously, you found a friendlier ear at this committee, and I appreciate that you've been searching for that for a while. Can I ask you a couple of questions, Doug?
Please.
The securitization language in this bill, is it substantially different from the securitization language that was handed to me by Jim Judge and Joe Nolan after Hurricane Isaias, or handed to the governor? Is this language similar to your language?
I'm sure it's very similar. We've been talking, just to your point, about securitization for a number of years, and
But the specific language, is it Eversource's language, or is it language that was generated by this committee, or by Pura, or by Deep, or by OCC? Is this your language? Is this your plan, or is it their plan?
I can't imagine it was produced by Pura. Pura has been opposed to securitization. So my understanding is the legislation that is in here reflects the proposal that we've been standing behind for a number of years.
I just want to be clear where a lot of this comes from. So thank you for that. And I
Senator, where it
appreciate,
comes from is this person right here.
I
It's my
appreciate-
bill. That's where the language
I
comes from.
appreciate the honesty of the answer. I'm questioning the speaker at the present time. I'm happy to debate energy with the good senator anytime, not here. Couple of things. There's a lot of discussion about arrearages. And there are arrearages, and we know that. We seem to have very short-term memory loss. Going back 4 or 5 years, there was no effort or desire on the part of the utilities to get out of the standard service business. Actually, I remember having many conversations with PEG about how the standard service provided a very stable base rate. It adjusted twice a year. We talked about changing it to shoulder months. We talked about making some adjustments. We've done studies on how we procure. But generally speaking, the decision was that the procurement models that were used were providing some stability and de-risking the ratepayers to a large extent, all the while giving them the opportunity to buy in the third-party market. I understand why, as a matter of strategy for your company, you don't want to be responsible for that anymore because you get blamed for everything. And I understand that. That's not an illogical thing. And the volatility caused by a pandemic and the war and the accumulated arrearages and the supply gyrations, which seem to have generally stabilized now within a more normal range, you just don't want to do it anymore. So you'll support any effort to not have to be responsible for it so you don't get blamed for it. I get it. It makes kind of sense to me, but I'm not sure, to speak to Rep. Iaccarino's comments about, well, this has to result in better rates. That's a lot of crap. People who trade lose money and make money. You know that. We provide stability, not a roulette wheel of electric rates, which some people think is a good idea. You like gambling? Go gamble on electric rates. Play the market. That's not what our responsibility is. We did enough damage when we deregulated the markets and now gave Wall Street a lot of opportunity to make money by trading energy futures and providing a big gap between wholesale prices and retail prices. I know we did that, but I'm not sure that the state of Connecticut, which pays for top salaried people $200,000 a year, is going to do better than those Wall Street guys who probably make out 52% of the time and lose 48% of the time. It's not a win-win, and everybody doesn't win. When you gamble on commodity trading, you win or you lose. This senator does not believe that the ratepayers of the state of Connecticut should be subjected to that casino-like environment. Number one. Historically, let me ask you another question. The redesign of the electric bill, right, which happened as a result of a docket initiated before I got here, from my understanding as a result of legislation, and I see Vincent's looking at me, I'm wondering, when was that legislation passed to redesign the bill again? Do you remember?
I'm sure Vincent can help me with that. This is what I would say. You mentioned gambling is a lot of crap, and I understand, and I don't disagree with that sentiment. But what I see here, Senator, is that we have a bill that is focused on a comprehensive solution to a complex problem. And Senator, respectfully, the other bills that have been contemplated in the initiatives of PURA over the last several years have been focused on one thing and one thing only, and one narrative and one narrative only, which is a story that says that we have high bills here in New England because Eversource has been failed to be held accountable, or that Eversource has record profits, Senator, and that's what's causing there to be high bills. And my continued ask of PURA and of the legislature and anyone who will listen is to just be honest with ourselves, with our customers who are your constituents. I'm not trying to skirt any accountability or responsibility for our portion of the bill. But what I do see is 60% of the bill are for things that we are not in control of, that we administer at the request of the state of Connecticut. And we do so without profit or markup, and we're glad to do it. So if that's the paradigm, then that is fine. If that's the paradigm, then that is fine.
Are you continuing to be glad to do it?
We will do, this is a matter of what the state of Connecticut wants to do
Okay.
in order to address a real problem. And Senator, I think we saw, I certainly did. I have the scars from last summer and the customer pain and anxiety.
We all
that
do.
customer, we all
Just a heads up,
exactly.
we're past the allotted time frame for this question round.
Therefore, we're going to terminate this discussion at this point. And
Excuse me?
where there's a 5-minute rule in this committee and it's been exhausted. The exchange between a question and answer.
All I will say is I hope this bill comes to our committee where it belongs and we have a robust conversation about this, but this is not the way to solve these problems. And let me say, we all
Thank you,
care
Senator.
about electric rates. This is not the way to solve
Thank you,
anything,
Senator.
nor is it procedurally right. And the senator to my right knows that. And let everyone understand that this is not the right way to do this.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I received testimony this morning from my Chamber of Commerce in support of this bill. One of the sections of removing the demand charge. How does Eversource plan on making up the lost revenue from removing the demand charge?
That is an excellent question. So, one of the things that would need to be worked out when we talk about rate setting, and if I only have 5 minutes, I'll have to be brief, which is good. I didn't know that rule. So when you talk about rate setting, there are different ways to design rates to collect costs. At the end of the day, we start with, as Senator Funfara said, what is the total pool of dollars that we're seeking to recover? And then we divide that essentially by a denominator. Some costs are collected on a kilowatt hour basis. Some costs are collected on a fixed basis, regardless of any usage. And some costs are collected on a demand charge basis, which is a kilowatt hour is how much electricity you consume over a period of time. And a kilowatt or a demand charge says, what's the peak amount that you consume at a period of time? So the simple answer to your very good question is that at the end of the day, if we eliminate demand charges, as this bill would contemplate us doing, we would be inserting something else that, by its design at least, on an overall basis for all customers, by its design, would still be designed to collect the same revenues. Within each customer, though, will have a different experience for how that rate design impacts them. And Ms. Kane can add.
Thank you for that question, Representative Barry. So for example, it's probably 16, 17 years ago when I was popping pregnant with my now 16-year-old that I came to one of the legislative sessions and talked about the time varying rates AMI pilot that we did here in Connecticut. So for those who don't know, we did that. And on those time varying rates, customers significantly shaved their peak load. I believe it was close to 10% for some customers. We did different price differentials. To this bill's point, it's not a 10 to 8. That is so old school. 4 to 7 is a good peak, but you want to ideally pin that peakiest few hours of the year and then give customers choice, right? Let them choose to reduce their energy during that peak times and then go charge your EV afterwards. So ideally, you're trying to shave the peak in a way that gives customers control and not just peanut butter spreads the demand for all customers when we want it to be a business-friendly state for customers to live in. In addition, customers were more satisfied having participated in the dynamic pricing pilot back then. They did use about 2% more energy, and we did it with businesses and residential customers. Businesses, 12 to 8, that's too big of a peak, right? You're not going to shut down your pizza restaurant between 12 to 8. It just wasn't practical. This bill gets us, it starts to tag like how to look at shaving off that peak. So I think that's a way that will help reduce the demand in a way that helps all customers.
And if I could add, just to ground everyone on electrification, typical household today consumes about 600 kilowatt hours. If you get one electric vehicle and you plug it in your garage starting 9 o'clock at night, and you drive roughly 15,000 miles a year, you'll add about 400 kilowatt hours on top of the 600 kilowatt hours. And if you put an electric heat pump during winter months, you'll add another 1,000 kilowatt hours on top of that usage. So what this bill is fundamentally contemplating is by increasing the kilowatt hours and then spreading the kilowatt hours by giving customers more understanding and knowledge of their usage. That infrastructure that we have to build, that transformer at the end of your cul-de-sac or a pole top transformer or a distribution line, we have to build that for the peak demand. So your house peak demand is roughly 4 to 5 kilowatts. It's not based on the 600 kilowatt hours or the 600 plus 400 plus 1,000 with the heat pump. So what this bill does, and with time of use rates, you can spread the kilowatt hours. So that brand new distribution cable that we just put in is running hot through the course of the day, as opposed to 2 hours or 3 hours a day. So it's a better utilization of the infrastructure, and therefore it's a better bang for buck. You're spreading, you're increasing your denominator. Your cents are now increasing, but your kilowatt hours are substantially increasing more. So with that, cents per kilowatt hour stabilizes more.
Excellent. Thank you.
Senator Honig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, following up on that same topic, this bill does propose advanced metering and time of day pricing. Just wondering, first, like how important is that, and what kind of potential savings could one expect to see if we did have time of day pricing?
Sure. Thank you for the question. We have been supporting and advocating for us to move to advanced metering infrastructure for a number of years. We're deploying advanced metering infrastructure in Massachusetts. We're stalled in Connecticut because of PURA's order having us move forward with AMI that creates significant uncertainty for what to us is a large investment that requires us to access capital. We see there to be tremendous value in AMI, providing information to our customers in ways that we can't and just don't today, where we have meters that do a very good job of their original intent, reading the electric usage that a customer has on a monthly basis for billing purposes. AMI allows us to really get customers into their experience and how they're using electricity, more real-time information, not only in terms of what appliances are driving their electricity use and how they can better and more efficiently manage those, but also being able to design more complex and intelligent rate designs that could be applied broadly. Whereas today, again, we just don't have the infrastructure to do that. So I will say, to me, I think there's tremendous value from a customer service perspective and a customer satisfaction perspective, and also to enable rate design that is more efficient. That is going to be a longer term proposition in my mind, because it requires there to be a fundamental shift, and Ms. Kane can please chime in terms of how our customers think about their electricity usage today. Broadly, it's after the fact. It's when they receive their bill, after they've used electricity. AMI would allow us to completely redesign that customer experience. And I think over time, you would see changes in how customers behave and interact with their utility bill that will unlock value. But
thank you for that question. I'll think of three things that we are fully supportive of AMI, and also the time is now. So again, 15 years ago or 16 years ago, when my son was just being born, our meters were babies then, so it wasn't great as far as the meters. Now you've got them in like close to retirement age, and so that is a better strike zone as far as the business case for AMI. From a customer experience perspective, today we don't know at a major storm, we don't know when Doug has lost power and we've restored power to everyone in his neighborhood except for Doug. We don't know it until Doug calls us, or we call the entire area and say, is your power back on? Is your power back on? In long storms, like the customer satisfaction of not being the last one left with your power out as crews roll away, that is a huge benefit. From a customer satisfaction perspective as well, on average, they're 6% more satisfied once they have once they have smart meters versus without. And we can now tell you, if you say, I want to have a bill, I want my monthly bill to be $150 a month. Imagine getting then, which is what we built into our engagement plan, getting a daily alert saying, based on your usage so far month to date, you're on track for a bill that's going to be $150 or something different than that. So that will help customers learn what energy their appliances use, when to do different things. We know that does satisfy, and the overall business case is cost effective. It's a net positive benefit for customers. So we think that those are the types of things we should be investing in.
So it's like substantial savings, but you can't really quantify it. Is that what I'm hearing?
On average, businesses, what we did quantify and put in our business case was that residential customers would shave the peak by 12% and businesses would shave their peak by 4%. And depending on the rate design, that will determine how much money each one saves. So it becomes customer specific instead of peanut buttered. And also the numbers, I'll stop there.
And does this is this like mostly a supply issue, or does this affect like transmission on the grid as well?
Heads up, I believe we're limited to 2 questions.
Senator Honig, you can finish your question.
Yeah. So is this a strictly an electricity supply issue, or does this affect transmission on the grid with kind of shaving the peak?
I think it's all of the above. So I'll just speak from let's say you're living in a neighborhood in, say, Farmington. You have a distribution line within your neighborhood. You have an overhead distribution line that serves that neighborhood, and then you have a substation, and happens to be in West Hartford, that supplies that distribution line. And that substation is supplied by a transmission line that connects from Newington into West Hartford. If you reduce a little bit of the demand in the end of your cul-de-sac, you could avoid the distribution infrastructure coming into your neighborhood. Now, if everyone in your neighborhood starts to do the same thing, then you could potentially defer a distribution substation upgrade. And if Canton, West Hartford, and Farmington, all of those customers start to do the same thing, now you could start to reduce loading on the transmission system. So it really goes to, depends on the scale at which customers adopt these new technologies. On average, every French citizen knows to do their laundry at night. That didn't happen out of magic. It happens out of years and years of customers understanding my nighttime rate is substantially lower than when I come into the garage. I don't want to plug in my electric vehicle. Maybe I don't want to run my washer and dryer because I know my nighttime rate is about 300% lower than my peak rate at 5 p.m. So you start to make better decisions. Sitting here right now, I think it's hard to make that counterfactual assessment. Ms. Kane gave an example of what we can do today, but think of this future state. One electric vehicle, as soon as you plug it in your garage, your 4 to 5 kilowatt demand goes from 4 to 5 to 4 to 5 plus 10. And you add one heat pump, it's another plus 5. So if you don't do any time of use rate, and an average citizen is just supposed to continue using their electric demand as they are today, and add an electric vehicle and add a heat pump, I think that counterfactual is easier to understand, that if you don't do anything, it would be a bad outcome, right? Because the customers will just keep doing what they're doing. And then at the end of every month, they will just be shocked, appalled, and mad as hell with Eversource, right? And so it is incumbent on the utilities to come up with services to help provide that visibility for our customers.
Thank you for that answer, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Representative Paletta.
Thank you. I'm also on a fact-finding mission today. I'm happy to hear from both sides of this debate, and I just have a couple of brief questions. Getting back to the fund that was established with the 7 mills, what investments would that cover? And like, could that, for example, cover AMI?
Great question. And was trying to explain earlier, although probably not doing a very good job. I think it depends on how it is used. The cost of AMI is for us, we estimate approaching $1 billion or in excess of $1 billion. And so the fund itself wouldn't be able to cover the capital investment costs of that, or the other programs that are outlined in there. But like I said, I do see the intent of that program, or that fund, acknowledging that there are incremental costs to enable electrification. And so having this mechanism be able to support that as a concept is something that makes a lot of sense to me. I think how it does it is part of the discussion I had earlier with Senator Fazio, and what costs is it actually covering? How does that work with our existing, utility model? I think that's a good debate and discussion to have.
Okay, thank you. And on the topic of arrearages, in the businesses versus residential, right? The businesses, my understanding is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, they paid into the arrearages, but they were not able to take advantage of it, correct?
They paid into the arrearages. They did not benefit from from any of the low-income financial hardship programs or protections, and they are the minority of the arrears. The majority of the arrears are residential by far.
Thank you.
And
Yes,
one
no,
piece?
finish
Okay.
your statement.
And specifically, $28 million of the $290 million that we have right now is from 3,000 customers who don't have a financial hardship, but they have a medical protection. And I know last year we tried to pass that, help get that legislation through. There should be a means test. The legislation already requires it. PURA needs to require that as well. And currently that is inconsistent, but that could resolve $28 million of arrears.
So you're saying the businesses paid into the public benefits charge?
Representative, heads up, that's your third question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Sam, thanks.
Representative Winter online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Winter, we are having
thread of questions
audio
around procurement, an active procurement strategy. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now. Thank you.
If we were to adopt an active procurement strategy, do you have any expertise for that? You feel like it would be best to have an independent agency take on?
I'm so sorry, I didn't catch the full question. If we have an active procurement strategy, does Eversource have any expertise that the committee should have?
I think
correct.
If I could paraphrase the question, since we're going to this bill contemplates a more dynamic, opportunistic way of purchasing, as opposed to, as you mentioned earlier, on scheduled auctions. Would Eversource have the capacity to do that model versus the one we have now?
Understood. Okay, that's a great question. And I think whoever it is that is doing the procuring I think the point is there is going to be an element of decision-making and, judgment, whether that's Eversource, this new agency, a combination, or working in consultation. So certainly Eversource, we have experts, not myself, who are front and center on the front lines of the energy markets and understand how they work. And I think have tremendous value and expertise that we can bring to the table. I think whoever it is, though, like I said, that's making the decision to depart from just a regular cadence and procure contracts, there's going to be an element of judgment. And whatever this process is going to have to acknowledge that whoever it is that's making that decision is doing so with the best intention to try to get away from the paradigm that we have now, which I don't disagree that has had value in some respects, but it doesn't allow for what this bill is intending, which is to go long when prices are low and to lock in prices when it's beneficial for customers to do that. And I think that is a detail and something that should be worked on. I think Eversource has the expertise. I think it's a question of ultimately who it is that's making the decision to go long or to go short. That is a decision that that's up to the state of Connecticut and you all to set the policy in terms of how we do that.
I think Representative Winter, that answer your question?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Why am I not surprised? Representative Mashinsky.
You shouldn't be by now, Mr. Chairman. This is really a discussion for the Energy Committee, but since I'm on both, I'll ask a couple questions. First, I think we all agree that there's about 20% of the population is in need. They're low income, they're either poverty stricken or they're elderly on a fixed income, but it's about 20% of the population. And how do we get long-term protection for this 20% that's always going to be here, so that they have both low rates and access to energy efficiency to lower the amount of energy that they need to use to keep themselves warm or cool?
Thank you, Representative Mushinsky. So we're very proud to have delivered the data matching with the state of Connecticut, and I think we kind of might have done that under the radar. But so now, starting a year and a half ago, the state of Connecticut, the Department of Social Services, we send them a list of our 1 million customers, and every month they send us a yes, no, is this customer low income or not? And if they are identified as low income, we immediately put them on the discount rate. With that discount up to 50%, depending on their household income and size, which the discounts were designed based on that DSS insight. And then their services protected all winter long. We automatically enroll them in the arrears forgiveness programs for the last 4 years. So any of them who have a past due balance, we automatically enroll them in the arrears forgiveness programs, which would mean that you're just paying your average monthly new bill amount with the discount, with no portion of your past due balance. And then with each payment you make, we match that payment and forgive that part of your arrears. So on that piece, upfront, proactively, I think we're nailing it as far as identifying those customers and giving them the discount. And the energy efficiency side, and I'm not the expert in that space, but I know that there's always a challenge with energy efficiency in rent in apartment buildings where customers don't own the building that they're living in. That's a challenge in every state in the nation. But I do know Connecticut is one of the leaders in the nation for all of our energy efficiency, including the Home Energy Solutions income eligible program, for example.
Okay, and my other question is, I live in a municipal utility, and so my utility buys power 5 years at a time. So we have stable rates in my town because they're able to procure for 5 years. What can your utility do to even out these swings in supply, which does make the bill jump up and down?
I think that's a great question. And just to the discussion, the process that exists today is one that is mechanical in terms of how we procure power, meaning we enter the market at certain points in time in collaboration with the procurement manager at PURA. We purchase the power for set terms, and we take the prices that exist in the market. What this bill is contemplating, though, Representative, is exactly what you're suggesting that municipalities are able to do, where your regulated utilities are not, meaning this would create an agency who can decide to enter into a contract and go long when it's determined that that's the best interest of customers and utilities don't do that today. The way that the standard service process has been established is such that we enter into shorter term contracts, and we take whatever the price is that is available to us at the market when we enter the market, and that is what sets the level of standard service. This bill is contemplating a fundamental change to how that would work, so that the agency that's established could do exactly what you're saying, but then providing that to the utility standard service customers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you? Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. For the second time, Senator, or third time maybe, Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Connecticut Electric Procurement Authority under the bill could partly, it's permitted that it could be funded partly through voluntary contributions from utilities, among other sources. Have you had discussions internally about whether you would forego contributing funding to this authority, or would you be open to giving contributions to this authority?
I mean, the utility model requires that our rates reflect our costs. So if there was a paradigm where we wanted to have our distribution rate set to reflect some contribution into this fund that we're collecting from all customers in a way, I could see that, but I don't see how we would be able to, in a position to make a voluntary contribution to the fund beyond that. We have enough cost pressures on us to keep the lights on and to respond to storm events on a daily basis, that would not allow us to be making additional voluntary contributions above that.
Okay, so I'm hearing you saying you would basically rule it out. So maybe that is an edit we can make to the bill, because I think that would be troubling if it were the paradigm. And my last question is, typically we envision securitization, offloading the cost from the utilities for storm recovery for catastrophic storms. But as I'm reading this bill, it says all storm costs would be eligible for securitization rather than just catastrophic big storm costs. So it would reduce the liability to the for normal kind of smaller storms, which is normally absorbed by utilities. They bake it into rates, they have reserves and so on. Is that, are you in favor of that change, offloading the costs for more normal storms, more frequent storms through securitization?
No, that's not what I see this bill doing. I don't see an outcome that would have that be, at least not in my mind as a non-lawyer, the interpretation of this bill. Because like I said, for a cost to be allowed for recovery by PURA for storms, these are costs that have met that threshold I said at the outset. So these are costs that aren't part of our normal rate making included in base rates. These are storms of a level of significance in order of magnitude that require separate treatment. And so those are storms that will be reviewed and authorized for recovery over a number of years with carrying charges at the company's full weighted cost of capital. Whereas under securitization is a tool that allows for us to be able to finance those costs and ultimately for customers to be able to experience the lowest possible interest rate on the recovery of costs. And just earlier it was asked, just in terms of, because that gets to a question around, if we create headroom by moving the public benefits charges off the bill, is there a concern or a risk that we would simply fill that up with other utility investments, which I addressed. But just to that point, and it's related to storms, as utilities invest in infrastructure or finance capital that's expended over or recovered over a long period of time, the rate impact on customers is smaller just naturally because of the model that exists where we're expending dollars today that are recovered over the extended useful life of the asset. For utilities, it's generally decades. So if we're investing, just as a rule of thumb, $100 million results in about a 75-cent impact on a customer's bill. And that's because of the fact that those dollars are spread over a number of years, recovered over a long time frame, and recovered over the full customer pool that we have. When we talk about storms, and again, these are only for storms that aren't in the normal course of business that we operate. These are of a level of significance that are going to be recovered at some point into the future after a review by PURA. Securitization simply allows us to be able to have customers pay for the cost of those storms over time at the best available credit rating, provided there's legislation that enables that financing vehicle to exist.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Maybe we can work on making it clear that it's for abnormal catastrophic storms in the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you, sir. I think we have worn you out.
Rep Winter has one more question online.
I didn't hear you.
Rep Winter has one more question online.
Still can't hear you, but Representative Winter.
I wanted to follow up on this, on the idea of moving the public benefits charge, and ask you philosophically on the level of having volumetric charges and having users pay in relation to the amount that they're using. Isn't there a fundamental logic to that?
The question was, is there a logic to having volumetric charges be the way to have the cost of these public benefits programs paid for, right?
Yes, as system benefits, as they're helping, like you said, to reduce demand and reducing electricity sales, which can help prevent the build out of long-term capital assets and the borrowing that and rate of return that is incurred for those assets.
Yeah, so I actually see it differently from a rate design perspective because these are public benefits programs. Pick a program. By putting it on a utility bill, you are by design creating a regressive model to recover those costs because a customer uses electricity. It has no bearing on their income, their ability to pay, nothing. These are public benefits programs that many of them actually don't relate in any way. Certainly some do energy efficiency, but others are for things that don't in any way relate to the provision of electric service, the delivery or the infrastructure that we own and we operate and that we design rates to collect. So there's actually a debate elsewhere in other states around what's an equitable way to recover the cost of those public benefits, which would have you moving away from volumetric charges to more fixed cost recovery. This, what's contemplated in this bill, though, eliminates that entirely by ensuring that it's a more progressive way to pay for these costs, not having it be tied to your usage, but just having it be tied to all the other forces that go into establishing programs that are paid for through state bonding and the general fund. So I don't see it the way Representative Winter that you do in that regard.
And outside of storm cost recovery, are there any other large expenses that you see as potential fits for securitization?
Great question. I think, and we did speak about that at the Energy and Technology Committee a little bit. Securitization is a excellent tool anytime there is an expense, an incurred expense that is going to be paid for by our customers over time, because all regulators establish a paradigm when that situation exists. You have an incurred cost that is going to be paid for over an extended period of time. The regulatory model requires that the costs reflect the fact that you're paying for the cost up front and recovering it over time. There will be a carrying charge or interest that's applied, and the utilities cost of that interest includes both the full weighted cost of equity and the cost of debt. We have to be able to pay a return to our equity investors, just like we have to pay back interest to banks. Whereas if you can securitize, that is a way for us to be able to have our customers take advantage of not only the fact that there is no equity return, there is no return component on a securitized amount at all. And because that cost doesn't exist when you securitize, all that customers would be paying, no equity return, simply paying the cost of debt to finance that incurred costs over an extended period. But securitization, because it starts with law that allows for securitization, is able to achieve a AAA rating on the debt. So you're able to eliminate the necessary cost of equity capital from the equation entirely, and you're able to get for customers the lowest possible interest rate. So I would say anytime that paradigm exists, that we have an incurred cost that will be paid for by customers over time. The most prime example is storm costs, but we could also think about arrearages. We could think about uncollected costs if there's a large under recovery that has accrued or amassed for some reason. If securitization was a tool that existed for an incurred cost that could be spread over time, it's a tool that could be used to save customers money.
And just to add to the prior question on public benefits being charged on a volumetric basis, I'll just highlight a dichotomy here. So if you're taking advantage of rooftop solar subsidies and putting in a 7 kilowatt solar on your rooftop, you generate roughly 9,000 kilowatt hours annually. That mostly nets out most of your kilowatt hour usage over the whole year. So what does that mean? You're not paying for energy efficiency. You're not paying for hardship customers. You're not paying for out-of-market public procurement of generation. And most importantly, you're not actually even paying for the rooftop solar subsidy program. You're not paying for the front of the meter solar programs. So recovering cost of all of the $800+ million of programs becomes tricky at best and absurd at worst when you have a smaller segment of customers taking advantage of some of these programs, avoiding paying for all of those public benefits. So that is one of the fundamental reasons why public benefits should be completely decoupled from volumetric consumption.
Thank you. I think we finally, I don't want to look up, I don't want to look left or right. I thank you all for your time here today and your information and for all the questions from the committee.
Thank you very much.
Representative Mara.
Thank you so much for hearing my testimony today, and thank you for bringing forward this bill. I must say I am feeling a little lonely up here. I thought it was a party I got to join, but if you don't mind, I will actually read through my testimony because there's so much here. I want to make sure I get through as much as I can in my allotted time. So firstly, I strongly support the Green Bond Fund to finance the long-term, especially the non-negotiable power purchase agreements that we have. I think bonding these obligations will immediately reduce electric rates and clearly save our ratepayers' dollars. I do have some exclusions in there that I would have. I think the combined systems benefits like lighter hardship, the efficiency programs, the CNLM, I think those should undergo a separate analysis and maybe be considered in the general fund. And I think that those also, as we're looking at how the lighter program is going to be rolled out, I think that there's opportunity to look at that with DSS and in the general fund. At the same time, I think that we need to make sure that our future power purchase agreements that burden the ratepayers have some checks and balances on them. So I urge the committee, or if not this committee, the Energy and Tech Committee, to include annual caps on new commitments, ensuring that any future power purchase agreements are cost competitive and necessary for grid stability. Additionally, new charges, fees with these power purchase agreements should be reviewed by the Office of Fiscal Analysis, and those cost projections should be made, whether these are costs to the state budget or if anything else is going back on the ratepayer bill. We need to understand what those charges are. Energy efficiency programs also require greater accountability and markers for improvement. I really support real energy efficiency measures, but I do feel like the current program may offer a little bit of lack of transparency and proper real-time measurements. And just because an efficiency program is well-funded doesn't mean that it is efficiently run. So I know some funds are being used for costs that do not directly relate to increased electrons on the grid, like high school education programs. I support education, but I do not think that a ratepayer bill is where this should be funded. I support the time of use pricing as a tool to reduce costly and polluting peaker plants reliance. I urge the committee also to classify nuclear As well, I have an addition of adding in out-of-state clean energy as class 1 renewable. I think many times we think about the reason why we have class 1 renewables is because we want to improve our air quality. And we know that many of the states that contribute to our air quality here in
You've reached 3
Connecticut
minutes. Please summarize.
are not necessarily here in Connecticut. So let's see. Lastly, while the SEPA, I think, is a great concept, and I think there's a lot that can be done. I feel like maybe the first step could be better coordinating with the existing agencies to see if we can actually improve some of their objectives. So thank you very much for hearing my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions, and I'm happy to work with anybody in the future on this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative Mara. Questions? Well, I think I'll decide on that, but Representative Carney has not had a question this session, I don't believe. And
Go down.
you don't have a question. Okay, Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Representative Mara for being here and working so hard and energy for all of our residents. I do have a question, 2 questions. Apparently I was called out by a senator that left the room about my question about procurement. I think it's very important to have good buying power. And I think in this bill references potentially having better buying power for our residents and our ratepayers. Do you agree with that, Representative?
Absolutely, I agree with that. That's I think that's the biggest reason for putting in that for SEPA. And I think that's a great idea. We need to support better ways to procure our energy and more cost-effective ways.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate your work and also mentioning nuclear pods are going to be part of the equation. And I think they should be a part of our portfolio at a greater level in the next 5 or 6 years.
Agreed. But to reiterate, I think too that we can also add into that portfolio increase of out-of-state procurements as well, I think, or out-of-state recs as well. We know that how the airflow goes through the US. Our air quality is not always affected by what we do here in Connecticut. If we actually really want to increase our air quality, maybe we should actually support recs in other states that would help them as well.
Agreed. Thank you for all your work, and thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no hands online, seeing no hands here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe next up we have Kevin O'Flaherty, who's online. Welcome.
Hi.
The floor is yours, sir, if you can.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Chairman Fonfara, Chairwoman Horn, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Kevin O'Flaherty. I am the Associate Vice President for State and Local Policy at the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. And we wish to register our general support of HB 7275, which would modernize tobacco definitions in the state of Connecticut and update the state's regulations regarding the delivery of tobacco products and e-cigarettes. I'm not going to go into all the reasons that have been mentioned by the Attorney General's office and by previous folks who've testified today, but I did want to mention that we would strongly encourage you to amend the bill to include nicotine pouches and other novel tobacco products now being produced by the tobacco industry that include nicotine, regardless of whether that nicotine came exclusively from a tobacco plant, whether it is a synthetic product, or whether it is a nicotine analog product and similar products. Imagine being able to go back to 2012, 2013, when we first noticed the dramatic spikes in youth use of these of e-cigarettes. And you had the chance to assert authority to treat these products, not to do anything, incredibly punitive, but just to treat them as the addictive nicotine products, like every other addictive nicotine product that's being sold in the state, so that it falls under age of sale, so that it has to be in a licensed tobacco establishment. Yes, so taxes are collected on it, et cetera. And you could have helped thwart the rise in e-cigarette use that then by 2015 and 2016 had exploded and continued to grow for another 5 years. It took over half a dozen years for the FDA and most states to catch up there, but it was far too late to prevent the insane increase in youth e-cigarette use that actually, we talk about the success we've had reducing cigarette rates, especially among kids, cigarette use rates. The increase in e-cigarette use rates by kids actually and adults, but it was largely driven by youth in those years, actually halted the decades-long decline in overall youth tobacco use and led to increases in that overall youth, in that overall use and intense addiction among kids. The legislation, even with the amendment that we're talking about here, would exclude any product, device, or treatment that has been approved by the FDA as a cessation device. Senator Fonfara, Chairman Fonfara, rather, none of the devices that you mentioned or talked about earlier in this hearing actually have any evidence behind them to prove that they are effective at helping people quit. And these companies are prohibited from making those claims. If they want to be approved as a cessation device, if they can prove that they're effective at that, we and every other health organization on the planet would say these products should not be subjected to this definition or these requirements.
Please summarize. You've reached your time limit.
Thank you. You have the opportunity here to help prevent another youth epidemic with another new nicotine product that is attempting to skirt the intent of our laws. To modernize tobacco regulations and definitions while ignoring the most modern new novel product defies all logic and common sense, and we urge adoption of an appropriate amendment and passage of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And although Chair Fonfara had to step out of the room for a minute, I will sort of step into his shoes. And just to first of all, to sort of state some of the case or the challenges here. I absolutely hear you on being concerned about, and I've read articles, although I've yet to read real data, on the youth uptake of, these nicotine pouches. There is, however, a distinction between the nicotine and the tobacco. And sometimes it's an artificial distinction because, nicotine can be derived either from tobacco or be synthetic, and you end up with products that are virtually identical, but get regulated differently because one comes from tobacco and one doesn't. Because tobacco was the kind of original sin that we were trying to address because its carcinogenic properties are clear, established data. So I guess in order for us to tackle this, because we would be, at least as I understand it, we would be one of the first states to be stepping out and heavily taxing these nicotine or synthetic nicotine products. Any data that we can see, I have asked for others who will be told me they'd be submitting data about, first of all, about young people actually using in other words, new customers using these devices, that this is not working as smoking cessation. And I would happily look at any evidence, all the evidence that you have that suggests that these products are not being used for smoking cessation, because of course, as you can imagine, the industry that is producing them very much argues that some of them have been called harm reduction product. I can't remember the exact terms here, but they claim that they're en route to becoming cessation products. So that is way more of a statement than a question, but again, any data that you might have to help us out would be much appreciated.
Yeah, well, I can certainly submit some to you, but I can just tell you that between 2019 and 2024, between 2021 and 2024, youth use of these products, and by youth I mean middle and high school students, more than doubled in those 3 years. The other thing we're seeing too is that unlike e-cigarettes, where these products were used, where e-cigarettes, some smokers did transition to e-cigarettes either by dual using or quitting completely, some adult previous smokers, we're finding that with these products, most of the people who are using them are oral or smokeless tobacco users that are using them to transition. And that makes sense. And that's still a good thing. But we're not, and I would argue that the tax question is something that, I would certainly fight that these things should be equally taxed as well. But that shouldn't exclude them, even if you were going to tax them at a different rate, which I wouldn't agree with and our organization wouldn't. But they still should be treated and regulated like tobacco products because of this youth use. And I know you know this, Representative, but addiction isn't benign. And even though the cancer risks go down when you get the tar and a lot of the other chemicals that exist in tobacco out of it, nicotine still has heart disease risks that are going to stay with it, regardless of whether it's organic or synthetic or an analog. Like it elevates the heart rate, et cetera. So these aren't as and then of course addiction on its own is bad, and then especially when kids are getting addicted, which of course is the focus of our organization. So I would encourage the committee, you and the committee, to think holistically about the fact that these are addictive products. They're the only products that you were regulating 20 years ago were nicotine products that came from tobacco. Now you're regulating nicotine products and should regulate nicotine products that perhaps don't come from tobacco. But I think the core reasons for making sure that they are following youth of access and youth of sale or age of sale laws and all the other laws that you've set up in the state would still be the same.
Thank you. And I thank you for your work and hope we can keep working together on this issue. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I understand your efforts to keep kids tobacco free, but the way I read the bill in section 2, it looks like it includes cigars and importation of cigars. I don't think that's a problem with children. You never see that come into play with children. Would you have any hesitation to getting rid of the section dealing with cigars and being able to import them?
Well, so some cigar, and I appreciate the question. I think it's important to make that distinction. Some cigars actually we are seeing increased use among kids and have over the last 5 to 10 years. The smaller cigars, the flavored cigars, the price point is very critical as to whether kids are going to use them or not. You're absolutely right that a $25 cigar isn't what's fueling any kind of a youth tobacco addiction epidemic. But some of the little cigars and some of the small cigars that can be 3 a pack for 99 cents and prices like that, especially when they're flavored, are a part of it. My understanding is, though, that that in this bill that it's not actually dealing with the tax rates around those products or anything else. That regarding cigars, I believe that the main focus of this bill is to address the shipment of it and to make sure that taxes are being fairly collected on products that are being shipped into the state from out-of-state distributors, and to make sure that is not being sort of the taxes aren't being avoided there. And I would argue that does also have an impact on, I mean, sure, adults would love to get a cigar for cheaper, but the 2 factors that determine whether a kid ever uses tobacco products, bar anything else, the 2 number 1 factors are the price of the product and whether those products come in flavors. And so if taxes aren't being paid on some of these cheap cigars when they're being shipped into the state, and it makes those products even cheaper, then that does have an impact on youth. And I hope that my understanding of the bill as I described it is correct. And I'm happy to have a larger discussion or a longer discussion about it if it's not.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I would just also note that although the bill is concerned with youth smoking, it is not only concerned adult carcinogenic consumption of carcinogenic products by adults. I think is also relevant for the bill. We've had some earlier colloquy about that, and I just wanted to bring that back to the conversation.
Well, cigars are an adult decision to partake, or
so are cigarettes. Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thanks for joining us. I did just have a quick follow-up question based on your prior answer about kind of the 2 key factors to kind of halting youth use of products. And I was wondering if you could speak to, kind of any kind of data around the direct correlation of a certain level of tax related to youth use specifically, and how that has progressed over time, and what that as a committee. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And I appreciate that question as well. And I appreciate any attention that's being given to trying to prevent youth initiation of these products, because that is really, where the industry finds its customers, and then they know that they keep its customers there. And if we can stop most kids from starting a tobacco product and beginning a tobacco addiction, by the time they're 21 or 22, we'll still have tobacco products. Adults will still enjoy them, but it won't be a public health epidemic, and it won't be a youth epidemic either. Connecticut has a pretty darn high cigarette tax. It's right up there tied with, or not just below, the highest in the nation. New York State has one that's slightly higher, and New York City has one that's even higher. But you've done well in that regard. One area that you're not doing as well at is making sure that the taxes on other tobacco products, including smokeless and products like Zyn and oral nicotine pouches, if you were to amend the bill and include it, they would be still taxed under current law at a non-equivalent rate, at a much lower rate than what cigarettes are taxed at the state. And there are different ways you calculate the taxes in different ways, so it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison, but you could raise the taxes that are collected on a wholesale percentage, the way your other tobacco products taxes are collected, to make them more equivalent to the way you tax cigarettes. And that would be one thing that you could do across the board with any products that are addictive to help make sure that kids don't get started.
Thank you. So just to clarify, based on, kind of the levels of taxation that you see in our state versus other states, there is that direct correlation of lower youth usage. Is that accurate?
I'm not, I'd have to look into that to specifically say that. I don't want to say that that Connecticut, because its tax is, $1 higher per pack, has lower youth rates than New Jersey because their tax is $1 lower. But overall, we do know that when the price is higher on these products, that youth use and initiation of these products goes down. And then the other thing to consider there too is that, tax is one of the best ways states can use to make sure the price of products stay high. But the industry still does adjust pricing based on the markets, based on who they're trying to attract, et cetera. So you could have two similar taxes in states, but they might still price the product lower in another state. One way to get around that, and New York City has done this, and I'm not sure if any states have done it yet, but is to set a minimum price for tobacco products and for a pack, so that the state isn't necessarily getting that extra income, but you create a floor, and it makes it a lot easier actually to enforce that, because nobody can advertise a product under that price. And that's a way to try to make sure that regardless of industry efforts to price differently, you're still sort of getting the maximum benefit in terms of preventing youth from ever starting these products and encouraging adults to quit.
Thank you. Thanks for highlighting the kind of the different examples of how folks are approaching this. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Am I missing anybody online? No. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jeff Hinsky. Online.
Yes.
There he is.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Floor is yours.
Very good. Chairpersons Fanfara and Horn, and ranking members Fazio and Paletta, and the rest of the Finance Revenue Bonding Committee, appreciate your allowing me some moments here to express some concerns and general opposition to SB 1560. My name is Jeff Hinsky. I'm the Vice President of Policy for Green Skies Clean Energy. Green Skies is a commercial and industrial solar developer based in Northaven, Connecticut. We have over 100 employees, most of which are based in Connecticut. We do extensive amount of solar work in Connecticut, with over 150 projects completed to date and over 80 megawatts of capacity. We believe we probably are the largest in the state when it comes to those type of metrics. Well, there are a number of items in 1560 where I think we can give some support or wholehearted support in some cases, things like advanced metering. There's a few things I just wanted to point out that I think are very problematic and probably, with them in the bill, we can't support the rest of the bill either. First, just a general comment. Section 1, subsection 3, there is a comment about distributed energy being representing a cost shift to non-distributed energy users or owners. This has been a mantra from generally the utilities all over the country for a long, long time. Independent studies from places like the National Renewable Energy Labs and things have shown that generally, especially at lower penetration levels, distributed energy is a benefit and overall lowers costs to the grid. It may move things around, but it certainly delays capital requirements and upgrades to the grid. Once you get to very high penetration levels, there are some indications that there might be cost shifts, but Connecticut is nowhere near at the 8 or 10% penetration levels that would be a cause of concern. Second item is Section 12, allowing nuclear power plants, basically Millstone, to be reclassified as Class 1 renewable energy. The Millstone plant already has an indirect subsidy based on a number of years ago when a minimum purchase requirement was put in place in Connecticut. That minimum purchase requirement basically includes the renewable aspects or the clean energy aspects of its generation. Moving this over into a Class 1 renewable energy system would, by definition, basically give them double dipping.
You've reached 3 minutes. You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Okay, and then the last item is Section 13, basically is a sledgehammer approach to addressing the net metering problem. We do agree that full retail renewable energy or net metering is probably the wrong direction to keep moving in, but certainly the sledgehammer approach, I think this should be in PURA. PURA is already working on it, and I would leave it at that. So again, thanks for your time and be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any questions.
Thank you. Senator Fazio has a question for you, I believe.
Mr. Hinsky, thank you for your testimony. I do want to know, you mentioned your opposition to including nuclear in the renewable portfolio standard because you would characterize it as double dipping. They have a long-term PPA and they would be able to get a renewable energy credit on top of it. Do you find it problematic that solar assets also double dip under the same kind of formula because they get long-term PPAs from the state and they get renewable energy credits?
Yeah, I mean, I see your point. The difference, I think, is when these long-term PPAs were being negotiated with Millstone, there was some assumption of not being allowed to do this, and the pricing and economics theoretically were worked out through that versus the pricing for long-term procurement of any renewable resources take into account that there are going to be these energy attributes that in the long-term procurement contracts, they actually get transferred to the utilities themselves as well. So it's in the price, if you will, of the energy that we're selling under the long-term procurement contract. So in that regard, it's not significantly different. I would support, creating another carve-out for a Class 4 renewable energy certificate that the utilities, have to procure. But I think the including it in the Class 1 is probably a mistake. Maybe new nuclear going forward, you could argue that makes sense. But I think, in a long-term existing asset like Millstone probably doesn't belong in there.
Yeah, and thank you for your comment. It's an interesting discussion. We did in Senate Bill 7 2 years ago include new nuclear in the renewable portfolio standard, which I'm very proud of. I would say, I've said this publicly, so I don't have a problem saying it, but again, I think if nuclear were included, in the renewable portfolio standard going forward, it would theoretically improve the economics of nuclear in the state, and it would mean that future procurements that we do as a state would not have to be at as high a price in order to keep the plant going. So it would take the fixed pool of existing class one and use some of that monies to reduce the rate we all have to pay on the Millstone contract after 2029. So that's part of the thought process. Appreciate your knowledgeability and your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. Senator Honig online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you explain to me the mechanics of how allowing the Millstone plant as a class one renewable would adversely impact the solar industry? Like, what are the actual kind of financials involved in that?
Fundamentally, when we are financing or running the economic models for our projects, in net meter, behind the meter, distributed energy type projects generally have a special carve out. It's either under older systems, the LREC, ZRECs, or more current systems, the NRES programs. And so there's sort of the class one RECs aren't such a big concern there in the short run. But when these different programs that the systems are currently under run out, in the case of LREC, ZREC, some of the first ones actually are nearing the end of their contract life. We do have the option to switch and generate class one RECs. And those are kind of priced into the long-term economics of these projects and what how they're financed and the financing rates and things. And so if there is a sudden incremental step of class one RECs in the market because Millstone, or maybe it's after 2029, that would be a different kind of calculation, it switches over to class one RECs. It would hurt the long-term, what we call the tail of these projects. Most of these contracts are 15 to 20 years for the state programs. After that, we switch into the pure merchant kind of structure, and class one RECs are part of that value stream.
And so, like, those RECs, like, you sell them in the market? Like, where does the money come from?
Sell them in the market. Strictly, they're strictly a tradable asset, if you will. And
who buys them?
Generally, there's two different main purchasers. Obviously, the utilities have a certain level that they have to by state RPS mandates. That some of these things are already built in based on the state programs. They automatically receive some of the renewable RECs. The other people that buy them actually are, in most cases, commercial entities who have internal mandates to green their energy, if you will, or meet certain clean energy requirements, and they will actually purchase these RECs in the market to offset their non-clean energy purchases from the utilities.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further questions, thank you again for being with us.
Great. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Representative McCarthy-Vahey and Senator Anwar from the Public Health Committee. We're having a joint committee meeting right now. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Horn and Mr. Chair Fonfara and ranking members Senator Fazio and Representative Pauletta. As you just acknowledged, we are both co-chairs of the Public Health Committee. I'm Senator Saud Anwar. I'm the Senate co-chair. We are here to thank the committee for raising the bill 7275, House Bill, which is an act concerning tobacco regulations and enforcement. And we wanted to thank each and every one of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee members who are here and the ones who are listening. This bill is an important bill. We are here to show our support and thank you for raising this bill. There are some areas of opportunity in this bill. There is a loophole, and as a principle, I just wanted to make a quick little statement that would suggest what could be improved here. If anything contains nicotine, it should be taxed and it should be regulated. And we need to stay ahead of the loopholes. What happens in situations like this is that We know that there are non-tobacco nicotine products. And of course, in this case, we want to highlight Zen, which is being used, and it is fast growing usage amongst our children. About quarter of the users are less than the age of 20. And that number is fastest growing. And the way the marketing is happening is through social media, specifically TikTok. And then that's where the number of children who are using this has increased. There is an increase at a rate that is going to follow the pattern of the vapes. And this is our opportunity as you're fixing this bill. We want to make sure that we are able to stop and close this loophole. And I wanted to yield to my esteemed co-chair to continue on with the same conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our chairs and rankings. And also thanks for raising this bill and for hearing this today. So as Senator Almore said, we as public health co-chairs are asking to expand that definition and include the non-tobacco derived nicotine products. So why do we come here today as public health chairs? Because we know that evidence-based strategies work. And those evidence-based strategies that have worked for tobacco prevention, especially for youth members of our society, are smoke-free policies, that's the General Law Committee, price increases or taxes here in finance, and then health education campaigns, which is us in public health. We want to support the health and safety of all of our residents, and we too want to fund cessation, which is why we passed House Bill 6974, which has been referred to you, asking for the CDC's recommended $32 million. We know that that's a tough ask in this budgetary environment, and we're not here for that today. We know we need viable cessation strategies, and we need a plan to move away, as Senator Fonfara said earlier, from reliance on those tobacco revenues. That will take time. But at this point today, given what we know, we have ongoing concerns about the impact on young people and the initiation with nicotine products, including vapes and now nicotine pouches like Zyn. From 2019 to 2022, there was a 641% increase in the sale of pouches. Have that many adults used those pouches to quit smoking? We know that there is youth initiation. We also know that this product is not currently an FDA-approved cessation pathway, though I do understand that they are going through the process. The youth appeal, the promotion via social media, the engagement, the increase in youth usage, this is the same pattern that we saw with vapes, including the use of flavors. National survey data can often lag local reporting. And we know that there's, a lot of anecdotal data out there now. We also know that the Surgeon General, the FDA, and others have found that nicotine's effects are not safe for youth and young adult brains. Ask the young people in your life. Ask your interns about Zyn and the usage of nicotine pouches. One high schooler shared with me that his friends are using nicotine pouches to quit vaping. I'm a mom and a social worker. I'm a long-term prevention volunteer in the community. I want us to use those evidence-based strategies and make sure that our youth reject nicotine in every form. So we're here today to, again, thank you for bringing this bill forward, to ask you to pass the bill and to add that language so that we see that strategy at work across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your, joint appearance on behalf of public health here today. It's important. At the risk of, I hope at the end of today, we are inundated as a committee with data, because we have been asking for it all day long, and some people have already said that they've submitted it. But I believe, Senator, where you made reference to some percentage of the users of the Zyn pouches, for example, are young people. Was that 20%?
25%.
25%. Okay. Because that, and I know you know this because you live in this world, but we have been, the industry has asserted to us that there's no evidence of youth uptake here. So it's very important to make sure that we see the data that indicates.
I would say that we are listening to the industry that has essentially, at the beginning of new products and new delivery mechanisms of nicotine, have always been on the wrong side of history. And after a few years, they say, well, oops, sorry, we were wrong. And they're wrong again. they're using new technology, TikTok and other social media, to try and recruit our children to get addicted to nicotine. Nicotine is the most addictive chemical that we know of. We know people who actually can give up literally any other substance, but they have difficulty giving up nicotine. It's interesting that when somebody is marketing this as a cessation tool, it's a switch. It's not cessation. What is happening is people are still using the nicotine. They remain dependent on nicotine. And we also see the pattern that the largest proportion of individuals who are using the product like Zyn are actually also smoking or using non-combustible vapes. They're using all the combinations in some of those cases. They remain addicted to the chemical. They're using changing the delivery mechanism. And the delivery mechanism keeps shifting between one or the other. And in many cases, we know that it's a way of getting somebody addicted to nicotine, and then subsequently they go to combustibles as well. The number of people who actually have used it for cessation are literally minuscule at this time from the literature. And it's not FDA approved. And for anybody to say that it's FDA approved should be another reason. Perhaps that should be in the Judiciary Committee to address these large corporations using technicalities to market their products to children.
Madam Chair, may I add to that answer?
Please.
You may recall in my testimony, I shared that often national survey data will lag behind what that local reporting is. So this is a newer product. And so the data doesn't exist along the longevity lines that some of the other data that we have do. And what we've found in local prevention, and in Connecticut, we have 169 local prevention councils. So every member has the ability to ask their community what they're seeing in their community. And sometimes that anecdotal data in terms of youth usage takes a little while to bubble up. The same thing happened. We saw the same pattern with Juul. And the former head of FDA is quoted in places as talking about what that looked like. So the percentage that Senator Amor is talking about is the percentage of people who are using, which I think has been cited in some JAMA articles. We do know that some of the National Tobacco Survey data shows small numbers right now of young people who are using. But again, what we're seeing in the community is that this is gaining traction, and it's particularly gaining traction among young men in our communities who I think are most at risk in this case.
And so before I violate my rule of two questions, I am looking to my right and left. There we go. Representative Veach. I'll come back with my other questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, both of you, for coming out to testify today. You know, I've heard a lot about these pouches and the push to get those in with this legislation. What about that gum that they used to have out there? The nicotine gum that is that a dead issue? Do they manufacture that anymore? I don't see it written down here. Do you have any statistics on that?
Sure. Here's what I would say. Thank you for that question. And if it contains nicotine, it should be regulated and it should be taxed. So by all means, but the nicotine gum is not marketed and is not being spread the way the pouches are being used. And pouches are being strategically used to be the quote unquote, the new vapes, the new way of trying to get our young boys and girls addicted. But the gum has been used in a different manner as a nicotine replacement, and it's recognized from that perspective, but it should still be regulated too. So,
thank you for that, Senator. Lastly, can you tell me what the retail price point would be for these pouches that they sell?
I don't know the answer to that question, Representative, but if I may just add to Senator Amor's answer earlier, I think the definition that we're asking to be included would not include a tax on FDA-approved cessation products. So the idea here is that we are asking those tobacco products that are not currently FDA-approved as cessation mechanisms to be taxed. But I do not know the price point at this point. I'm sure there are many others in the room who could hopefully answer that question. Happy to get that answer to you as well.
That would be great. Thank you both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, chairs, for being with us. Appreciate your expertise. I did have a question really following up on hopefully just more of the understanding of the impact of on these pouches and nicotine in general on youth specifically. I think we often talk about, kind of the lifetime potentially of the addiction, but I was curious if there is anything else that we can learn, particularly around the medical consequences to youth in using nicotine at a young age.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. And I'll start and certainly defer to our medical provider as well. But again, there's not the kind of longevity of research. So we have seen some articles, again, that have referenced certain potential issues related to gums, and we don't know exactly. And I think I parallel this to the Juul process. So we're still learning more, but I think that's, again, what we do know, as I said in my testimony, that for young people, for the young adult brain, former surgeon generals, FDA, other medical providers have been very clear that nicotine is no good for those young people's brains.
I'll just add to this is that I divide them into three categories. One of them is neurologic changes. It does have significant impact on neurologic changes, and that's actually younger people are more susceptible, but even older individuals would be susceptible to changes in neurologic symptoms, irritation and headaches, and also lack of concentration capacity. There's emotional issues. The emotional issue relationship is quite significant as well. And we see that more in the young boys and girls where there's a personality change. If you start to have conversation with a family with severe addiction, they would actually be not only having the irritabilities, but the concentration capacity, but the personality completely changes for individuals. And they're not able to, till they get the chemical or a substance, in this case, nicotine, they would not be able to have a meaningful conversation and effect. And then the cardiac and risk factors, the risk of tachycardia or heart rate increase, the risk of blood pressure increasing is much more. American Heart Association is very clear on this issue. They have recognized that this causes heart attacks. This can cause strokes in the various age groups, older age groups more so. And what happens is that individuals who are using this, and if they are using more than one delivery mechanism, the risk goes up significantly. The long-term risk for heart problems increases much more because it not only causes the blood pressure to increase, the heart rate to increase, it makes the blood thick. And then it's like a worst case scenario for individuals. It changes. And thankfully, when a person stops, it changes that because the lifespan of that product is short, and that can change things in a matter of a few hours. But thank you for this very important question.
Thank you both. I appreciate it. I think on this committee, we're often thinking through, what type of behavior we're incentivizing or disincentivizing with taxes. So I appreciate you just giving a greater vision to what this actually means for youth that are picking up this as an addictive habit. So thank you.
Can I make one quick comment to your point?
Yes.
When we look at the studies for combustible cigarettes, one of the most effective impact of cessation in the history of tobacco cigarettes, the combustible one, was taxation increase. And that's something that is used as an example of using the taxation model for changing behavior. That taxes have actually not only helped the states to be able to look at cessation effect, but the cessation itself has led to safety of so many lives that would have been lost otherwise. Thank you for raising that question too.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for being here. So good to see you. First, thank you for your leadership on this very important issue. I'm having flashbacks of the large tobacco settlement when I was a kid in the 80s, where I think the country realized that they had a problem and they needed to do something about it. And I know that you talked a little bit about the different ways in which nicotine is being delivered. It just seems like every other day there's a new mechanism by which to deliver nicotine to your young people. And I was hoping if you could speak a little bit about your personal career, especially as a social worker and as a doctor, what you're seeing, what the patients and clients you see, especially young people. Also, if you've seen an uptick since COVID. I know our young people are dealing with lots of mental health issues. Are you seeing more and more children gravitate towards these products to deal with those issues?
Senator, thank you for the question. As I mentioned, I've had the privilege of working with Fairfield Cares Community Coalition for over a decade, which is our Fairfield Local Prevention Council, and have worked with others regionally. You may be interested to know that every community in the state through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services does receive a grant to focus on tobacco prevention. So we, again, know that what those promising practices and evidence-based practices are the smoke-free policies, pricing, and health education campaigns, which is what those DMIS dollars are directed towards. So depending on the efforts and ability of the community to implement that, there have been, I think, some impacts in those investments, but we've seen the shift over time. We've clearly seen and know from the data that the use of combustible cigarettes among young people has declined precipitously. Vaping has gone up. So I would, and then now we have new products, as you said, as we were talking about today, which is why I know we're focused today in the additional language, but the bill before you itself is actually also very important in terms of making sure that we're looking at the full range of products and how we make sure that we cover those. But it's still an ongoing issue and problem because our young people, as they're forming their identities, as they're working through mental health issues, or just their typical development in terms of experimentation and trying to fit in, the more access they have to different products, the more opportunity that they will have to try it. So again, I will use this opportunity to say we certainly want to make sure that we're using our settlement dollars to be able to invest our trust fund work that's done here. We're funding the quit line and making sure that we're putting money towards those other cessation efforts is really important for our young people and adults too, of course.
Thank you, Senator Cabrera. Thank you for your question. I'm a pulmonologist. I see this every day, and it's painful to see this situation every day where the largest number, and I take care of adults primarily. So this morning I started seeing 10 patients that I saw this morning, and 5 of them had combustible cigarette-related disease. Our lifespan has decreased as a state, as a country, because of tobacco use. And now what's happened is that you have these companies who knowingly marketed this. And then that's why there has been these lawsuits which have resulted in the effect. And then they knew that this was an addictive chemical, and knowingly that it causes cancers and other illnesses and emphysema and COPD, they continue to market this. And then that has caused more deaths than any other disaster collectively. And that's the sad part for the United States. Now, we have seen the same chemical, nicotine, being used to get the next generation lifelong use of this chemical. And we saw that in vapes, how rapidly that spread. And this was like doubling up every year, that the number of young boys and girls in middle school and high school were increasing the using this. And now the delivery mechanism is being changed, but the chemical is the same. The addiction is the same. Perhaps they will argue that the combustible is worse than the vapes, and the pouch is less dangerous than the combustible. You can make that argument, but the nicotine addiction is the enemy at the end of the day. And that's why this bill that you have so important bill that you have raised is such a critical part of our opportunity to make sure that we actually have parity on nicotine, tax all nicotine. And then that's going to be important, unless it's going to be used, as was stated earlier, for cessation purpose approved by the FDA with the guidance of clinicians in those cases. Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, I appreciate the answer, and I really appreciate both of your leadership on this. You know, I'm dating myself a little bit, but I just think of the world our young people have to navigate. As a father of 2 young boys, I struggle with just finding time to be with them, and more and more kids spending time online, being susceptible to social media, spending large amounts of time online, and being susceptible to these messages. I think it's appropriate that we look at this thing holistically. The reality is our children are growing up in a world that is extremely different from the one we grew up in, and especially young minds who are susceptible to all kinds of messages. So thank you both for coming here, and thank you both for your leadership on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I will recognize myself for the second time, seeing no other hands up at the moment. Two arguments that I have heard that I just want to give you a chance to address. One is with respect to the nicotine pouches, I think I'm at least becoming familiar with them for the first time now. So they seem new to me. I've had the industry tell me these have been around for 10 years. And if there's no data to suggest that they're, inducing young people to use them and become addicted, that's because they're not. I wonder whether you could address that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would say to the good senator's comments, the world has
I'll get to
changed
that.
significantly from a social media standpoint in the past 10 years. So I learned this week about something called Zinfluencers, which are social media influencers related to Zin. And forgive me, there are other pouches, and I don't mean to single out Zin. There are other pouches. But I think what's important, I was at the Alcohol and Drug Policy Council meeting yesterday, and we were looking at different marketing of different cannabis products and the way that marketing is used to specifically direct young people there. And now, again, I'm not suggesting that this is all necessarily a company. I think there is a culture that can surround a product, and sometimes things will just happen to evolve on their own. And I do think that that's a little bit what has happened in this case. Again, there's a lot more data that we still need to gather and learn. But part of the issue is once you initiate use as a young person, and one of our indicators when we look at grants for substance use prevention, we look at age of onset. So the longer we can go before someone, say, tries any nicotine product, the less likely they become addicted for a lifetime. So when we think about TikTok and the fact that so many young people are spending so much of their time there, and the things that they're seeing, whether they're necessarily specifically targeted or not, they're out there in the ether. And I think that's, again, the anecdotal evidence that we're hearing in the community. When every young person who I've asked about this over the past couple of weeks has, kind of laughed, oh yeah. So that's part of the struggle, is because we don't have all the data that you're looking for yet in terms of young people. Again, I come at this primarily from that youth prevention perspective, but well aware that the majority so many of the people who are adult smokers who want to quit, and I heard Senator Fonfara's remarks earlier and learned that he and I are fellow sugar, have sugar habits, I will say. But I agree with what he said. We have to be thinking about how to help support those who want to stop. I'm here having this conversation because my grandfather died from smoking when I was 15. That's why I got into this whole work in the first place. I don't ever want to see anyone suffer and struggle the way that he did, which is why prevention. But that's a long way of saying, I think the culture around this has changed and shifted and has had a significant impact.
So could I just follow up on that? And I think Senator Onmore has addressed this a little bit, but just squarely the argument that my co-chair made earlier, which is that given the catastrophic health issue that is tobacco, both smoked and, chewed, that if nicotine, the addiction of nicotine is if you can separate the two, and if somebody can use a nicotine product to stop the catastrophic use of tobacco, why aren't the health effects of nicotine sort of just a side effect of medication like we hear about other things?
So it's a fair question. But you have to look at this is that before this gets approved as a cessation tool, you have to go through a process. And the cessation tools that are much more regulated. They have to be watched very carefully, have been done studies in a manner where this can be effective. How can, and I'm going to use the name of a company, how can Philip Morris have their TikTok Zin account have 700 million young boys and girls see that and claim that this is going to be a cessation tool? This is a marketing strategy to get our young boys and girls addicted. That's what it is. They can package it the way they want to. Their history does not suggest that they'll do the right thing. I'm sorry to say. Having said that, if it becomes a FDA approved tool under rightful guidance with prescription authority, we would be back here saying that this is how it should be. But until then, this is harming our children, and this should be stopped.
Thank you. Representative Zupkus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello. I'm used to seeing you in public health, but thank you for coming today. And I guess mine is more of a comment because, you know, we do need the data on this. And I heard you, Representative, talking a lot about data, and we need data on everything. So just wanted to make sure that we are in agreement on that. And I think, but the data shows us a lot of things and what we need to work on and where our weaknesses are and where the strengths are in all of this. My second comment was about marijuana, and you mentioned that also. And I've been told, I don't know, I too don't want my kids vaping. You know, we talk about it all the time. And I've been told you can get, I guess it's pot oil. I don't even know what to call it, like in vapor packages. So I think that also needs to be looked at in this because it's part of it, right? So if we're talking about vaping in general, I think we need to bring that into the fold also. And just was curious, what are your thoughts on that?
I will start. Thank you. It's very nice to see you here and Finance Representative too. My commentary today has been focused on this in part because of the settlement agreement and the way the definitions are, and because it is so specifically tobacco focused. But as I mentioned, you know, serving on the Alcohol and Drug Policy Council as the co-chairs of public health, I think there are certainly conversations that are happening and need to continue happening when it comes to cannabis. And again, I'll use this as an opportunity to point out, if you watch that Alcohol and Drug Policy Council meeting, you can see the difference between what we regulate here in the state and the type of labeling that is allowed for where cannabis is sold legally in Connecticut versus what is not legally being sold, and the difference in the packaging and the marketing. And I think, you know, that's, again, one of the reasons why we're here today is to make sure that we're looking at all of these. But specifically, I think in working with the Attorney General's office, they can probably speak a little bit more to the specifics of the settlement and the definitions here to support that, but happy to talk more about those other issues as well.
I'll just make a few comments. Thank you, Representative Zupkus, for your question. And this is an important issue. It's a little bit outside of the realm of the bill, but I think it's worthy from a public service announcement to say a few things. And I'll just use this opportunity to do that. It's no secret I voted against the cannabis bill. And there are a number of issues that we have to recognize. Anybody—
I didn't know that. I'm glad you did.
Yes, thank you. Anybody less than the age of 18 who uses cannabis, their part of their brain growth is impacted for a long, long time. The other component is that any combustible delivery mechanism is associated with oral cancers and lung cancers. And also, we know that in younger individuals, less than the age of 25, the risk of addiction is much higher. We also know that if anybody's operating machinery, including cars, when they have cannabis in their system and they have alcohol, the combination will make them unsafe to be able to operate. That data is available to some degree in other states that have done this for much longer, but it's a recognized issue. And also, it's well recognized that individuals who use cannabis, there's a subsegment who are going to develop a condition called psychosis, where this can be reversible, but it has to stop. And also, hyperemesis is a big issue that we know that if a person starts to vomit and have excessive vomiting, get dehydrated. So there are issues. That's why there needs to be a reassessment on the dosage, mechanisms of delivery, and reassessment from a public health lens to see how this could be improved going further. So thank you for the opportunity to share some public health perspectives.
Well, thank you, because I understand this is tobacco, but it's vaped it's all the same, like you talked about lung cancer, whether you're smoking nicotine or you're smoking pot. I can't see any difference that it wouldn't affect your lungs. So to me, it's kind of all in the same package, even though it might not be in this bill, but I appreciate it. I really wanted to know your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Madam, may I respond?
Please.
And say thank you. I think it's been one of the challenges for us as public health chairs. As I mentioned earlier, some of those evidence-based strategies in the way we do our committee work, some of that work is in general law, some of it is in public health, some of it's here and elsewhere, actually, honestly. But I think one of the challenges we have with the tobacco language is the master settlement agreement, which was specifically with respect to tobacco. So that's, I think, a big driver of this piece of the conversation and sometimes limits us. I think that's the beauty of this bill, actually, is to your point, it does broaden, perhaps not as much as you were hoping, but it does broaden and expand. So we're catching more, but your point's well taken.
Thank you. And I do agree that there's a lot of crossover in all the committees. So anyway, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. Rep. Fahey, you didn't know what Zinnies were until this week. I didn't know what Zinn pouches were until you guys both sat here. Thank you so much for your testimony and, telling us why you think it should be expanded to all nicotine. So I guess I had two questions. One, listen, Zinn had $1.8 billion in sales last year. So if you're telling me that 25% of users are under 20, that sounds like, oh, my number might be clarified, but that's what it shows online. But it sounds like our youth are, heavily using this product. Can you talk, because the pouches go directly from the mouth into the bloodstream, that's how they're absorbed. Dr. Senator Saud Anwar, could you talk about the health benefits of that, the health costs? And then I was just wondering if we included all nicotine in this bill, what you think should be done with these funds, if it goes specifically into these funds, or what you would want to do, because earlier we also did hear one of the, I believe Senator Fanfara said, about education for cessation efforts. So I'd like to know your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you for a very good question. So I think the absorption is pretty rapid. What happens is that even for the gum and also for the pouches, the nicotine levels go up. The person who actually is consuming them feels that their nicotine desires have been fulfilled very rapidly because the absorption is so fast. And that's part of the addiction as well. So when people have patches which are used, they grow on the nicotine level goes up very slowly over time. So people do not feel the actual fulfillment of their needs for the nicotine addiction. So this is more likely to be addictive than the slow gradual increase in the nicotine levels. The nicotine addiction is a long-term issue, and also the delivery mechanism has long-term issues. So whenever somebody's using the pouches, there's going to be oral cavity related diseases that are much more common in those individuals. For the vape products, there's actually lungs are much more involved in those, and their long-term impact, including immediate effect on the airway reactivity that goes up. And the tobacco, of course, the risk for lung cancer and others are much higher in those things. The use of the tax money, the first thing is I would not use it to bring the utility costs down. But I would start to use it from a public, I'll have to put that in there. But I think it would be used for public health and also treating the illness. It should be very focused on trying to reduce the addiction and looking at the entire combustible, non-combustible, all forms of non-tobacco nicotine addiction as one group of challenges to be addressed. And we need that money to be able to address that, and it would be very effective use. We have already shown it's effective with the $12 million or so that we have in the last few years, every year allocating for that. Madam Coach.
And I'll just add again, another commercial that the CDC recommends 32 million a year as a minimum number for us to be spending on those efforts. And we are grateful for the funds. I certainly would echo, I would love those tax revenues to be used directly for prevention, intervention, treatment, cessation. But I recognize we are the public health chairs and you are the finance committee who has to put these pieces together. But ideally, we would get to the point where we were fully allocating that minimum recommended CDC amount for those, again, those evidence-based strategies for, enforcing as well as educating, and making sure that we're preventing.
Representative Mashinsky.
Yep, I just wanted to ask, public health chairs. We did have this discussion earlier today about, some folks on the committee think that you need the, flavored vapes to quit smoking, and then others of us are worried about youth smoking, or youth, youth vaping. How do we address both those issues? How do we take care of the people who are adults who want to quit without enticing new nicotine users through the use of flavors?
Thank you for that question, Representative Mashinsky. And as I mentioned earlier, it's absolutely critical that we provide support to those adult smokers who want to quit. And I say here, Senator Pompera said before you were in the room that I share that sugar predilection. I might say addiction on my part, but that I can only imagine what a nicotine addiction must be like and how difficult that is. And we do know, we have evidence that so many adult smokers do wish to quit. So what we should be doing is properly funding those ways that we know that are effective and approved in terms of things like funding the quit line, the things that our trust fund group that's now back up and running is doing. And we need to balance those needs. I think, as we mentioned earlier in testimony, this expanded definition would exclude FDA-approved cessation efforts. So in the event that this mechanism of nicotine pouches were to be approved, that would then not be part of the taxation effort. But I will also say something I haven't said before. We're a capitalist country, and there's nothing wrong with the business, of for-profit business models, right? There are only so many adult smokers, but there's an ongoing pool of young people ready to be enticed and initiated into a nicotine addiction. And just from a financial modeling standpoint, there's, motivation there just financially, to continue and have ongoing access to that financial support in that market. So I am acknowledging that, yes, we have to continue to provide support, but we need to think also about the long term with our young people as well.
I can attempt to answer a little bit and add a few things. So I'll just start with the fact that many people believe that corporations are people, but if a corporation has been responsible for killing millions of people, they should be treated like an individual who has treated millions of people, and then go through that process as well. With respect to the nicotine addiction, and I would just have that divided into different categories. There's a physical addiction, there's a chemical component that's part of it, and then there's also a social addiction and emotional addiction to it. For the physical addiction, there's a replacement option. The replacement option is not the only way to go about it, but the replacement options are various ones for delivery of nicotine. That has to be well regulated and controlled, because in the wrong dosage, it can cause heart problems and other complications for individuals who continue to use more than one delivery mechanism. So it should be done not randomly, so that the person can go to a store and buy all different combination of things, and then the companies that are marketing them create a perception that everybody's using it for cessation perspective. So that loophole is being exploited very effectively by the companies, and the same companies essentially, who have used this for that purpose. And we know the results of that, because there's a way to track this, and that tracking has told us that this is not healthy for the next generation of children. More so, adults are are the ones who are already in the addiction. We need to actually stop that pipeline. There's an on-ramp, there's an off-ramp. The on-ramp needs to be blocked. The off-ramp can be streamlined. And that's why it can be done with the existing clinical resources in place. Thank you for that very valid question, important question, Representative.
Seeing no further questions, we thank you for spending having this joint public hearing of the Public Health and Finance Committees. Next up, we have Mike Tran. And once, oh, there we go.
Representative Horn, Senator Ponfera, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Mike Trahan. I'm here testifying with Noel Lafayette, who's the CEO of SHR Energy, and are members of the Connecticut Solar and Storage Association that you've heard from a number of them today. Our members are suppliers of solar products. Our members design, install, engineer, and sell solar rooftop products at the residential and commercial levels. Our members are also developers of the larger football field size, large ground mount solar systems, which feed power directly into the grid. We've enjoyed a good bipartisan relationship the solar industry has with the legislature over the years. Many members here have served on the Energy Committee. We've had good relationships with those, and we appreciate that. We look forward to working with you in the future. There are 2,400 solar jobs in the state of Connecticut, and our association works to advocate for their interests every day. As you've heard before, our members are opposing Senate Bill 1560, in particular sections 1, 12, 13, and 35. I detailed our opposition to those sections in my written testimony. And you've heard of anxiety from some solar home installers over the impact of this bill, especially lines 484 through 494. Just those 10 lines really have a really significant impact on what's called net metering, excess generation that's produced at the home or commercial properties and then fed back into the grid. What this bill does in those lines, it changes the formula that people who are net metering, the compensation they receive in exchange for that product that they put back on the grid. I know Eversource likes to talk about it as a subsidy, but it's really not. It's a compensation for product put back on the grid. If you change that, the way that net metering compensation is figured out, and compensation to home and commercial property owners is less than what it is now, which is what is in this bill, you will drive people away from solar. People will be less interested in solar, and there will be less market. Commercial solar installers will not have people to sell to, and that's how they explain that this will be a crushing blow to solar in the state. This idea of messing with net metering is directly from the utility playbook. It's been in play in states all over the nation. The difference really in where it's been experienced in other states like California, Nevada, Hawaii, where solar penetration rates are 20, 25, 30%. That is the amount of the energy that's used in those states that come from solar. Those states are curtailing solar and just beginning to curtail solar in some instances where there's more solar than you know what to do with. And I think that was discussed earlier today. State of Connecticut is at 4% right now. So this idea that somehow those solar users in the state of Connecticut who are using that 4% of that generation are somehow creating some sort of economic calamity for the other 96% of the solar users or ratepayers in the state of Connecticut who are not on solar really is very difficult for our members to really understand. I'll leave it there, and I'll let Noel Lafayette speak a little bit about the impact on the commercial solar industry. Noel?
Noel needs to accept becoming a panelist.
Please accept, Noel.
Mr. Lafayette, can you hear us? We're waiting for you to accept promotion.
I think we're experiencing some technical difficulties.
Okay, well, we'll leave it at that.
Sorry.
Nola will be submitting some written testimony. I've submitted 4 pages of written testimony. If there's any questions, I know you've had a lot of questions and answers on this issue already today, but if there's anything I can answer, I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thanks for sticking around today. My mistake, I believe I skipped over Andy Bauer, who was.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, co-chairs, ranking regular members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Andy Bauer. I'm the volunteer chair of the Portland Clean Energy Task Force. Before I go into my spiel, I have to admit I was so moved by the testimony on 7275 about tobacco. When I was 12, I would see my grandfather and if I had an audio of him walking into his house after working in the yard, after decades of smoking, I would share that with every young person I could find. It's why I'm a lifelong non-smoker. All right. So thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 1560, which is intriguing that it seems to promote many of the initiatives that I support: AMI, electrification, education and outreach, energy storage. I must oppose the bill as written because the programs I've just listed, I'm pretty sure are already in place or have dockets that pertain to them. This bill would seriously shake things up and therefore begs the question, is an additional quasi-public agency, the Connecticut Energy Procurement Authority and its accompanying Green Bond Fund, worth the disruption? Put another way, the funding mechanisms for energy efficiency, renewable energy, conservation, load management, system benefits would be at risk. I would recommend taking a look at the Office of Consumer Counsel testimony. They know better than I. And these are the only portions of our electric bill which reduce our electric bills. Also, whatever energy challenges we face as a state, disrupting the synergy enjoyed by our current departments, DEEP, PURA, OCC, and others, I don't think that would help. So I'm asking you to tread carefully here, please. I know that's in disagreement with some of the things that have been said. There are nuances to this position. I am asking for a longer conversation on this. Moving on, please keep Millstone and all nuclear power out of the renewable portfolio standard. The RPS was initially created to support sustainable technologies like wind, solar, run-of-the-river, hydro. It was never intended to prop up a technology in its 8th decade of operation. If I recall correctly, that was what the 2017 Millstone deal was enacted to do. Besides, if we can seriously ramp up our renewables paired with energy storage portfolio, doesn't that put us in a better bargaining position with Millstone in 2029? Which leads me to the suggested change in net metering. You just heard Mike Trahan talk about that. When we reach 25%, I think that was the number that Mike Trahan had thrown out, of our Connecticut's energy mix, then yes, let's talk about gradually phasing in a change. But the change as written will severely mess with budgets, leases, or PPAs for those households who have stepped up to invest in solar. And I'll end there. Actually, I just wanted to say I do review others' testimony before I come before you. Mike Webb has a very thought-provoking testimony on procurement, something I really don't know much about, but I learned a lot just by reading that particular gentleman's testimony. And I'll pause and be happy to try to answer any questions, and thank you for hanging in there.
Thank you for hanging in with us as well. And like you, I learn a lot from the testimony that I read, much of which I read last night, including that testimony to which you just referred. Any questions? Seeing none, Thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dan Dolan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Like others, thank you for hanging in what I know has been a long day. Representative Horn, Senator Funfara. My name is Dan Dolan. I'm president of the New England Power Generators Association. NEPCA is the trade association that represents roughly 95% of the electric generating capacity here in Connecticut and across the 6 states of New England. In Connecticut, our members own and operate over 8,000 megawatts of power generation, employing over 2,000 people here in the state. And clearly energy affordability has to be at the core of so much of what we do. We think of it in a 3-part dilemma here of affordability, reliability, and decarbonization. And getting that balance and overall structure right is critical, and we appreciate Senate Bill 1560 helping to tee this question up and put it front and center within the conversation here. Within that context, generators strive every day to provide their services as efficiently and affordably and safely as humanly possible, while also meeting those overall objectives that Connecticut has clearly laid out on the environmental front. And I think it's important to take a step back and recognize the enormous efficiencies that have been driven by those facilities over the last 25 plus years since Connecticut did restructure its electricity industry. With all that, the vast majority of 1560, our organization does not take a position on. However, we do have concerns around Section 10 and the creation of a procurement authority. And it comes down to the belief that creating that new procurement authority is not the right answer overall as we look at fundamental rate and bill impacts for the consumers when we look at what are the primary drivers that have driven so much of the attention, particularly as we look at the last 12 months or so here. I am concerned that creation of this new authority will not eliminate market uncertainty or risk, and instead create the possibility of locking in more on big bets in which some of the sophisticated energy traders and professionals that we've heard about today get those bets wrong all the time themselves. And I am concerned about the state now stepping in and playing that same role, when in fact, right now, I think the biggest portion of that risk and uncertainty is a market in transition. Where, look, we've made big bets on new entry, whether that's Canadian hydro, offshore wind, or others, the vast majority of which are delayed, some of which are even being canceled. And yet in the midst of that, we still are there meeting our obligations, reinvesting in the existing infrastructure, while now having to adjust to the pressures that we get at the federal level of a changing resource dynamic and mix overall, and trying to figure what is the next step on investment. That does mean it has to increase supply, and we appreciate that that's a primary focus here as well. And this is not the first time we've had to go through this. After the last 15 years in which 10,000 megawatts of new facilities have been built in New England, a lot of them here in Connecticut, that represents over 40% of the generation mix in New England. We've done this before, and we'll have to continue going forward. A lot of it is driven by policies that Senator Funfara, you helped lead.
You've reached 3 minutes. If you
at
could please
Energy
summarize.
Technology, and that are now being carried forward by Senator Needleman, Senator Fazio here as well. So appreciate the intent behind this. We want to be part of the conversation on what can be better done on procurement, but we're concerned that creation of this authority is not the right answer for right now. With that, I am happy to take any questions and appreciate the time.
Thank you. I believe Senator Funfara has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dolan, help me understand how your industry is impacted by the creation of an organization that, like we've mentioned a number of times today, a CMEC that has 2 people that find options and alternatives. We're not suggesting in this bill at all that we re-regulate the industry. We're not suggesting at all that the state or by proxy, the utilities own generation. You don't see that in the bill. So it's still a matter of contracting with your members. What am I missing in terms of the manner that we go about it, which would be more dynamic, opportunistic? I don't think you would disagree with that, do you?
No, I do not disagree with that. The concern overall is that market certainty and stability, that the temptation to go long and lock in some of these resources over a longer period of time goes wrong, and then having an inevitable backlash from that, and then a mission creep beyond that, cutting to the core of what is the competitive marketplace overall. I think it's very, very difficult to time the market and get a lot of those things right. And I fully recognize that the way it's done today is imperfect, and there are ways that we are interested in working with you and others on trying to figure out how to move forward. But I'm concerned that there are no parameters around the procurement structure as it's laid out now. And I'm not sure how much would improve, and worry that it then flows down, undercuts the overall market structure, and leads to even more negative outcomes where we're back in front of you all trying to scramble to figure it out.
I'm failing to see, and I think it's better discretion, Madam Chair, that I use the fact that we have the opportunity to speak to these folks offline that the public doesn't have, and this is a public hearing. So it's a balance of using our time so that members can hear and the public can hear what you have to say on these issues, but also balancing with the fact that we're maybe about a little bit more than halfway through the list after 5 hours. But just quickly, I'm failing to see what is different than during the Ukraine war, or the beginning of the Ukraine war, when natural gas prices skyrocketed, and the manner in which the current model works. Three auctions, four auctions that all were very high. So when you average those four or three, whatever it was, average four high auctions lead to one rate increase to 24 cents in the case of Eversource. But the market was much lower than that.
Well, I will say in 2022, when we look at the wholesale price of electricity, we did see a massive spike. Wholesale prices averaging over $80. And then we look at 2023, 2024, prices well under $40. And that's where the dynamics in the market are difficult. And I appreciate that what you're trying to do is create more affordability, more stability. My concern is that, as imperfect again as the current system is, that now putting it in the hands of a new authority to try and time that right, I'm not sure how much better that is going to do it. And that's really fundamentally where we come out. To your point.
Well, I can tell you, if I could, Mr. Dolan,
please,
that for years now, where 80% of residential customers remain with standard service, 50% of businesses remain with standard service, they're all overpaying. They're all overpaying right now versus the market. And that's consistent over years. That's not, we may have a blip every now and then where it reverses, but overall, month after month, year after year, standard service customers pay more than the market. I'm not advertising that people go out into the market. I'm suggesting that it's a disservice to the 80% of residential customers and 50% of business customers who remain with standard service, that they are not given the best tools to be used to help save them money. They're not interested in going into the market. It's proven 25 years later, it hasn't worked the way we envisioned it when we deregulated. And so to not examine and look at models that we know, like the CMEC model, and I'm sure that's what there are a number of these suppliers, that's what they do. They have to figure out how to buy in a dynamic market because they're competing. I'm not suggesting that this CMEC would be competing, but that they have a charge of having the right people who know how to do this stuff, not by a calendar schedule, but by opportunity. And if you go long, generally, if you're going long, you got a pretty good idea that that's a good bet. That's a good bet. Generally, I'll leave it at that.
Again, I think what we have is a challenge between the balance of stability, in which, yes, certainly going long provides that. To what degree that maintains affordability does depend on the moment in time and whatever else happens in the market, in which, frankly, my crystal ball gets crowdy and cracked and the rest of it. And that becomes the balance we're trying to strike. I do recognize the intent here and appreciate the need to create some level of flexibility, particularly in those times of stress and unexpected spikes and how that occurs. And for that, we absolutely want to work with you and trying to figure out what's the best path forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan, for your testimony. I understand concerns about how we procure energy. We basically do so through standard service. It's the utilities doing the procurements, doing the purchases. It's a pass through to consumers, so they're not making money on it. They're doing it basically in a regular programmatic way, mostly short term, so a couple months ahead, and they're buying for a 6-month kind of strip. So your standard service price, your supply price is going to go from what, like January through June. And then July through December. So that's where you get the switch every 6 months. And it's based on the purchasing just a few months ahead of those months that those prices are being set and passed through to consumers. And so, I assume that over a long period of time, the difference between what standard service is and what all kilowatt hours are purchased on the market is very low for that reason. That said, because it's really 6 months at a time and short term, there is volatility. And my understanding is that other states, basically, especially surrounding states like New York and New Jersey, they do it in a similar way, namely that the utilities are purchasing the power in the wholesale market. But they have a little bit more flexibility, and they purchase a little bit more out the curve, a little bit more long-term, with the intention of making slight reductions on price, taking advantage of time structure in the market. For instance, sometimes markets out into the future are more expensive in the present than they are in the future, a backwardated curve. And so if you buy in the long term, theoretically, you might be beating the spot market, but not always, because that out the curve, it could go down too. But those other states, my understanding, like New York and New Jersey, is that they have the procurement still done through the EDCs, but the state law and regulation allows them to purchase out the curve a little bit more to smooth the volatility, take advantages of time structure in the market. Am I correct in my assessment? And do you think that is something maybe we should look at as Connecticut, and something that you'd be more inclined towards?
So yes, you're correct in the overall characterization. And yes, I think that's one of the options that makes a lot of sense to have us talk about and figure out. Within that, there are parameters around which that govern to the degree and how far out the utilities can procure. And that gets to more flexibility probably makes sense here. But there's still, I believe, for a product as large and fundamental as this, there still needs to be some level of controls around it.
Okay. And do you know how many states do it this way that New York, Connecticut, New Jersey do, where they're regulated in their purchasing? It's a pass through, but it's done by the electric distribution companies, versus how many other states do some sort of independent authority or quasi-governmental authority doing the purchasing?
I don't know the exact number. I am not aware of very many states. Really, the only 2 or 3 come to mind that have a set state authority governing purchasing.
Okay, I'd be interested in seeing
I'm
the answer
happy
to
to
that.
follow up.
I'm asking questions I genuinely don't know the answers to, and maybe my good Senate colleague could answer that one too. But I appreciate your time and as always, your testimony.
Thank you.
And any information that you can provide, please provide it to our committee.
Happy to.
Clerk, so that we can share it with everybody. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have a public service announcement. We're having some technical difficulties, promoting people on Zoom. So we are gonna, for those of you on Zoom, the Zoom server is down and we're calling in IT. So we're gonna have to shut down our Zoom link for about 5 minutes. I also think the people in the room could use a little break to get up and, jump around. So we're gonna take a brief 5-minute break. See you in 5. Okay, we are, as people begin to come into the room, we are going to take the 5-minute limit seriously and see if we can get started again. I hope that we have fixed our technical issues thanks to our staff, committee staff. I believe next up is Daniel Giskin, who is online, whose name I see online. Can you hear us?
Yes.
We could hear you for a moment there, but then we lost you. We will come back to you. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay. There he is.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Okay.
Am I online?
You seem to be coming in and out. We can hear
Hi,
you.
thank you. Committee members, bear with me. I'm a little sick to make sure I was there. And
I'm sorry, Mr. Giskin, but we cannot hear you.
can you hear me?
You're coming in and out. So I don't know if your video is on or off, but maybe if you turn the video off, we'll hear you better. Your signal's like that, or is that our problem?
I will try that.
We still have him? We will come back to Mr. Giskin. Chris Phelps. Oh, Mr. Giskin, wait, I just saw you. Wait. Mr. Giskin, can you go ahead? Can we hear you? We can't hear you.
Can you now?
No.
Yep, if you can hear me.
We hear every other word. Have you tried speaking without your video on? Sometimes that helps with weak signal.
Let's try.
Okay, we will come back to you. Chris Phelps.
I'm very tempted to read every other word of my testimony just to keep it clean here. Any event, my name is Chris Phelps. I'm the State Director of Environment Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. I'll keep this short. You have my written testimony, which I think every single element of has been touched on by at least 2 people here today. We are testifying on Senate Bill 1560 and in opposition to the bill as it's currently drafted. Sorry, excuse me. You know, like I said, I'm not going to read my testimony because a lot of these points have been covered already. So I just want to touch on a few things. I'll start with an issue I've worked on for many years in this building, and that's solar power, and particularly rooftop solar. And I would echo some of the concerns of many members of the environmental community as well as the solar industry regarding the language in this bill. You know, the Connecticut's policies that allow homeowners and business to install rooftop solar and to receive fair value for their generation, those benefit not just those homeowners and those businesses with solar, but all ratepayers, in part through reduced demand on hot, sunny summer days. I was looking on the ISO New England's app a little while ago around noontime, and I was noting that in New England at noon today, roughly 30% of our electric demand is being met by rooftop solar, behind the meter solar. Without that, our peak demand, as I'm sure you all know, would have been not at 5 or 6 or 7 p.m. today, but at noon or 1 p.m. today. That provides a real benefit to ratepayers in our state, not just through the large amount of clean energy being produced that is offsetting and avoiding the need for fossil fuel generation, but also through reduced energy costs on the wholesale market in New England at that time because demand is low. That's a good thing. And we echo the concerns that you heard about the changes proposed in this bill that would really constrain the ability
of consumers and businesses in Connecticut to go solar and help reduce their or increase their energy independence and reduce their reliance on polluting energy generation sources. And also, this is a little bit of a sidebar, but I want to respond to something that Representative Zutkus asked about very much earlier in the day about whether costs have gone down. I cannot remember who you were asking that question of, whether they had ever gone down in the past. The answer is sort of. Obviously, no, electric rates have risen steadily as everything has over years and decades. But I remember in 2010, or roughly 2009, 2010, over the course of the previous decade, Connecticut's electric rates had basically doubled between 2000 and 2010. Then between 2010 and roughly
You've reached 3 minutes. If you
2013,
could please summarize.
I'll wrap up. Between the next couple of years, they reduced. They actually went down for a couple of years and then went back up again. And that was like a sense of deja vu all over again. Because in 1998, one of the promises of deregulation and that legislation was that it would reduce rates for ratepayers in Connecticut. And it did, because the law required rates to go down for a few years. But after that time passed, around about 2000, rates started to skyrocket. My only point to that is, at the end of the day, we're talking electric consumers pay bills based on our rates. And what we all are very concerned about, and rightly so, is how much we pay on our electric bill each month and how much it goes up or down. And the policy, the idea embedded in this bill to try to address that is good. We oppose a lot of what's being proposed here because we don't think it accomplishes that goal in a nutshell. But I've gone way over my 3 minutes, so I'll stop there.
Thank you. Representative Zutkus, did you have a question?
Well, I was going to ask you to finish your statement, but thank you for answering that. And I think, yes, you're right. It is, why are our electric rates so high? I can't afford it. It's heating my house or feeding my family. And why am I paying for someone else who didn't pay their bills? So I don't have to go into any further discussion. It is a huge problem. And we're all I feel it. I heat my house with wood because I don't want to pay so much, quite honestly, and it's better heat anyway. But thank you for.
And of course, as I'm sure you're probably well aware, on the question recovery for unpaid bills, the utilities are in essence entitled to that recovery. The question is how to do it in a way that's most equitable for ratepayers, and I think no one would disagree that is the question.
And this building might have something to do with that also. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, you're a smart guy. I know that over many years. Duck curve in the middle of the day, which results in having unpredictable load earlier in the day before the sun starts to really take off, and then later in the day. And you say, well, if we didn't have that today, we'd have more of a peak. Actually, what we'd have is a more predictable load. And I'm sure you agree that getting that load to be as horizontal as possible is in the best interest of ratepayers. Maybe your organization doesn't ever think about that, but we have to think about that. Because when it isn't as level as possible, that means it costs more. But it does one more other thing that I know you care about. It means we're turning on dirtier, more expensive generation. So the solution here, in my opinion, which the bill calls for, is to manage that solar in a way that has greater value than it does today. Because there are many hours, and we're getting closer and closer to, because more and more solar continues to come online, we'll be dumping solar because it has no value. We've had days like that or hours like that already. And as more solar comes online, we'll have even more days like that. And until we manage it and use it when we need it not when we don't, then it costs the system and it costs ratepayers a lot more. So I'm disappointed that the folks who came here today have refused to acknowledge that, or at least failed to acknowledge, I don't know if they refused to, but they failed to acknowledge that reality, and be able to work to find solutions where we harness the value of all of that. The number I've heard recently is 1,660 megawatts that solar creates in Connecticut now. It's huge. It's huge, but we're getting nowhere near the value of it. And I think that the two sides in this discussion would come together if that's where the conversation went to. But it didn't today. It didn't.
Okay, yeah, Senator, I think a lot of what you just said, I'm not arguing with, and I wouldn't argue with. And I don't think I've heard anyone refuse. I think you took that back a little bit there, refuse to acknowledge that that is part of the challenge. Solar, as an example, is an energy resource that has some of those characteristics to it. And as you know, and actually this bill, I think, nods towards as well, helping to spread that benefit over longer times and avoid that, how'd you call it, the duck curve?
The duck curve is real.
Yeah, is a good public policy goal. And, using technologies such as storage to be able to utilize solar power, not just at 1 p.m. in the afternoon, but at 8 p.m. in the evening or 9 p.m. in the evening. That is good. We want policies that help do that. So please don't misinterpret what I'm saying on that point. I would agree with you. If that's a goal, that's a good goal.
But that's what this bill would do.
And well, I think we have probably more conversation to be had about how to make that happen in a way that's beneficial, both to growing the goal of growing solar, growing storage, and accomplishing that goal that we're talking about. I think if that's the goal, there's a pathway to find good public policy to achieve that. So on that point, I'm not in disagreement with you, actually. I think the language in this bill, the construct in this bill, our concern is doesn't get us there necessarily. But if that's where we want to go, that's a good destination. Sorry,
Chair. Which is, if in time of use rates, that the solar, the home, which I consider it to be a mini power plant, a home with a solar on it, that's a mini power plant. We don't think of it that way, but it is. You wouldn't turn on a peaker in the middle of the day. You wouldn't. Wouldn't make sense to do it. But all that solar is being turned on in the middle of the day when we don't need it. And so if time of use rates were such that said to you as a solar owner, don't discharge now, discharge at between 4 and 7, and we'll pay you mightily for it.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect you'd say, I'm in.
If I'm following you, Senator, yes. Again, that's the type of policy. I'm only like quibble there is we're not using it. I don't know how you put it a second ago, but not using the solar in the middle of the day, or we don't need it, or whatever. We are using that solar. The behind the meter solar that we're talking about is in essence an energy efficient, from this perspective, an energy efficiency technology, because that's what it's doing. It's driving down our demand. But that doesn't negate or contradict what you just said, mind you.
When you drive down demand to the point where you have this duck curve in the middle of the day, it is costing ratepayers and it's costing the environment, because you're having to then ramp up and bring on inefficient, costlier, and dirtier generation. If you can level that off, now you're using cleaner, cheaper generation. We're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
We're not doing that. And there is a way to do that where your industry can be rewarded and the ratepayer can pay less. And we can all feel good about how we're treating the environment.
Yeah. Honestly, Senator, what I'm hearing here is not a lot of disagreement on the end goal, but an open question, or maybe an ongoing question about how to reach that goal. What you're describing, I think, is a goal to utilize more solar power across more than just the sunniest times of the day, but to be able to utilize it to benefit the grid in the morning, in the evenings, et cetera. We would agree that we want that. We need more solar power built to be able to accomplish that. And we need the kinds of policies that make that possible, like you're talking about, combinations of storage and time of use rates potentially, et cetera. So
Thank you, Madam Chair.
hopefully I followed you correctly there, Senator.
Hopefully you want to follow.
Well, I definitely do.
Thank you. Any further questions? Online. Thank you for being with us, sticking with us.
Thank you.
I made a mistake and skipped over Noel Lafayette, who we tried to call on before, but because of our technical issues, we're not able to get him. So we're hoping that they have been fixed, and Mr. Lafayette, we will be able to hear you on Zoom.
Can you hear me, Madam Horn?
We can.
Okay, we have ignition. Thank you for coming back to me. Okay, a couple things. Thank you for letting me testify today. I've modified my testimony somewhat because I don't want to be redundant. A lot of arguments I was going to make have already been stated, but there's three I'd like to address. First and foremost, I'm a bit confused, and I want to be clear. I was one of the first solar developers in the state, 2007, which is dog years in Connecticut solar. Okay, so I know what was going on. And the thing is, the Eversource chart says that they presented to you a couple hours ago that their declining sales began in 2005. And you can see the chart, it's a fairly steady, steep decline. There was no solar in 2005. There was no real solar in any, and I know because I was there, until 2014, 2019. So if we look at their declining sales began in 2005, right now it's being put on solar, but there must have been other factors. There had to have been, because solar didn't exist in 2005 in Connecticut. Okay. So I would encourage the committee and the EDCs to maybe be a bit more surgical in that analysis. Energy efficiency appliances. Did anybody, big manufacturer, move out of the state? Something caused that to begin in 2005, and it wasn't solar. Solar really didn't get a real foothold in any real numbers until 2019. And if you look at the chart from 2019 till now, their own chart, it's kind of flat. Their sales really, yeah, they've gone down a hair, but not much. So I just feel it's a bit unfair to say, well, solar caused that, because that's just not possible. Two, I want to talk about this bill as a whole. There's some good ideas in here, but written comprehensively as one big bill is quite problematic. For example, bonding as a way to mitigate costs to ratepayers year to year. That could be a good idea, okay? For example, if we have a once in a 20-year storm one year, and the storm damage is millions and millions of dollars, instead of passing it to the ratepayer, maybe you bond that specific event. I'm going to rephrase it as bonding to pay for these things should be a supplemental tool in the tool bag. It should not be the main tool in the tool bag. It can't be the main tool in the tool bag because it creates uncertainty year to year to year. As a business owner, I cannot go to the capital markets and place debt or get investors or any of that with that. When I say, well, every year it's a football. That just won't work. Okay, the capital markets don't work that way. They need certainty. But I wouldn't throw out the bonding. I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater in my testimony, because there is some good ideas here. All right. Secondly, this new procurement authority, having a bunch of energy traders that can trade and buy with the market, as Senator Farfara talked about in his press release this morning, I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea. I don't think we need a whole new bureaucracy for it. I don't know where these people are coming from. It just says they'll be nominated by leadership. Does that mean legislators?
3 minutes, if you could please
Anyway,
summarize.
so whatever. I think it's not a bad idea, but it should be inside of Deeper Pura. There's a lot of jurisdictional questions here. There's a lot of overlap. There's a lot of redundancy. There's a lot of duplication, and we all know that costs more money. So I'm not against the idea, but it should be inside an existing agency, not a new quasi. And I'll say this one more time. This whole cost shift myth has been perpetuated by the EDC since day one, and it's been debunked again and again and again. And what happens here is that as soon as energy prices hit the headlines, that myth rears its ugly head again. It's been debunked so many times, other states don't even talk about it. So it's a very convenient scapegoat, but it's a myth with a capital M. And we've debunked it so many times, I can't believe we're even talking about it. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us tonight. Seeing no questions, I wish you a pleasant the rest of your evening. And we will now go back to Daniel Giskin, who I hope we have a better connection with now.
Yes, thank you.
Great.
So, hello, thank you, committee members. My name is Daniel Giskin. I'm a director of operations at Solarship Corp, a local solar company based out of Wethersfield. And I'm advocating to reject some of the changes made in Senate Bill 1560, particularly Section 13. By removing the ability for solar energy to cover distribution costs, you eliminate a large amount of the potential savings. The bill looks at solar primarily as a cost and expense to the public and ignores a lot of the problems that solar is working to solve on the state and both the individual level. So on the state level, it's progressing our renewable energy goals to combat climate change, which there's been a disturbingly minimal mention of tonight, but also increasing our energy generation, both with the increase with EVs and the unpredictable demand from AI. Now, solar also on the individual level helps save excuse me, I'm a little sick. I wanted to still be here. But saves homeowners more on an individual level than they could from this bill. Any of the numbers we're talking about, people can save significantly more with solar. We fashion ourselves as a state that cares about renewable energy. We passed the portfolio standard, but how are we getting to 48% in 5 years without solar? Because this will end solar as we know it in Connecticut. I understand there are some real concerns on the utilities side. Solar may need to adjust to accommodate a long-term plan where our success doesn't inhibit the utilities. But I think we need a better option, one that works with the solar industry and utility companies together. I don't know what that exact answer is, but removing the ability to cover the distribution side will not help in that way. Excuse me, especially when you're hitting an industry that has thousands of good paying jobs. Excuse me, sorry. But most of the conversation I've heard tonight, I want to end off with, has been particularly one of two extremes. And I think there's something to be said for finding a solution that works in between both, that isn't decimating the solar energy industry and isn't entirely just falling in line with whatever the utility companies say they need. I think we can find a solution that allows solar to continue to thrive, works within the utility companies, and benefits the public in between. Thank you. Sorry.
Full ground. Any questions? Mr. Yackery, are you with us?
I am sorry, I lost your audio for a second there. Members of the committee, thanks for the opportunity to testify today on Bill 1560. I'm the founder and owner of Venture Solar. I'm from Connecticut. I grew up in Darien. I live in Stamford. My company has offices in Southington, Connecticut, and we've just opened an office in Stamford. We have about 300 people at the company total, many of whom live in Connecticut, and we're actually actively hiring more people and relocating people to our Stamford office. So we're certainly committed to doing business in Connecticut. It's my home state, and we want to be, part of the clean energy economy here. I'm sure it's not a surprise I oppose certain parts of the bill. I do think there's merit in concept, and I agree we do need to modernize our approach to crediting solar customers for energy they create and export and provide to the grid. Senator Favara, I'm hoping that some of my commentary will align to what you'd like to hear from the solar industry. I think there's a ton of good points that have already been made, so I'm not going to really reiterate what's already been said. I think it's obvious sections 3 and 13 is kind of where the solar industry, companies like mine, that predominantly service residential customers, are taking issue. Specifically on 13, only compensating for supply. I think the point's been made clear that does not necessarily take into account the full value that solar can provide. And in fact, I found that the gentleman from Eversource kind of made the point for us, giving the example of the cul-de-sac in Farmington, where a home that can reduce its demand can provide value to the grid. I see the future in the state as solar plus storage and hopefully helping us achieve that horizontal load profile. But if we're only compensating new residential and commercial solar customers for the supply portion of their bill, we're not going to solve this, this cost shifting that's described in section 3, because what's going to happen is the customers who get solar, they're going to get a battery and they're going to go, I'm never going to export any energy. It's not worth it. I'm going to store it in my battery and I'm going to use it overnight. So what's going to happen is you're going to get more kilowatt hours coming off the grid. And really what that's going to do is you're going to box out the low income and moderate income homeowners from adopting solar, right? The people who can use the savings the most, it won't be economically viable in many cases. The most common vehicle for homeowners in Connecticut to go solar is with a lease or a power purchase agreement. I can tell you firsthand that the economics of solar plus storage today in a lease or power purchase agreement in Connecticut generally do not provide the same level of savings that they do with the current netting program. It adds cost, and you're probably boxing out those customers who need the savings most. It'll be the folks who have higher income, disposable income, significant tax appetite, who will buy or maybe finance a system. And if you don't give the market, if you don't give the customer a benefit to export power when the grid needs it, they won't. So I don't like the way the bill is written now. I don't think only compensating for supply is a fair mechanism, but I would love to see a mechanism that Senator Fanfara described, where we look at the value of that energy and we use the technology we have between solar and storage to export that power when the grid can use it, to level out that demand curve. And if we properly design that rate structure, I think this will work. And I think my fear and the rest of the industry's
Just 2
fear.
minutes, if you could please summarize.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that this happens very, very fast. We don't have time to adjust and adapt, and we lose a lot of jobs and a lot of companies, a lot of investment in the process. So happy to take questions. Thanks for giving me the time.
Senator Fanfara.
Alexander, I think you did a better job than I have in articulating exactly the point. It's the rate structure that would provide you with the compensation. You wouldn't discharge at night because rates, I'll give you an example. If rates are 9 cents off peak and 27 cents on peak, which is the 300% we're talking about, when are you going to discharge? You're not going to discharge at night. You're going to discharge during the 4 to 7 when we want you. Or as if SEPA determines that, there's a 10 a.m. Peak as well, that you discharge then. It's all about having, like I said, these mini power plants that we are able to harness and have that be, it's a clean resource. It's just not used in a way that the system is being benefited, and therefore ratepayers are not being benefited. So as you just indicated, the rate structure is such that says you're producing power that is avoiding having to buy in the market, having to avoid buying dirty or higher priced or less clean power. That needs to be compensated for that enough to where you want that we get the outcomes we want. That's not happening today. So I would hope you would keep an open mind that this could be accomplished in a way that advances the industry, but advances the interests of ratepayers in Connecticut.
I absolutely agree with you. And if what I said, maybe I wasn't clear, I meant in a case where you're only compensated for supply at, whatever that rate may be, you would be more inclined to just self-consume, to charge your battery and then discharge it obviously when the sun's not out and not provide any power to the grid. If we are being compensated for time of use and we are able to export during those peak times and be compensated, beyond just the supply rate, I think that'll be a beautiful thing. And I think the solar industry will be sustainable and work symbiotically with the utilities. So I think we're aligned there.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further questions, thanks again for joining us tonight. Next up, we have Aziz Dekan.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm going to stay under the 3 and 5 minute rules of this committee. I promise. You've heard everything I wanted to say, so I'll just say a couple of little different things maybe, or just our point of view. I'm the director of the Connecticut Roundtable on Climate and Jobs, and we've testified many times in front of many committees. I believe that we're against this bill. We oppose it. We don't see the purpose of it. There are agencies that already do this work, and we should bolster those agencies to continue to do the work that you all are proposing. An agency like this has no public oversight. It's open for corruption. It's open for political appointees, and it needs some regulatory control of its own self, actually. So that's part of what we see. We're kind of in an age where, no, let me go this way. This doesn't address marginalized communities enough. You don't seem to want to put any environmental people on this. You don't want to you want to put experts, but you don't put advocates who are in this world and who work differently than the experts that you would probably put on. And I think part of that is that there's conflict of interest issues that we would see. There are term limits that we would like to know about, and it risks a favoritism. And this isn't going to help. We need to find solutions to ratepayers. And this, I don't think, really helps. We should put this to our agencies that are continuing to do the work that you want this to address. One last thing. In my house, whenever somebody in my house wants to buy something, my last name is Dacon. And whenever somebody wants to buy something, or if I want to buy something, I'll try to make an economic decision about it. And my wife calls it deconomics. And this kind of looks like deconomics to me. I don't know anything about bonding, and I don't pretend to know anything about bonding. That's your purview. But I don't understand how you can do bonding, $800 million on bonding. I just don't understand how that works. So maybe somebody can explain that to me. You don't need to do it now because I promised to stay under the 3 and 5 minute rules. We could have that conversation later. But I know that my wife would complain heavily on the economic parts of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for hanging with us today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Valessa Suter-Klein.
All right.
Welcome at last to that chair.
Made it. I've arrived. All right. Chairpersons Fanfara and Horn, ranking members Fazio and Paletta, and esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for your time. My name is Valessa Suter-Klein, and I'm here on behalf, or in my role as the Northeast Regional Director for the Solar Energy Industries Association, or SEIA. SEIA is the National Trade Association for the U.S. solar and storage industry, and we work with over 1,200 member companies to grow American jobs, champion consumer choice, and promote responsible growth. SEIA represents all aspects of the industry, from residential developers up to utility scale, as well as manufacturers and lenders. There are 145 solar companies based in Connecticut, in addition to regional companies working in our state. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on SB 1560. The bill's extensive reach of subjects introduced late in the session makes it a little difficult for me to provide a comprehensive review on behalf of all of our members. My testimony today will touch on a few of the issues of concern, with the hope that the committee will seek further input from interested stakeholders. SEIA will also submit written testimony. SEIA opposes SB 1560. From the start, the unusual preamble frames the issue inaccurately, as we've heard today, acknowledging only the supply value of residential solar systems and failing to consider well-established values such as peak load reductions, avoided grid upgrades, etc. I won't belabor that. More broadly, the framing doesn't reflect the role distributed energy resources will play in an electrified, smart grid-enabled future. Connecticut residents, and I am one, have seen rate increases due to the price of natural gas, COVID-era challenges, and millstone. Solar and storage will play a critical role in meeting projected load growth and managing energy costs. The fact that load growth hasn't been mentioned today is astonishing to me. Every state is grappling with the anticipated influx of data centers and increased demand. CM members are ready and willing to explore many of the topics raised in this bill, including dynamic rates, proactive grid planning and cost allocation, procurements, and the value of solar and storage resources, and how to leverage them for the benefit of everyone. We oppose included specifics, such as placing a time of use differential in statute prior to a robust stakeholder process. And as another example, we are concerned about the complete disregard for existing non-bypassable charges that are in the RRES program. We recognize the importance of leveraging all available tools and technologies. We support that. Connecticut absolutely needs an all-hands-on-deck approach to ensuring customers have access to reliable, affordable, emissions-free electricity. And we welcome the opportunity to work with the legislature on these issues. Thank you. Stop there. Happy to take questions.
Any questions, Representative Paletta?
Thank you. I do have a quick question. In terms of load, we talked about that briefly and it's been mentioned and you mentioned it.
I did step out briefly. I might have missed it.
Oh, no problem, no problem. So if we had a large demand of individuals moving and changing their habits to, let's say, electric vehicles, can the grid handle that right now with what we have?
I don't know load numbers, so I'm not going to presume to answer sort of what we have and what we can meet right now.
But you would agree that we probably would need more electrification if we're going to move, if the habits move that way and folks begin to purchase more.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah.
Right.
We will see more electrification as we move towards EVs and heat pumps, et cetera. Yes.
Okay. All right. So are you in any way, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, are you in any way advocating for less on the grid? I mean, I thought, did I understand?
No, I'm advocating for the, so there was, I believe it was NextEra at a Sierra conference recently made the point that we will need more generation and we're going to need to bring it online quickly to meet projected load growth across the country. And solar and storage are the way to do that quickly. We are the fastest moving way to get energy online. So I'm suggesting that there's good content in this bill, but I think it needs a better, more robust stakeholder process to make sure we understand what we're trying to do and that the outcome will be what we're hoping it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thanks for being with
Thank
us. Next up, we have Terrence Crocker online. Yes,
Yes, can you hear me?
we can.
Excellent. My name is Terrence Crocker. I own a company called Omega Energy. We are a solar energy company. We oppose Senate Bill 1560, specifically Section 13. Like a lot of people are saying now, I'm going to keep this somewhat short. A lot of the main points have been brought up at this point, and honestly, a lot more eloquently than I could speak to them. Really, what I just want to hit is, I've been in the solar industry here my entire career, honestly, for 10 years. This is what I've done is solar in Connecticut. I've worked with many large companies and now run my own, thankfully. Having said that, I heard about this bill come up a couple days ago, and it honestly shook me in my core, not because I don't think there's reason to ever make change and improvements on anything that we do. Of course, there's some other things we can do with net metering. There's always better ways to move forward. Having said that, it looks like some of these points and some of the ways it's being handled it's a little bit aggressive for the time period that we have to all figure out exactly what's going on, maybe tailor this to being the perfect solution. I understand, I've always looked at it as we're all on the same team here, Eversource, our solar companies, and our customers. Everybody shares the same goal of we want to reduce energy costs and provide reliable energy. Doing this in this way, the way I read this bill, really, it kicks out companies immediately out of the state who do solar. So one of those legs gets wiped out instantly if this reads the way I think it does, specifically in Section 13. And while I don't think that might be the initial intent, there might not be time to recover from that. So my only ask in this really is to give this a little more time to do some more, I guess, conversation, due diligence back and forth with, Pura and, this Senate. Just whatever we can do to kind of have that dialogue open up. As you can hear, there's a lot of opposing ideas and thoughts on this. And I think that just spending a little more time to really hone in on the best solution is my only suggestion I could possibly make and really hope for. And that's all I really have. If anybody has any questions, feel free, please.
Thank you. Seeing none, again, thanks for being with us. Next up, we have Chris Davis.
Good evening. I think we're in the evening hour now.
Good evening, yes, I think it's safe to say.
I'm Chris Davis. I'm the Vice President of Public Policy for the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, the largest business organization in the state of Connecticut with thousands of member companies, with about 90% of which are of 100 and less, so small businesses here in the state. I'd like to testify actually on two bills. One you probably haven't heard very much about today, which is House Bill 7268, and that concerning the Jobs CT tax rebate program and the importance that it has on extending that to small businesses. We can certainly talk about that offline if you'd like, given the conversations here today on the energy bill. But we think it's an important step to be able to include small businesses into that program that hire 5 or more employees. And with that, I'd also like to testify in support of Senate Bill 1560, the energy bill here before us today, particularly the provisions aimed at reducing electric costs for employers across the state of Connecticut. Lowering electric costs will improve the ability for Connecticut's businesses to compete, enabling them to invest in new technologies, expand their product offerings, and enhance customer experiences while empowering our employers to create more jobs and expand operations. That's why we support the sections of 1560 that directly lower energy costs for Connecticut's employers. These include the elimination of the sales tax on electricity used by all commercial and industrial facilities, which will provide immediate relief to those ratepayers. That's 6.35% immediately off of their bill if they no longer have to pay the sales tax. Additionally, by removing the demand charge, this proposed legislation ensures that businesses are not penalized for their peak usage during most of their daily hours of operation. And instead, it would encourage employers to grow and expand here in Connecticut. And in fact, anecdotally from what we hear, locate here in Connecticut. And the proposed restructuring of the public benefits charge will lower the overall cost of electricity for Connecticut's employers. And although there's been a lot of discussion about using bonding, there's certainly ways that we can look at shifting some of these costs back into the general fund so that they fall under the spending cap, and that they are then prioritized among the other priorities of the state of Connecticut, if we so choose to believe that they are in the best benefit of the ratepayers. So with that, I'll open myself up for questions.
Thank you. And I believe Representative Paletta has a question for you.
Mr. Davis, thank you for being here and for your advocacy on the part of the bill regarding the small businesses. This is the energy bill here. I just want you to expound a little bit if you can, because it's been mentioned today, and I think it's important to bring up the sales tax on the bills, which, might sound small, but I think every little bit helps at the end of the year, especially in these uncertain times. 1, 2, the demand charges, what these can mean for businesses, especially those larger businesses, that factories and, complexes that have large number of lights. What can that mean for them? And at the end of the year, what does that mean for Connecticut's economy? Because I think we're speaking the same language. If we're saying, if you're saving on your bills and you can reduce your costs across the board, take away energy, just look across the board. If you can reduce your costs, that money is going to be injected into the economy in the state of Connecticut. And I was wondering if you could just speak to that briefly. Thank you.
Yeah, so the elimination of the sales tax, as I mentioned, is a direct reduction in their bill immediately. It'd be 6.35% right off the top. And this is most industries pay the sales tax outside of manufacturing, a few others that are exempt. So you would have the ability for a lot of these small businesses, say your retailers that are paying electric costs, construction companies, warehouses, food and distributors that have large facilities, they would have an immediate reduction and the ability to grow based off of that reduction in cost. With the demand charge right now, they're being charged for several hours during the day of normal business hours for the demand charge, which can be anywhere between 20 and 50% increase in their rates throughout the day. This is a discouragement for growth. This is a way to say to businesses, hey, we don't want you to expand here. We don't want you to grow here, because if you do, you're going to increase your load, increase your peak hours, those 15-minute intervals throughout the day. And then thus you'll be charged significantly more to do so. But so by eliminating that bill, shifting to the time of use, which then the businesses can control that demand once they go onto those smart meters and they can see, and a lot of businesses already are doing this. Keep in mind, larger employers are already doing this. This would really benefit those smaller manufacturers and those smaller companies out there that would then have access to the smart meters that then would be able to make those decisions throughout the day about when do we want to turn on these machines and when do we not. And they would have to do some of their processes, that's for sure, in order to meet this new peak demand between 4 and 7, perhaps, if they run multiple shifts. But those smallest manufacturers and those smallest businesses that operate in a single shift, this would be a great benefit for them because they would eliminate that demand charge for those individuals. So with that comes investment into the economy, the ability to grow, and the enticement for them to expand here in the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Menefee, did you have a question?
Yes. I was just curious, this is about 7268, if you could speak on it. I'm a little concerned when I see some of these ideas about the hiring of employees, about if there's any like mechanisms that's really going to be able to work for us so that people are not simply reclassifying these jobs or simply like relocating them or just, I guess, changing the title of them or something.
So with this bill in particular, the Job CT program was a dramatic shift that took place about 5 years ago about how we do tax credits for job growth. And what you see in this program is earn as you go. So you actually get this rebated back to you 2 years after you already create the jobs. So it's not a matter of reclassification and just kind of getting a credit up front and then, you know, those jobs don't actually exist. These are jobs that are created, sustained, and then you actually get a rebate based off of the withholding taxes in which those jobs already generate. So it's not a matter of just reclassifying. They have to be new jobs created, vetted by the Department of Economic and Community Development, and approved by them. It's not just a way for someone just to reclassify a new job.
Just to go into that, what do we have, I suppose, projections of how this is going to benefit in people in underserved communities?
So there's actually a targeted tax credits portion of the Job CT tax credit that says in those targeted census tracts, if you hire either individuals who live in those census tracts and keep them employed over that time period in order to qualify the rebate, or locate your business within that census tract, you would qualify for the rebate and enhanced rebates. In fact, I believe it actually lowers the threshold of the number of jobs in order to qualify for the rebate. So there are incentives not only for those individuals, but also individuals with disabilities to qualify for the job as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for explaining. Senator Fonfara.
Briefly, Madam Chair, thank you. Chris, I'm confused that, business people have come here in this committee for years and testifying when they're concerned about something. And this is not on you and it's not on CBIA, but in terms of what this bill offers businesses in terms of lowering their electricity costs. And you said a minute ago that large businesses are doing this already in terms of
some of it with the smart metering, they have access to it.
But they're not, because there's no effective time of use differences. And the 12 to 8, there's not, I don't know of anyone that can
it's a huge
cover anything that many hours.
Correct.
So when you combine those opportunities plus the removal of the demand charge and, as you say, the sales tax, so for some businesses, the demand charge is 60-70% of their overall charge on the T&D side of things. I expected this room to be filled with businesses saying, yes, we want this. I don't know what I don't think it's messaging. I just wonder if it's easier to be angry than it is to, you don't even have to come here. we've got Zoom, and I've seen business people in the lot of their, with trucks going by and they're testifying from their phone. It's a beautiful thing. It's confusing as all heck to me why we wouldn't see folks in the business community who have been very vocal about the cost of electricity and their ability to compete. You shared, your CBI has shared that with me, real life examples recently. I'm scratching my head about it, but
I would say outside of their belief that they have such an effective lobbyist on behalf of themselves and their organization that they don't feel the need to be up here. It's a challenge, right? I mean, every small business owner faces the need to offset their time, right? Especially the smallest of business owners, and how are they going to manage their time? I think testifying remotely, as we've seen in many other bills, has been effective in getting them to do so. We did an action alert. We encourage members to testify. Not a few dozen of them, I think, have submitted written testimony here today, which is obviously the easiest way to do it from outside of the building, and encourage them to testify either in person or remotely. I think it's just a matter of timing, getting people out here. It's also vacation week for a lot of people, so that could have played a role in it. Not to make too many excuses here, but I think it's part of it will be the education on what the benefits of this bill really have. And I think as more and more people have time to kind of understand what the benefits of removing the demand charge will be for their business, what the removal of the sales tax will be for that business, I think they'll become more aware of the benefits of having these types of policies passed.
the cynical part of me, which is a very small part of me, I knew that would elicit a little bit of a reaction. That maybe it's more effective when you're taking something away from somebody than it is when you're giving them something. We saw that today, right? Where the fear of the solar industry had come out en masse. But anyway, maybe there's a lesson in there somewhere. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. A lesson in the effectiveness of their representative. Thank you again. Another repeat customer in the Finance Committee. Always learn from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, sorry, I'll check to make sure I'm not missing anybody online. Nope. Next up is Alex Knapp online. Yes, there we go.
Thank you, members of the committee. Congratulations for staying so late. We appreciate your courtesy, and reminds me why after leaving the legislature, there is life afterwards that does not involve cold pizza. So thank you. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 7274, an act concerning the optional homestead property tax exemption. And I will not be discussing solar energy at all. Although I should say that in 1983, I put solar hot water on my roof, and now I feel I was premature somehow. But first, congratulations to the Finance Committee for passing last year a valuable first step toward dealing with the regressivity of property taxes in Connecticut by passing the option in homestead property tax exemption. People in Connecticut pay more in property taxes than they do in income taxes, and the property tax is by far the most regressive tax we have on the books. So the homestead exemption helps respond to that condition. This is very important to continue, which House Bill 7274 does, because with the impact of the budget guardrails, it's unlikely that we'll see large increases in appropriated statutory funds like ECS or excess cost or pilot as a way to reduce the property tax burden. And we're going to have to rely in the future even more on adjusting the sort of administrative and internal mechanisms of the property tax system. This is what the homestead exemption does, and it's an important first step. The bill before you would add 2 additional options to how it would be applied. It would allow for the creation of a residency requirement, and it would also allow for an assessed value maximum to better target the fiscal impact of a homestead exemption on those most in need. So I hope you will adopt this bill. But I hope that's not the end of the line. I hope during the interim that the Finance Committee will conduct a task force or a study to figure out additional ways to make the homestead exemption even more targeted to reduce regressivity. Perhaps consider Senator Looney's proposal for a statewide property tax exemption that's not reliant on the municipal option, and in general, find ways to start dealing with this enormous regressive burden of property taxes in Connecticut. So I thank you for what you did last year, especially Representative Horn. We appreciate, John Fonfara, your lifelong commitment to reducing property tax burdens in cities. And I urge you to not only pass this bill, but to find ways in the future to extend and improve these options. And I thank you very much for your courtesy and glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alex. And you're always generous to give me such great support for this bill, when in fact my co-chair was a big part of these conversations in creating this bill.
I'm sure he was.
I just, because I wanted to ask, I mean, part of the aim here is to give towns, cities and towns enough flexibility to actually use this in a way that is meaningful to them. And if you, are there other, you know, metrics or other ways that we should, do you think we should provide flexibility to towns in order to enable them to use this tool should they wish to do so?
Well, I think a lot of these options are inherent in the act you passed last year. I don't think every application of it needs to be identified. I think you've identified two important ones in Bill 7274. But you know, making sure that it applies to homeowners and not just people who own residents that are rented out. Finding ways to deal with the burden on renters, I think, is an important unmet need. You probably can't address it in this session in this bill, but it's something that could be studied over the interim. The whole topic of property tax classification is something done in many states, but not done in Connecticut, in which different classes of property, residential or commercial, are either assessed or taxed at different rates. We don't allow classification in Connecticut now, and that's something that should be looked at. A majority of states in the United States have some form of homestead exemption, and there are very many varieties. And that's why I would hope that an interim review or task force would be valuable to identify some of those best options. And I hope that we don't ever foreclose a statewide homestead exemption that's not reliant on municipal options. So thank you for the question, Representative Horn.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thanks for being with us again tonight.
Thanks very much.
Next up, we have a panel. Andrea Van Luling, Don Vamos, Christy Prescott, Eric Roble. Do I have everybody?
Okay. Good, I was going to say afternoon, but good evening.
Some of you are online and some of you are in the room, right?
Yes, I was
Okay,
just
great.
going to say, I think Andrea's online.
I see her.
Okay, excellent. So good evening. My name is Christy Prescott, and I'm the Director of Wholesale Power Contracts for United Illuminating. And I have with me Eric Roby, who's the Director of Customer Programs and Products. And online is Andrea Van Luling, who's our Deputy Controller. And we're here today to talk about Senate Bill 1560. We thank the committee for working to address energy affordability in Connecticut. We believe this bill offers several components that can help ratepayers. Today, a typical UI residential customer's bill is about $250 a month, but only about 30% of that is associated with distribution charges. Other big areas of the bill are associated with supply and public benefits charge components. A disallowance of $33 million of distribution charges in the last rate case, and also the installation of $286 million in distribution infrastructure not yet reflected in rates, has resulted in financial deterioration of the company and lowering of the company's bond ratings, which will only make it more costly for ratepayers in the future when we need to finance projects that are essential for grid reliability. One of the concepts presented with the goal of reducing cost is the formation of the Connecticut Energy Procurement Authority, which is a 7-member authority charged with developing and implementing an energy procurement plan that works in coordination with developing the grid. We also note the concept of the use of the new state green bond fund and the energy infrastructure transition funds. These funds will promote a variety of grid modernization and energy initiatives. The bill also addresses time of use rates, which are an effective tool to help customers take more active role in their energy usage. And UI has made significant progress in deploying smart meters. And while UI would require billing and metering system modifications in order to accommodate the new peak hours and rates contemplated in the bill, it's assuring to know that these costs would be recovered in a timely manner. Regarding solar subsidies, Section 13 of the bill requires any new approved tariff to limit credits for excess generation to energy supply costs. We talked about this a lot today. I've heard a lot of people testifying about it, but it is a change from today's process where solar customers receive credits for excess generation to offset their entire bill. In terms of the public benefit charge, the average UI residential customer pays almost $30 a month in that public benefit charge right now. The bill authorizes those state bonds or green bonds up to the $800 million to cover the costs associated with public benefit charges. We also note that Section 45 of the bill eliminates the sales tax and sales and use tax on electricity for commercial industrial users. And this would provide relief for many of our businesses. Eliminating the tax would result in true savings to them, which will promote economic development, making the state more attractive for businesses to which to locate or expand. This concludes our statement, but we're committed to continuing this conversation and we're available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. You're an important part of the conversation. We're glad to have you. Kind of getting close to the end of our day. Any questions? Senator Fazio.
Thank you for your testimony. Eversource testified that they've seen in the past time of use rates helped to reduce demand. My question would be, have you seen that ever in your system or in other systems that you're aware of? And also, to what extent do you think AMI is necessary to make time of use rates work to reduce demand on the system? Yes.
So in terms of time of use, we have about 40,000 or so customers on time of use rates today.
Are they mostly commercial industrial?
They are.
Entirely.
We do have some residential. I had the numbers, but I didn't bring that piece of paper with me today. But we do see some folks taking advantage of it. But again, UI has about 90% of smart meters, about almost 100% of our industrial customers have time of use, smart meters, and about, I think about 80% of the residential with growth anticipated.
Yeah.
So I think that we can say that use of smart meters and that infrastructure has clearly given customers a sign and knowledge of data about their usage, which will help to enable that continued knowledge base and reduction in demand during peak times.
But you do think that they will take advantage, or they do take advantage even without the AMI? They know, for instance, that from X hours, there's a higher charge. So they just, are trying to dial back what they can.
For those that have time of use rates,
Okay.
correct? Yes.
Thank you. The funding for EV infrastructure, substations, other distribution, smart meters, in this bill under the infrastructure fund administered by the Energy Procurement Authority. I asked this to Eversource too. Do you view the language as it's written as being a capital investment, which for capital investment, which UI, like any other EDC, would be entitled to a return on investment for, or a reimbursement under the language of this bill? Do you have an opinion on that, or an interpretation on that as it's written?
I can take that one. This is Andrea. So our interpretation is that UI would only receive a return if we actually had an outlay of cash for a capital investment. So if it was essentially a pass-through, meaning that the cash was going directly to the investments, we would not earn a return on it. So we would only expect to earn a return for what our shareholders have put forward for cash.
Yes, and that makes sense. And so I guess my question is this that, or is which is this program as you read the legislation?
The read of it would be that this would be a pass-through.
Pass-through.
That
Okay.
there's no cash outlay. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Those are two questions, and I'll probably come back at the end of the line.
We'll come back to you. Other questions? Maybe we'll come back to you quickly. Senator Pompeo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for hanging in there all day, along with everybody else that's still here, waiting to testify and online. Clearly, UI is in a better position to implement many of the provisions of this bill because you have smart meters in place already, because you have been using slightly more aggressive time of use rate, not meaningful, but measurable. And so the question is, I know you have to do back office upgrades in order to accomplish what we want. And there is funding in the bill for that. But the question is, do you envision that where your company is today, in terms of, because you're suffering from load decline as well as Eversource is, and that's revenue that is lost. And I know many think that that's profit, but it's just to be able to keep rates from going up even higher. So I guess the question is, to the extent that, I mean, we talked about electric vehicles, we talked about heat pumps as a way to grow load. From that standpoint, how do you see this bill helping the Eversource, the United Illuminating customer, I apologize, who have, they pay quite a bit to be a UI customer?
Well, I will address that. I make the Eversource UI issue a lot of times because I was at Eversource for 19 years. And so I do the same. So don't, I think we heard Eversource's testimony today, and we agree with many of the points that they made about the reduction in load over time, the fact that we have expenditures and we set rates basically to be able to recover those costs. And so a smaller base of customers that are paying into those rates ultimately increases the rates for those people. If there's one person left, they're going to have a really expensive bill, right? And we anticipate, or we know that our system is aging. We understand and we have estimates for our future grid implementation for modifications of the grid. And so we know that those costs, even if load growth goes up, which we do agree is likely to happen just because of electrification, the costs anticipated are not, that load growth isn't going to keep up with that and ultimately result in reduced costs. And so I think we are hopeful that the concepts in this bill would turn into reality, where we would end up seeing some significant reductions in perhaps the supply charges and other areas that are meant for grid modernization.
Thank you.
Add to that?
Yeah, hi, Eric Roby. Thank you for the question, Senator Fonfara. So I think the only thing I'll add is on the the energy efficiency programs and some of the system benefit charges that would effectively shift to the Green Bond Fund would provide somewhat immediate rate relief in the neighborhood of $30 on a typical customer's bill. And we would just see those as shifting to a different fund where we'd still be able to administer those programs, and those programs would still be beneficial for our customers and our ratepayers.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Honig.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all for being here. So I understand that you guys have made a lot of progress installing smart meters in your customer base. Can you describe like what the current kind of time of day regime that you have is? Like, what's the difference between peak rates and off-peak rates? What are the peak hours? Like, stuff like that.
Sure. Thank you for the question. The current kind of peak hours, some of the way the rates change, it depends if it's a weekend or not, but we have, or holidays, but we have kind of a larger time base for peak and off peak. It's like noon to 8 p.m. It's a broad window of peak and versus off peak, and the differential and the cost right now is about 2 times as expensive for peak and off peak in time of use rates. And I note that the proposal, it would be no less than 300 times, I believe, between peak and off peak, which would send a significant signal and would reduce that window to, I think it was the 3 hour time frame for peak versus off peak for those modified rates.
And that's the same for both residential and commercial? Similar regime?
Today the hours are a little different for peak off peak, just based on the nature of the load usage between the different customer classes, considering most commercial industrial are working during the workday and their peaks are not the same as a home customer who's generally peaking around 5 o'clock. But Eric, would you agree?
I agree.
And were there any like constraints on why you set it up that particular way, or like just curious why that was the regime that you decided on?
I don't actually know that, but I imagine it was something that was debated perhaps in the legislature when time of use was originally approved, but I am not sure of that. I just don't recall that history.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fazio, for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence. There's a section of the bill that says that electric utilities have the ability to voluntarily contribute to the funding of an electric procurement authority. Would United Illuminating rule out making contributions to fund the procurement authority or not?
I can take that one as well. This is Andrea. We would be willing to make contributions to the fund if we received carrying charges or interest on the contributions that were made to the fund. So similar to how any kind of lending works under normal economic provisions, if you're going to give up cash or funds and tie them up somewhere for a period of time, you're not able to use them elsewhere. And so you would normally get interest on those amounts. And so if the funding came with interest paid back to the providers of those funds, we would be willing to make contributions.
I get, yeah, and I understand that the recovery question for you all. I guess I would be surprised, given that this body would be responsible for distributing funds potentially to United Illuminating, even though it would be legally permitted under this law. Why as a company would you want to put yourself in the situation of making a contribution to a body that would be, responsible for delivering funds back to your firm under certain programs?
So if we were giving contributions to the fund and receiving interest on the contributions to the fund and then getting those funds back, you're receiving interest on the time period that your funds are tied up, and then you're getting the money back. There's a return on that cash.
I understand what you're saying. I think we're speaking past each other a little bit. I just would be, if I was as a private company, I wouldn't want there to be an appearance of impropriety on either side. I'm concerned about this section of the bill that allows utilities, which theoretically could get payments out of this body, making contributions to help fund the organization. So that's the reason I was asking that question.
You're worried about conflict of interest?
Correct.
That you wouldn't want to fund yourself?
Correct.
I hear you. We obviously would have to work through what the underlying details look like and what that conflict of interest would look like. And right now we don't have extra cash lying around. We're putting all of the cash that we have into providing safe and reliable service and the upgrades that are needed to the grid. But if it was formed where you would receive your funding back and you get interest on it, and obviously there was the right conflict of interest checks, we wouldn't be opposed to it.
Thank you. My last question is, you have obviously a department that is responsible for procurement, power procurement, buying and energy. Can you talk about how many people that is, how involved in operation that is? Obviously, under this bill, theoretically, we would be taking that authority into a quasi-governmental body. And just, for us, I think it would be good to envision how involved an operation that is for a utility like UI. It's probably even greater for a utility like Eversource, but, just for our benefit, how many people, how big an operation is it generally? What's the compliance, back office, financing look like?
Sure. Ironically, I wasn't here at the beginning of today's hearing because I was actually buying power. We do our power procurements quarterly, and we do them with the oversight with the Connecticut procurement manager from PURA, as well as Office of Consumer Counsel representatives and consultants. And so there is my organization, which is a wholesale power organization, which when the group was formed after deregulation, that was their primary responsibility. However, my organization, which consists of about 6 full-time FTEs, really now splits our time on the standard service procurements, as well as managing the contracts, the power purchase agreements, and the behind the meter program contracts like LREC ZRAC program, the NRES program, Shared Clean Energy. Eric's organization manages the residential renewable energy program, which is not the question you asked, but I just wanted to give you the color on kind of our organizations and how we staff it at UI.
Just a heads up, we're at the 5 minutes of this round of questions. If you could summarize.
I will. It is just a note, and I'm happy to follow up later. I can say that because UI does not do standard, self-supply, we're procuring 4 times a year, 4 times a year to procure, and that is probably taking about 3 to 4 FTEs. We did recently answer an interrogatory that was issued to us by the Office of Consumer Counsel in the reconciliation docket, the RAM docket, regarding UI's ability to self-supply. And we provided very high level that we would possibly need about 8 staff members to do so.
Thank you. And thank you for the indulgence, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Representative Constantine.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. I was just wondering, there seems to be a lot of shifting of costs and responsibilities with this new bill. It's 80 pages. It's huge. I'm sure you guys were poring over it over the last couple days. Could you explain a little bit about what you envision your business operations would look like under this bill? What kind of benefits that you see accruing to yourselves?
Thank you for the question. And in fact, we were poring over it. It is 80 pages. And because it's 80 pages, I want to do that question justice, but it's a way that I hadn't thought of before. So I'll start, and then I'll ask for Eric and Andrea to help me out. Senator Fazio asked about the procurement activities. I think even if the Connecticut Energy Procurement Authority is formed, I think the utilities will still have a role with, having to provide that energy for customers and understanding how to provide estimates. We would still be, having that function of what we do today, thinking about what the need is going to be. So I don't see the actual official procurement or perhaps the management and verification of the contracts would significantly change, but I think a lot of those details would need to be worked out. so that's on the procurement side. I think today we have, as I mentioned, we have the LREC, ZREC, and the NRES and the RES contracts themselves, which offer those tariff agreements that you've heard a lot of the solar developers talk about. We manage those and administer those programs in accordance with Pure rules. I think anything that would be a new procurement would again be subject to, would we be involved, lessons learned? I'm just not sure of those things, but I think that we can offer our expertise and we're willing to do that.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think I'll add from the program and products perspective that the companies provide. So the largest one being the energy efficiency programs that we administer, which this bill would clearly impact. I think the companies would still have a piece in administering those programs. We've developed over many years, decades at this point, how to administer the energy efficiency programs, and along with that is having the expertise and the staff to administer those programs and to manage those programs effectively, cost effectively for our customers. And I'll just add that those programs, specifically the energy efficiency programs, year over year are touted as some of the leading programs within the nation, the way they're administered. And there's a general governance that has been established over many years over those programs, the Energy Efficiency Board, DEEP, and extensive collaboration with stakeholders as well to oversee those programs. So again, I think the devil's in the details of how the bill would ultimately be laid out and who would have ultimate responsibility. But I think some of those longstanding programs and how we've established those should be leveraged as best practices.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can follow up later as this bill progresses too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Amanda Trinzi. No. Sean Reel.
Good afternoon. My name's Sean Reel. I'm the Director of Sales Operations at Earthlight Technologies based in Ellington. Not going to surprise you here. I happen to oppose Senate Bill 1560 in its current form, particularly Section 13 pertaining to net metering. Admittedly, it is difficult for me to sit here and think that I'm arguing that Connecticut should not follow California in its implementation and rollout of NEM 3.0, which is exactly what we're talking about doing here today. NEM 3.0 significantly reduced net metering rates for homeowners and businesses, hamstrung California's clean energy goals by cutting solar deployment by 50% from 2023 to 2024. And it also resulted in the loss of 22% of solar-related jobs within its first year. So I'd like to talk about some of the benefits that solar deployment has had for ratepayers, for the utility grid historically. For one, thanks to docket 22-6-29, solar customers on the residential side have been funding replacement of aging transformers through the interconnection application fees. Solar and battery storage customers, which really is a growing segment of solar customers throughout the state, are now reducing strain on the grid during peak demand periods, owing to the Connecticut Green Bank Energy Storage Solutions Program and utility managed discharge events that take place during the summer from 5 to 8 p.m. daily. And also, solar and energy storage programs have brought equity to our most underserved customers. From 2022 to now, over 25% of customers served in the residential program are customers who are low income or live in distressed municipalities. Rather than create an entirely new net metering program, we need to utilize the gradual approaches that are in play today. HERA sets an annual tariff rate through the RES program to ensure that internal rates of return for homeowners do not exceed 11%. That's written into the program docket 25-8-2. And as utility rates have increased, PURA already has a mechanism for lowering tariff rates through the imposition of non-bypassable charges. So homeowners are now getting their net metering, but they're actually paying for their system production through the most recent annual review. Residential solars continue to pay for transformer upgrades, and we also have a docket in the works through PURA 25-2-14 to explore successor programs for the RES and NRES programs that are set to run through 2028. If we abandon our gradual approach,
Please summarize. You've reached 3 minutes.
oh, yes. So if we abandon our gradual approach in favor of expediency, proponents of this bill must be ready to accept responsibility for not reaching our clean energy goals and for widespread business closures and job losses. This isn't theoretical. California has already tried this out. We've seen the results. Let's not step where California has boldly and wrongfully gone before. I would also like to make a last note here that some speakers have alluded to the removal of demand side charges on commercial rate bills. Nowhere in this bill does it actually state that kilowatt charges, demand side charges, would be eliminated through this bill. Thank you.
Could you repeat what you just said, sir, about demand charges? I didn't catch it.
Yeah, so if you look at a rate 30 commercial bill, you're going to see kilowatt hour rate charges, and you're going to see demand KW charges. What business owners are charged for their highest sustained load over a 30-minute period. This bill would not eliminate those demand side charges, which make up easily over 30% of a business owner's electric bill.
Surely does. The language is in the bill that eliminates demand charges. There's no question about it.
I would have to ask where that is because I've extensively read through this bill. It would reduce peak demand on the grid, but I don't see anywhere in which it would actually take those charges that are of a different volumetric type and change them or remove them.
Find it before this hearing ends. And if you want to stay on and listen, I'll be glad to inform the committee of where that is in the bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further, any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Jim Williams. No. He went already. Clifton Francois.
Clifton is online but has not accepted the panelist promotion, but we do have Kathy Hanley, number 40. She's ready to go.
Then we will entertain Ms. Hanley and her testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's been a long day. I commend you for your stamina and listening to all of what we have to say today. Senator Fronfera, Representative Horn, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony in support of strengthening Connecticut's tobacco and nicotine product regulations with House Bill 7275. My name is Kathy Hanley. I'm a certified prevention specialist, currently employed with Western Connecticut Coalition, one of the 5 regional behavioral health action organizations here in the state of Connecticut. I am a program manager focused on underage vaping and nicotine use prevention, utilizing the Juul settlement funds. 480,000 people die annually in the United States because of tobacco use, according to the CDC. The American Cancer Society states there is no safe form of tobacco use. Strengthening regulations, including taxation, contributed to the decline of tobacco use in the United States in recent decades. The way we define tobacco products is important as they all contain nicotine, a highly addictive drug. Regardless of whether nicotine is derived from the tobacco plant or synthetically manufactured, products containing nicotine should be regulated and taxed equally. Reducing rates of smoking was a huge prevention success. At a time when smoking rates were diminishing across the country and in Connecticut, the tobacco industry introduced new products like e-cigarettes and nicotine pouches, most of which can deliver exceedingly larger amounts of nicotine than a traditional cigarette. Factors like ease of use, access, and lower price of these products make it easier to consume larger amounts of nicotine, create an increased risk of addiction, and that risk is magnified with those under the age of 21, whose brains are not fully developed. While most Connecticut youth are not vaping, according to the 2023 Youth Risk Survey, 11.5% of Connecticut high school youth have used an electronic vapor product in the last 30 days. And stakeholders in our region have shared with us their concerns about ZYN use among youth. Raising the legal age to 21 to purchase any tobacco product was a victory for prevention and protecting youth. Section 4, subsection D of House Bill 7275 will clarify and strengthen age verification to include vapor products, much overdue. Connecticut needs to catch up with what the federal government has done by regulating all tobacco products, regardless of whether nicotine is derived from tobacco or synthetically. Closing loopholes that allow products like synthetic nicotine pouches to avoid regulation and taxation will go a long way to protect youth. I support House Bill 7275, and I support the Attorney General's office recommendation that an amendment be added to this bill to further close regulatory loopholes related to synthetic nicotine, expanding the definition of tobacco products in CGS Section 12-330A. Youth are not initiating with cigarettes, but rather with high nicotine vapes and pouches, so tighter restrictions will protect those under the age of 21 and their future health. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Please refer to my thorough written statement that I submitted yesterday. I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is Ms. Francois or Mr. Clifton nothing? Prince Brooks? Before we go to Prince Brooks, if I could just respond to the previous, I believe it was Mr. Reel, who indicated that he saw nowhere in the bill that there was the elimination of demand charges. I would direct his and anyone else's attentions to line on page 44 of 80, 1351 through 1554, in particular 1353 and 1354, which specifically indicates that such time of use rates shall be based on revenue recovery for kilowatt hour sales and shall not include any demand charge or any rate tariff. Hopefully that clears up any confusion. Prince Brooks?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed. Mr. Brooks? Did we lose Mr. Brooks? Well, we'll come back. Luke Osmondson?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
This is Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Yes, please proceed.
Well, how you guys doing today? I just want to tell you guys thank you for your patience and thank everybody else for their patience also. Unlike my other co-workers on the line, I like to oppose Senate Bill 1560, but I like to take a different approach from it because I don't believe a lot of people on the line saying the benefits of what solar have impacted on in Connecticut. Like I'm an immigrant from West Africa. I came here recently. Solar is kind of an emotional topic because solar is just more than a job for me or than an opportunity to get a check. We came here as a foreigner. My mom actually lost her house due to high utility rates that we're talking about now. So when I go out in these low income communities and I'm talking to homeowners, the effect of relationships that I have with them is different. They're able to save money. They're able to say, okay, one guy worry about saying Johnny cannot go to karate classes no more. This is the impact that we're having on the industry in Connecticut. Where I want to say we're uniting the low incomes people. People like to say, oh, okay, solar is not just for the richest. It's actually a lot for the low incomes homes, and we're helping them with different opportunities, different options. Like one of my homeowners, I've been invited to weddings, and you know, wedding is a very intimate moment that you want to share with special people or strangers that I don't know. But through solar, with through the relationship, I invited me to his wedding before, just for helping his family. There's many times opportunity you meet with homeowners that just breathless and just to tell you thank you. So I just want to take a different approach than everybody else is telling you why they're against it, which I 100 agree, but I want to beat that down your throat. Well, I want you guys to understand it's what we're doing right now in Connecticut. I don't think any customers will call Eversource or you are to say, hey, you guys are doing good. I just want to see how you guys doing today. No, but I have text messages, I have phone calls. People just say, hey man, I was just checking up on you. How's things are going? That's the impact that solar have done for the industry and have done for Connecticut. That's all I have to say.
Well, we're glad that you hung in there with us today, Mr. Brooks, because your perspective is certainly a different one and an important one. And appreciate what you're doing on behalf of your customers. And we're in no way seeking to discourage the growth of solar in this state and the ability for folks like you to have a career and to be able to support families the way you've just described. So thank you very much for your testimony today. Are there questions for Mr. Brooks? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I understand that Clifton Francois is now available.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. My name is Clifton Francois. I am the owner of Unity Energy. I am also an immigrant, and I would like to say thank you to everyone that is here and participating in this hearing. I am also an immigrant. I am from Haiti. I have been a resident in Connecticut for the past 17 years. I grew up in Connecticut. I grew up with the struggle with low income. I can finally say now I am a business owner, and I am trying to improve the community and the low income, just like Mr. Prince just said. I am talking to multiple people as far as low income or as far as my apology, low income people and people that are a little bit to have money, and we're able to again help the community. And we have a bunch of people that can say that solar really impacted their life, as far as just like Mr. Prince said. Again, I have multiple people that call me, that invite me to the same thing, having dinner with them, actually understand their struggle. And the reason why they actually go solar is because they understand that I am a immigrant like themselves, or they're low income and they can't do it. And we find a way to help these individuals to actually go solar. So this is this bill for 1560 section 13 will definitely impact those immigrants and also the low income people that are not able to move forward with the solar. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Francois. And we applaud you for your entrepreneurship, and you come here from another country and to establish a foothold, if you will, in your pursuit of what is still the American dream. And we wish success in that regard, and we hope that this bill advances that, not deters it or it discourages it. That's my hope in any way. And as well as for the folks that you very well articulated that you're helping. So thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Are there questions for Mr. Francois? Seeing none, thank you, sir. And
Thank you.
I believe at my peril, that Luke Osmondson is our final witness for the day. There you are. Please proceed, sir.
All right. Hello, my name is Luke Osmondson. I am Director of IT at Omega Energy. You've all heard plenty of stuff from solar, so I just want to address a couple points that haven't been heard. Specifically regarding Section 13. The way it's currently stated is that any distribution, transmission, or other cost cannot be applied to the tariff. However, according to Eversource earlier today, they're planning on getting rid of the transmission charge and putting it elsewhere. According to Section 14, there are only 4 categories that they're allowed to put it into. With 2 of the categories being eliminated, that puts into question, with the wording of this bill as it is, if they put that into the generation fee, will the generation fee no longer be allowed to be covered by PURA? Additionally, as was discussed earlier, the time of day is going to be what is needed to make this work. But the time of day requires the metering to be available, metering infrastructure to all be upgraded. That will take time. There is no guarantee that by the time PURA needs to update the tariffs, that time of day rates will be in place. So I think going in and kneecapping PURA's ability to set tariffs as needed for the current situation before we've even gotten the time of day rates into place is far too strong and going to be damaging in the long run. PURA's job is to find the tariffs that work best for the homeowners, and restricting their authority on setting tariffs to what would work best for the current situation, years ahead of what we know the situation will be, is far too strong of a step, when we could instead work on doing the time of day, get it into position, and then work on updating the tariffs to work with them. Those tariffs might be just the generation fee at that point, and that could work. That might be what PURA finds. But we should allow PURA to do their job and determine what the best tariffs are, not preemptively tell them the tariffs have to be this. That aside, I think, as I mentioned, the time of day things, very interesting and would be great for rate shaving. Already we have the battery program that exists, and for now it is helping with time of day because of the current program. But that's not a long-term solution, and time of day rates could in fact be a long-term solution. So I think that's definitely something we need to investigate and look into. But kneecapping PURA before we've even gotten to time of day rating
You have
is too
3
much.
minutes. Please summarize.
That was just finishing there. If anyone has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, sir. I'll just say that when I listen to you say that we ought to study this or we ought to look at that, I'll just share with you that in 2007, when I chaired the Energy Committee, we included in legislation 07-242 to be exact, 4 time of use rates and smart meters. And we gave the then DPUC, now PURA, a year or 2 to implement that. It's never happened. It is Connecticut law and it's never happened. So to the extent that you see language here that says this shall happen by a certain date, it's because of the history of the regulatory authority. Different people, albeit, but this Constitution has had 5 years anyway in which to implement the law, and it hasn't happened. So we either believe, well, I shouldn't say it that way. the reality is that without doing it, we will see rates continue to rise. And I know that hasn't been a big subject among the solar community here today, but it is on this side of the fence because we hear it from our constituents. So we have multiple masters to serve, and we hope we can serve each of those masters adequately. Questions for Mr. Ombudsman? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. And I believe, Mr. Clerk, Madam Clerk, that I'm getting a thumbs up over there that we have concluded the day. We thank you for your patience. We thank you for your attendance, as always, staying so long and so loyally to this committee. And to you, Madam Chair,
It's you, Mr. Co-Chair.
safe drive home,
Thank you.
and we'll be seeing each other tomorrow, one way or the other. We conclude this hearing. Not you, but you're off the hook.
We have another meeting tomorrow. Tom and I are going to spend a lot of time.